That's not right.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, it's not very loud. That's better.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. This is the first public hearing that the Environment Committee is holding for the 2024 session. It's Wednesday, the 28th of February. We're at in room 2B, and it's 10:03, and we are convening the hearing. Do I have comments from any of my co-leaders? Good. So we're just going to go right out of the gate here, looking for Senator Duff, which I do not see in the room. So we are going to go to the next person, who is the DOAG Commissioner, Commissioner Hurlbert.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Brian Hurlbert. I'm the Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Agriculture. I'm joined by Carol Briggs, our staff attorney. And for those who don't know, Dr. Kaylee Royston, who leads our government affairs, is sitting on the side there. I'm here to testify on House Bill 5223, an act concerning minor revisions to agriculture-related statutes, and Senate Bill 194, an act concerning certain farming programs of the Department of Agriculture. Chairman Gresco and Lopes, Vice Chairs Palm and Hochadel, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of our two agency bills. I'll jump in. Our testimony has been submitted and I believe distributed, so I'm going to read a couple of highlights for the members, if that's all right. House Bill 5223, an act concerning minor revisions to agriculture-related statutes. The bill contains several technical revisions and updates following recent legislation. It allows for the additional utilization of our animal population control program, as well as amending the qualifications of the state entomologist at the Connecticut Ag Experiment Station be reflective of the needs of the position. This was added to our bill at the request of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, one of our sister agencies. Section 1 of the bill amends the definition of animal to the state's department's purview and mission more clearly, which revolves around farm animals, domestic animals, and animals offered for sale by pet shops. Since this concept was last proposed, the department revised language to explicitly address the concerns brought forth surrounding feral or community cats. We formed a working group with our sister agencies, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and the Department of Public Health, to identify how the changes in this definition would clearly separate jurisdictional responsibilities between the agencies. We'll continue to work with advocates in the industry to ensure that the definition of animal, as used in DOAG statutes, reflects the responsibilities of the agency and the animals we are charged with care for and regulating. It also amends the definition of a grooming facility to explicitly encompass those commercial grooming businesses that operate outside of the traditional bricks and mortar establishment and may use a van or trailer to groom animals. This is to ensure consistent hygiene and safety standards for dogs being groomed in these locations. I want to acknowledge that you've got a number of submitted testimony already on this hearing regarding this language. We're aware of the concerns that the American Kennel Club has brought up. We've been in touch with them a couple times this week. We have a meeting with them later this week, and we'll continue to work with them to make sure that their concerns are addressed appropriately. And I'm thankful that they engaged us early in this process in the session to address their issues. Section 2 revises the kennel licensing to be reflective of the changes that were made in Public Act 23-187. Section 3 will allow municipalities to utilize state-issued spay and neuter vouchers offered under the Animal Population Control Program on animals prior to their adoptions. Currently, these vouchers are issued to animals that are not spayed or neutered, which the new owners then must schedule the sterilization appointments with participating veterinarians upon availability. By allowing municipal pounds to have the animals sterilized prior to adoption, we are hoping to reduce the number of unsterilized animals who can reproduce and are adopted out. This increases the animal's adoptability, as many people are hesitant to adopt an unsterilized animal or have to wait several weeks to sterilize them. Sections 4 and 5 define Coggin's test and fixes a grammatical error. Section 6 is the request of the Connecticut Ag Experiment Station, as I previously mentioned. Section 7 removes the legislative confirmation requirements for members of the Milk Regulation Board. On to Senate Bill 194, an act concerning farming programs of the Department of Agriculture. The bill contains several technical revisions and concepts that are aimed at streamlining our current programming and responsibilities. Sections 3, 4, and 5 remove duplicative and outdated language, ensuring consistency across our statutory language. Section 1 and 2 adjust DOAG's Development Rights Program, the Farmland Preservation Program, and Community Farms Preservation Program by removing the Commissioner of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection as a consulting authority. Want to highlight for the committee that during 2023, we had the best year we've ever had in our farmland preservation efforts. We were able to preserve a total of 23 farmland parcels and protect over 1,500 acres land. Since 1978, when the program started, we have preserved a total of 431 parcels and 49,557 acres across the state. We're on track to break 50,000 acres this year. Section 3 is a technical change to address duplicative language in the Connecticut grown statutes. Section 4 came to us from the Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association with a request to establish a defined harvest season in Connecticut, which will allow transporters to take advantage of an agricultural exemption. Other states have this defined harvest season, and we're looking to put it in statute so we could take advantage of the same benefits that our sister states have. Section 5 repeals a number of sections in statute. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer questions you may have on the bills that I presented on or anything else you have before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to start off here. We'll do the easy one first. I got a request from the Ag Experiment Station asking that the removal of the apiary inspector, because it comes under the jurisdiction of the Department of Administrative Services. You good with that?
Yes, this is their position. This was their only request for legislative fix this year, and so it just made sense to tuck it into our bill as opposed to have a standalone bill for a fairly technical fix that would allow them to promote one of their current employees to a new role in the agency.
Would you? Well, please circle back with Dr. White.
Sure.
And see what he would like to do. We like Dr. White. So this animal definition language, we've been here before. And I always ask you in the off session, do you meet with everyone? Do you meet with the advocates? Do you sit down and exchange, and you tell me yes, and then the amended language comes up and no one likes it. So please explain.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. We meet with the advocates. We have the conversation. I think the reality of the situation that we're trying to address is current statute requires us to deal with brute animals. There's no definition to that. So what we are trying to do is find a definition that works for our current programming and fits what we believe brute creature is trying to address. We've worked with our sister agencies, the Department of Public Health and Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, to get agreement so that we have clear delineation between the agencies as to who does what, where, and when we're faced with certain circumstances. But this is our best effort. We'll continue to work with the advocates. If they have better language, I'm more than happy to review it with them and have that conversation. But generally, we are stuck proposing and then being told that the language doesn't work for their needs. So if they have alternative language, we'd be happy to work on it.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is all of that you just explained should have happened in August. And if it's been happening in August, and we're Lucy in the football here, I'd like to know. So I know Roger Wilco.
I thought only people who are here on could testify. Am I got new rules, Senator?
So I know you're meeting with the kennel group to meet about language. Please reach out to the advocates on the definition of animal and get back to us. And in the interest of obeying my own rule, those are 2 questions. And so we will go on to anyone else. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Commissioner.
You as well.
Every year when the revisions, I look for that definition of animal to encompass my kids when they come home from school, the way they eat, but it's never there. When it comes to feral animals, I heard you address it at the beginning of your testimony, but will they be protected under this?
That is our belief, that the language does protect feral cats, community cats. That was an issue that was brought up last year, and we think this language addresses it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Anyone else with questions in the room? I do not see. Virtually, I don't see any hands raised either. Commissioner, we look forward to getting an update as far as how your meetings for alternative language go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see. All right, next on our list is Commissioner Katie Dykes from Deep. And crew.
Right, good morning. Pleased to be here before the committee. My name is Katie Dykes. I'm the Commissioner at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. DEEP has provided testimony on 12, written testimony on 12 of the 16 bills this morning. I want to specifically express our excitement and enthusiasm for the governor's bill with respect to resilience. We think that this is an area that we have, this is a bill that will very comprehensively help to improve our preparedness here in the state, including being able to better support the protection of public safety and take prudent steps to support better planning and prudent planning to help protect our citizens and our businesses and our infrastructure from the accelerating impacts of climate change. But given the range of different bills that you have before you and that we've been pleased to submit written testimony on, I'll leave my opening remarks there and happy to take any questions that the committee may have. And I know you'll accommodate hearing not just from me, but we have a range of our different subject matter experts who are here to help with the testimony today.
I like this new strategy. So I won't go first. Anyone else have any questions for the commissioner? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for coming and testifying today. Can you, I mean, specifically in regards to, you know, the Senate Bill 11, as it relates to some of the measures for the building codes? I mean, what do you foresee in terms of that proposal, specifics in regards to what building codes would be changed if this were to move forward?
Sure. And I just want to acknowledge that building codes, to the extent that they are, we have a lot of building stock here in the state, already existing building stock that we need to do more to help better protect our buildings, both homes and commercial buildings from the impacts of a changing climate. But to the extent that we can incorporate good climate resilience planning requirements into our building codes, it gives us some of the most cost-effective opportunities to also ensure that new construction it includes some of the best possible opportunities for addressing climate impacts. I know that you're going to be hearing from other agencies, specifically including DAS and OPM, specifically with those provisions. But DEEP is was happy to support those, and I know that if it's helpful, Joanna Wozniak Brown from OPM is here as well, and may want to jump in and speak to some of those. Right, you'll hear from her later, but in case that's useful for the opening of the day.
So I get two questions. That's what happens when you're married, girls.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2.5.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, I mean, one of the questions that I have in that same vein is, you know, there's this effort to increase development. And how are you going to counter the possible increase or the almost definitive increase in costs as it relates to these building code measures we're going to be implementing with this need for increased development? It seems like the two are counterintuitive to one another. Maybe I'm wrong, and you know, you can enlighten me on that, but it seems like the two efforts are counterintuitive.
Actually, I think that they're aligned because as we see the accelerating impacts of climate change, we know that Connecticut is vulnerable to things such as heat waves that are going to become more prevalent, more common. We're going to see more frequent and intense storms. We're going to see more impacts from flooding. And this is not just theoretical into the future. I know that our communities have been hard hit by these impacts already just over the last couple of years, just thinking over the last summer with some of those flooding impacts. And all of those different types of, we can't, given how climate change is accelerating, we cannot fully protect from all of those impacts, but there are measures that can be incorporated into how buildings are constructed that will help to better prevent some of those impacts from becoming catastrophic. There's a lot of challenges in terms of ensuring that our building stock is effectively insured against some of those types of impacts. And the cost of trying to remediate those impacts after the fact is very significant. So increasingly, I see that from an economic competitiveness standpoint, states' abilities to attract and support affordable and safe housing and buildings for our residents and businesses is going to become a differentiating and kind of competitive factor. Are we incorporating things like hurricane proofing in roofing when that's installed? To the extent that we can incorporate those measures when the roof is installed, we can better prevent significant catastrophic damage from tropical storm events impacting it, and so that the building stock can bounce back faster. It's much cheaper if we can incorporate those kinds of construction principles up front than if we're trying to find state funding to try to mitigate that damage or try to pursue with our insurers and the ability for folks to be able to address some of those or insure against some of those more catastrophic impacts through their insurance premiums. So if you look at this holistically, incorporating these measures into our building codes is the most cost-effective thing we can do to ensure that the new buildings that are being constructed are best protected against these known and accelerating climate impacts. And that, I think, is going to really set Connecticut apart to the extent that there are jurisdictions that don't pursue those efforts as these impacts become more significant into the future.
Thank you. Oh, Senator.
Thanks. To follow on what Senator Harding was talking about, I've long been in agreement with the Home Builders Association that we do put a lot of emphasis on new construction, and yet our biggest problem obviously is our older stock. That is, to advance a house from 2018 codes to 2021 codes is a measurable improvement, but it's a small measurable improvement. Improving a property from 1940s codes to 2021 codes is a dramatic improvement in energy efficiency, resiliency, et cetera, et cetera. That being understood, what we do understand for new construction is, and I say things in a more practical way because I live in this industry a bit, is when you are building a new home and you go to the potential owner and you tell them like, hey, to move to 2021 or further newer codes, it's going to cost you another $4,000 or $5,000. But the reality is if we do it now while we're constructing it, it's a whole lot easier and a whole lot less expensive than trying to take a house like mine that was built in 1941 and bring it up to more efficient codes. And the benefit is we can extrapolate the benefit out that in the next X number of years after the house is built, you'll be saving $600 a year in electricity costs, $800 a year in heating costs, whatever your heating element is. Your insurance rates will be lower, because you can go to your insurance company and say, hey, if a hurricane or major storm hits, my house is going to hold up better, have less damage, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a strong argument to be made that although we understand when we move these resiliency levels up higher and make them more stringent, there is an upfront cost, which is mitigated by the not even long-term costs. I mean, the break-evens can be as quick as 5 years or less. And that's what people are trying to get around. We all know we want to improve resiliency, we want to improve energy efficiency, and we know it's going to cost money. There's no way of getting around that. It's just that down the road, it will save money. And I know that's not much of a question, but would you agree with all this?
I concur.
right.
Again, yeah, the cost of installing these measures in new construction, much lower than trying to address these in through retrofits. But we have to address both existing and new building stock. And so I think this measure is essential and prudent step for ensuring that these measures are cost-effective measures included in new building stock, as we also have to tackle the problem with existing buildings as well.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more.
Thank you. Anyone else with any questions? We'll go to Representative Dubitsky, followed by Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in, Commissioner. I wanted to ask you about climate change, and are we in a climate change emergency?
Well, I would say, yes, we are, at our agency, we're an agency that, includes a lot of analysis of the science. We participate with our climate planning office, with other states, monitoring the federal and also, the global analysis of what's unfolding. And I don't think that there are any indicators out there that we've been monitoring that are suggesting that the acceleration of climate change is something we should be less concerned about. In fact, it's quite the other way around. The pace of reductions and mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions is not on track to meet the targets that the scientists have advised are necessary to avoid missing key tipping points. And the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario that globally many nations have been striving to try to hit is increasingly looking unattainable. And even under that scenario, we have to be prepared for significant impacts to our state, including seeing days above 90 degrees Fahrenheit becoming 5 times more frequent by 2050, seeing more catastrophic and frequent storms, flooding, and so on and so forth. So from that standpoint, all of these impacts are hitting communities. They're going to be impacting our economy, and I think it's something that is seriously concerning.
Okay. Under Governor's Bill 11, climate change is added to the list of triggers that allow the governor to declare a civil preparedness emergency. A civil preparedness emergency is one of the 2 emergencies that the governor declared during COVID and essentially took over complete executive control over the state. If we are in a climate change emergency, does that not virtually indefinitely entitle the governor, whoever that might be, to take total executive control over the state again?
So Representative, I would submit that the best opportunities that we have to address climate change are those that we can take on in today, in days when we're not being impacted by extreme weather events, so that we can invest in and ensure that there's prudent planning to better prepare our communities for these extreme weather events that are accelerating, which prevents the necessity of the state having to intervene and take steps in an emergency context. So I would submit that this bill, the balance of this bill, includes prudent planning measures. We just spoke about one with building codes that, if taken today, will ensure that we can better weather and be resilient to these types of weather impacts so that we don't have to divert from our typical, our status quo, and be in a posture responding in emergency situation. I'll just give a couple of examples. One, just recently, we had a private dam in Basra that was beginning to leak, and during a recent extreme weather event, putting at risk a number of communities downstream of that dam. And that's a circumstance where DEEP had to step in and take some emergency actions to try to ensure that the dam, there was a contractor on scene to prevent the dam from failing and make sure that that there was evacuation plans in place and so on and so forth. That's not. I would say that when we are in a circumstance that we have to intervene in that type of circumstances, that is not a place that our department wants to be. We want to ensure that there are adequate regulatory and planning measures in place to help prevent infrastructure and safety challenges that would require emergency intervention. And the balance of this bill is intended to help ensure that we can communities and can better weather these extreme events without necessitating emergency response.
Well, I thank you for that. I'm well aware of that dam. The downstream from that dam is my district, so I'm quite familiar with it. But it is concerning to me that you didn't answer the question. The answer is yes, indeed, adding climate change to this bill, to the civil preparedness trigger, essentially allows the governor to take control of any situation he wants without legislative input. And that's very concerning to me. I was very concerned when the governor took control of the state and took control away from the legislature during COVID, and adding climate change as a trigger to that authority would give him virtually unlimited power in the state. And that would be very concerning to me. He's not going to be the governor forever. And this bill, if passed as it is, would give whoever sits in that chair virtually unlimited power to legislate, essentially, and usurp the power of the legislature. Let me ask you one other question on that issue, if I may. Since we are in a climate emergency that you indicated, is there anything that you foresee in the next 5 years that would take us out of a climate emergency?
Representative, I guess what I would say to you is that, to the extent that there's a concern to minimize the necessity for emergency powers to be exercised to keep the public safe and protect life and human property, then I think that passing this bill is the most effective thing that the General Assembly could do, that the legislature could do, to ensure that communities and building owners, municipalities are taking the steps necessary to make their communities more resilient to flooding, to extreme heat, to the impacts of climate change that are accelerating as a result of the delay in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Those are the types of measures, the planning measures, the investment measures, the regulatory measures that are in this bill are the types of things that jurisdictions have to be putting in place, that legislatures need to be advancing in order to minimize the necessity to have to respond in an emergency posture. If there is truly a concern about abandoning the legislator's role and having the administrative branch have to take emergency actions, then the best thing I would submit that you can do to avoid that is to legislate the policies and investments and the regulations necessary to make our communities more safer from climate change. And I think this bill is something that will provide a significant step towards doing so.
Okay, was that a no?
That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Reddington Hughes, followed by Representative Palm.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here today to discuss this.
Thank you.
My question has to do with the resiliency zones, okay, that a town would create. And I can understand, you know, the idea behind this, that going forward with projects, that the standards would be such that these houses or buildings would have reinforced roofs and everything else, so that they may be less advantageous to having, you know, disasters occur. That being said, being from a small town that has lots of historic home inventory and many zones that cross over each other, if in or within one of these resiliency zones, there exists historic properties. If those historic properties need to have roofs replaced or windows replaced or whatever, would this supersede the historic measures? Would they be required then to replace whatever they were replacing with resilient type of products?
So with respect to, I don't know, Grams, we have that your specific question, I'm not positioned to respond to, but I'm inviting Graham Stevens, our Bureau Chief for Water Protection and Land Reuse.
Good morning. Again, my name is Graham Stevens. I'm the Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse. So thank you for your comment, Representative. So I think the intent of the section that you're referring to is to try to provide municipalities with a tool by which they can provide the funding to improve community resilience. And it's not set up as a mandate, but really as a funding mechanism that the municipality can make a decision at their own choice to improve a certain area and to make it more resilient, whether it be for flooding or whether it be for extreme wind or heat. So really, it's a municipal choice. And it's similar to, you know, it's based upon the tax increment financing law in Connecticut that's been used to good effect for infrastructure, other infrastructure improvements. So really, I don't think the intent was to focus on, you know, property by property basis, but really to think about how can we use this new tool to make communities more resilient. And again, it's an option for the municipality if they so choose to fund that improvement.
Let me reframe this. If
Yes.
they were to choose this and they were to have a zone or a district within that zone, because we live in New England and there are many historic properties, if historic properties existed within that zone, then they most likely would be required or asked to replace things within the confines of that zone so that they would be in union with what they were trying to do, correct?
I'm not sure that I see it exactly that way. The way that I see it is that, you know, this zone might provide the funding for a community to, you know, provide coastal flood defense, or to, you know, plant additional trees, or to try to manage in a better way the stormwater, which is causing flooding and impacting potentially those historic assets. And the presence of the historic assets might be a reason why the community would want to protect, right? Because that's important to our heritage. And that would be something that, you know, if it were being impacted in a manner that the municipality wanted to take action to protect that area, then this is just another way to try to limit the cost.
Thank you. I was misunderstanding. I thought you were talking about new development within these zones.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Next is Representative Palm, followed by Representative Callahan.
Good morning, Commissioner. Regarding the civil preparedness provision of this bill, The purpose of that would be to protect life and property, would it not?
That's my understanding.
And if we were globally to reduce carbon and actually come out of an emergency state, those executive orders or provisions would be lifted, would they not, as same as during COVID when that allegedly ended?
You know, I think that, I think my understanding of this provision is that it would provide greater clarity for the executive branch to be able to take emergency measures necessary to address emergency human health and safety challenges caused by climate change.
Yeah.
But you know, those are not necessarily implicated every day of the week. But we certainly have identified, and I mentioned in terms of this dam, the dam safety issue, particular circumstances where existing authorities are not crystal clear with respect to the administration's ability or an agency's ability to take emergency actions necessary to protect human health, life and safety, property, that in emergency situations that are becoming unique but impactful as a result of climate change acceleration.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question about section 16, requiring towns in consultation with the DOT to submit annual report. I'm sorry, 16, about allocating money to towns to work with the DOT for, it says, the purpose of construction, improvement, and maintenance. Is there a tree cutting provision in here? Because one of the practices that the DOT engages in regularly is clear cutting along the highway, which is very bad for the environment and is in fact the opposite of what I feel is intended here, which is to allow towns to work with the DOT to improve resiliency and protect against flooding. Trees are carbon sinks, they prevent erosion. So is there or can there be in that section some guidance about how properly to maintain trees along the highway?
Representative, again, Graham Stevens, happy to take your question.
Thank you.
So from my perspective, you know, I don't see a situation where removing trees would be considered resilience. So like you said, they're a carbon sink on the mitigation front, but they're also absorbing stormwater, which is, you know, becoming more of an issue in Connecticut with respect to stormwater flooding. And they also provide heat relief. So, you know, and based on my read of this section, section 16, you know, it speaks to resilience against increased precipitation, flooding, sea level rise, extreme heat. So I don't see an instance where, you know, further removal of trees from our, you know, public highways or roads would serve that purpose.
I agree with you, and yet that's what's happening constantly. So I would suggest that since this is a governor's bill, perhaps, and the DOT is an executive branch agency, perhaps you could strengthen it by preventing the DOT from acting in a manner which is contrary to resilience.
Absolutely. We are happy to speak with our friends at DOT about this bill and ensure that the right improvements are made to.
Thank you. I think that section could really be beefed up and to provide much greater guidance. And in fact, I would say prevention of the clear cutting of these obvious benefits to preventing the very things this bill is intended to prevent. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Next, we're going to go to Representative Piscopo, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. My questions go toward the end of the bill. I guess section 33 I have in front of me. I worry about the permitting process changes and I worry about the unintended consequences here. It gives you and the Department of Public Health, your department that you're commissioner of, and the Public Health Department, to change the permitting process, review and revise the permitting process of our water and sewage systems, depending on, it says the most concurrent projections of participation flooding. I think maybe, are we confusing climate with weather events? I can see everything's cyclical. I can foresee a reaction after a storm Irene or something. I always pronounce the name wrong and I apologize in advance. Isaias, the storm like that, where we had major reforms with our energy and energy policy and environmental policies. Sometimes in our passion for climate change, we confuse weather events with climate, which happens over thousands of years. The climate changes every day over thousands of years. And this kind of change would is an unintended consequences that would really wreak havoc on a lot of our municipalities. All of a sudden, your regulations and your systems will change according to applicable conditions that could impact concurrent projections is the word I'm worried about. So where would you consult? Who do you consult for concurrent projections? The IPCC, or will change, their projections will change a lot with some of our meteorologists here in Connecticut, you know, on concurrent projections. So I foresee you that being very, very dangerous language. Do you have a comment on that?
So sure. Thank you for the question. We know that our climate conditions are significantly impacting our infrastructure. Our infrastructure, including the infrastructure that's covered by these regulations, is sensitive to, or is engineered to work effectively within certain assumed climate conditions. I think that the language that's included here that references incorporation of the most current projections, in my view, reflects an intention to not just look at a single weather event, but look at more long-term trends in expected climate conditions and weather conditions. So I think that's the language incorporates that. It also is calling for a period of every 10 years for doing this, incorporating these projections into the review of the regulations. And I think that a more extended time period also speaks to the intention here to ensure that we're keeping these regulations up to date with the changing forecasts, climate forecasts that are going to be impacting our infrastructure. So, and I think we're also very fortunate that we do have a number of scientific institutions, including UConn, Circa, for example, among some of our other academic partners that have been able to provide for downscaled information. We're not just following IPCC modeling, but we have at our disposal many tools that are providing for more granular projections of changing climate impacts that are specific to Connecticut. And those are the types of resources that we find really vital and would inform this periodic review.
Thank you. And my second question, Mr. Chairman, and it goes to the last section of the Bill 34, well, second to last section. And that introduces an eminent domain, a new provision for eminent domain, which says no more than 25.7 acres of real property or interest can come under this new eminent domain that you're given with the Department of Public Health. Oh, no, it's just your department. That could be very, that's very concerning. You know, a lot of our properties, we have, our state very well, and all our streams and creeks and brooks and farmers ponds and everything. This is very, very dangerous language in this one. Very concerning to me anyway.
Thank you, Representative, for raising that section. And we did provide written testimony on this one. I know that the words eminent domain are can attract a lot of concern and alarm. So would be glad to provide a little bit more context for this particular section, which we view as really critical for us to be able to deploy federal funding that we've received from FEMA for a specific project, Resilient Bridgeport, that we've been working on for a number of years to help protect a specific community in the Bridgeport area. And Graham, why don't you add a little bit more detail there?
Hi, Representative. Thanks for your question.
Good to see you, Graham.
So like you referenced, thankfully, it's a Superstorm Sandy and not the other hurricane that you mentioned, which I also can't pronounce. But we've been working now for 10 years in partnership with the city of Bridgeport to build a coastal flood defense system, which protects one of our most disadvantaged communities, protects some amazing historical assets in Little Iberia that are located there, and really provide opportunities for that area of the state to grow in a safe manner. And, when Connecticut Deep does not engage in acquisition that involves condemnation. I think the last time we did was in the mid-'80s. But what we do have is an existing authority to acquire land for flood control purposes. So we've done that after the storms of 55. And also some additional work in the 80s. And what this is really meant to do is just to bring our authorities into line with what DOT does with respect to their infrastructure work. So it's not a new ask. It's just aligning the archaic existing statute with DOT's common practice, right? So, and it is always the state's intent to strive for a sale. But if there is, an issue, whether it's timing or valuation, we would like to bring that to a court and let the judge decide so that we can protect the broader community. And this bill is limited specifically to Resilient Bridgeport. And I believe the city of Bridgeport is also providing testimony on this section.
Thank you. Thank you, Graham. Good to see you. And thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Just to follow up briefly on, and I apologize, I scanned through the testimony fairly quickly, but to follow up on my colleague from the 47th District's questions on the climate change on lines being added in lines 908 through 917, I believe. In order to enact an emergency for civil preparedness under climate change, what is the thought process under, what climate change emergency would we be under in order for that to be a trigger for the governor? What's kind of the legislative intent, if you will, that we're supposed to articulate on the floor when this comes before the floor, if it does? I'm just trying to foresee how the governor's going to say, all right, I'm enacting for civil preparedness an emergency because of climate change situation in which X is occurring.
Mm-hmm. So I think that I would refer to the example that I provided earlier with respect to the Fitchville Dam. That was a circumstance where we had this private dam that was leaking. We were concerned that it could we could have a failure that would catastrophically impact the community downstream. But DEEP's emergency powers to be able to, in that circumstance, right? What's the community, what's the public looking for, right? They're looking for someone to get on scene, assess whether the dam is going to fail, making sure that there's an analysis of what the the impact to the community would be, what the evacuation zone needs to be, making sure that there's a contractor that's on scene immediately to be able to
put in place any engineered controls or measures to prevent the failure of the dam and try to make sure that repairs could be made quickly. If you recall, in that particular circumstance, we had a very significant rain event, unprecedented rain event, and we were expecting another rain event just a day or two later. And so just leaving the dam in its current in that situation without being able to step in and make sure that it was safe could have produced a really a tragedy for the community downstream. And so in that instance, DEEP was able to step in and bring a contractor on scene and make sure that assess the leak, and then have the contractor do some work to make the dam safe before we saw the next weather event coming into play. There are, as we were assessing that situation, it's not crystal clear what authorities we had in that instance. We had to engage our legal team to make sure that we were covered to be able to do that work. We needed to make sure that we had funding available to pay for that contractor. In that instance, as the DEEP commissioner, I'm not going to stand by and have the communities downstream, potentially be harmed. Right. I think there was broad appreciation and support for DEEP taking that step in that way. But the legal, having clarity around our emergency response capabilities in that regard would be very valuable and very helpful for us to be able to respond in those events. That doesn't mean that DEEP wants to take over the management of private dams all across the state on a blue sky day indefinitely. I think the intent here is to make sure that in the event of an unprecedented emergency situation that we currently, where those emergency powers may be unclear, that we're not potentially putting public safety and property at risk because of a lack of clarity around these emergency powers. That I think our intention is not to exercise them. To not have to reach for these tools.
I got to believe there's a better way to address that scenario. In other words, I was here when we were debating, and we ultimately transferred responsibility for dams from inspection from DEEP to the private property owners. And we have a number of dams in New Canaan where the people downstream don't even know the potential that they're going to be potentially blown out by a failure, because there's a non-disclosure agreement that the emergency preparedness personnel in New Canaan have to agree to. They can't go up to somebody downstream from the dam and knock on the door and say, hey, what's your emergency plan in case there's a failure, right? I mean, isn't that the current law? That literally our emergency, the fire department, police, emergency preparedness, they can't go to the neighbors downstream at a dam and say, hey, what's your plan in case the dam fails?
Absolutely. And in fact, we were really appreciative of the committee raising a concept that DEEP worked on subsequent to the Fitchville event to help to better strengthen some of our regulatory tools to ensure that private property owners are complying with the requirements in that statute that was passed previously, so that there's planning and investment, safety plans all put in place. But the unfortunate fact is that there are some private owners that may not comply with the law. And we want to take every step that we can on enforcement to prevent that. But we also have the circumstance of these unprecedented rain events that are occurring. And so when you combine those two possibilities, that you might have a private dam owner that chooses not to comply despite our best efforts, and the increased occurrence, the increased regularity of these extreme weather events, it becomes more likely going forward than it has been in the past that we might be in an emergency event where now we have to take emergency actions to help keep a community safe. And I think that that's where this language and starting on 906, that's my understanding of what it's intended to do.
Fair enough. I just will tell you, as you can probably, well, I know you know this, if you look to your right, my left, and you look across the room in the circle, there's a huge disagreement just here on people who are very educated on the issue, on what climate change means and what the emergency. I guarantee you, we don't agree on that definition from this side over to that side. So I have a huge problem with this language. There's what you just described to me about the dam issue. There's a much easier way to address that than putting in this word climate change as a way to enact and fix a dam that we've already determined you were able to fix it, correct? Legally.
I'm providing that as one example, right? But we are seeing extraordinary increase in the intensity and the frequency, and also unprecedented types of weather events that are impacting our communities across the state. And so for that reason, I provide this as just one example of an area where an articulation of climate change as a basis for exercising emergency powers, I think is prudent in order to ensure that we can keep communities safe. But the exercise of emergency powers is not our first preference, because our agencies aren't staffed, and we certainly don't have the budget at the state level to fund every emergency that could arise from climate change. And so for that reason, I am very hopeful that this committee can come to agreement that climate change is an issue that needs to be addressed and hopefully on a bipartisan basis, so that all of these other tools that are in this bill can ensure that communities, businesses, residents, that our building stock, our farms, all of our aspects of our economy are prepared as best as possible to be more resilient from these climate impacts, so that these exercises of emergency powers could remain extremely unique, extremely rare.
Climate change, by definition, is a process that takes a long period of time. We already have in the statute, civilian population of major disaster. So we already have the ability to address a major disaster, which by definition is something that comes along fairly quickly. Tornado, flood, climate change. I understand it wouldn't be a priority of yours or this administration to do something drastic under the definition of climate change that we all can't agree to. But what about the next person in the seat? As my good colleague from the 47 said, we could get somebody in that seat that believes that, we have to confiscate all gas stations because climate change is going to destroy the world in the next 5 years. And if we don't get rid of all fossil fuels within the next 48 to 72 hours, we're all going to die. I'm being an extreme, it's a hyperbole, obviously, but my point is the definition of climate change, I think, is completely inappropriate to put in this part of our emergency preparedness or civil preparedness, the ability. Now, I understand your example on the dam. The dam's already covered. Can you give me an example of what you foresee the need for climate change emergency powers being enacted by the governor other than the dam scenario? Because I can think of 1,000 of them that could potentially be under that climate change emergency, and none of them are good.
Again, I would urge the representative to, to the extent that there's a concern about minimizing the use of emergency powers, that the focus then be, if we could see more tools, more effort from the general, more tools, more investment, more regulatory authorities that can help to ensure we are reducing greenhouse gas emissions on pace to meet the Global Warming Solutions Act targets the General Assembly passed, as well as the tools that are in this bill that will help ensure communities are better prepared to weather these accelerating events. I think that these types of emergency, the use of this language would be rare.
Thank you for that. I just,
I'll
move on. The next,
Are you concluded hyperbolizing?
I'm done hyperbolizing. Yes, thank you. So as I understand lines 1890, that is directed solely to Bridgeport for that eminent domain issue. And I'm sorry, I didn't see their testimony, but they're basically in agreement with that. Am I understanding that correctly? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Yes, Connecticut Deep meets with the city of Bridgeport on every other week to conduct our planning with respect to this project, which is bringing about $100 million of federal funds to the state of Connecticut to ensure that this community is provided greater resilience. We met with the city of Bridgeport recently and spoke through the provisions here with respect to Section 34, as well as other provisions within this bill itself, and they were supportive. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan, followed by Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you for being here, Commissioner Dykes. This is a tough, it's a 60-page bill, tough to understand. As my colleagues and I have been reading through it. I've read it, reread it, and there's some, as Representative O'Day mentioned, there's some disturbing things in here. Your contention as the Commissioner of DEP is that we are going to continue warming 1 degree, 2 degrees Celsius based on models. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I would you contend also, I took some time to look through the predictions over the past, 40 years. In 1969, Stanford biologists predicted everybody will disappear in a cloud of blue steam in 20 years. 1970, Nobel winner predicted civilization is going to end in 15 to 30 years. The Boston Globe in 70 said we're going to be in a new ice age. Then New York Times said we'll never see snow again. So there's a lot of drastic measures to be taken here based on perhaps incorrect predictions. And I draw your attention to line 723, and again, OPM is going to be here, so maybe some of these will be a little bit better directed to her, saying that plan of conservation and development will include numerous provisions, including jumping to line 767, options in land reuse and reduction of vehicle mileage, conservation and restoration of natural environment. And it gets into telling towns under subsection H, make provisions for the development of housing opportunities, multifamily dwellings consistent with soil types, terrain. This gets into telling people, developing them and urging them not to drive their cars, what type of developments can go in your town in your planning and conservation development, and that's as of October 1st, 2026. This has far-reaching consequences for the towns of Connecticut. So, based on perhaps climate models, predictions, and it's really jumping to a lot of conclusions and forcing towns to comply with some pretty out there provisions in their plans of conservation development, and that troubles me. So, and I take it you're here testifying, you would agree that, and I don't expect you to memorize these things, and maybe if you can kick me over to OPM later if you'd like, but this telling people what type of developments can go in their towns and if they can drive or not seems to be pretty drastic.
Well, Representative, thank you so much for that question. And I would concur with you that OPM, which is testifying later, is best positioned since they are the ones that have the responsibility under statute for the plan of conservation development. But I would say that DEEP is supportive of this language. First off, we think that the planning process involved in the plan of conservation development is a really critical one for the state to ensure alignment across all the different municipalities in how they're planning, undertaking their planning efforts that are some of the most impactful ways to ensure that the state is meeting the targets that the General Assembly has set in the Global Warming Solutions Act. to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 45% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Those are, that's in the general statutes. Those are laws that the legislature passed. And some of the measures that are identified in these planning requirements, we know are proven to be very necessary and impactful to help meet those targets. For example, transit-oriented development is a really, highlighted as a really positive way to help reduce the amount of vehicle miles traveled and ultimately the amount of greenhouse gas emissions associated with the transportation sector, which is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in the state. So I think that planning process is really effective. It's very valuable for ensuring that there's clear support for these types of measures in the plans that municipalities are establishing.
Thank you. Just one for the question, Mr. Chair, is over the past even 14 months, we've had 72 volcanic eruptions, one in the South Pacific that spewed trillions and trillions of gallons of water into the atmosphere that's predicted to take 3 years to dissipate. There's many factors that change the climate. What percentage of that is caused by us?
Well, certainly, we have lots of, as you said, lots of different contributors. The challenge is that we have now greenhouse gas emissions, right, contributing to climate change. That is means that anytime you have other types of climate disruptions, right, such as a volcanic eruption, those are adding to the the adaptation to those types of events is also has to occur within the unfolding of very significant climate disruptions that are occurring because of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. So it's not to say that volcanic eruptions aren't affecting climate. Certainly they are, but also we have this extraordinary level of climate change that's occurring because of greenhouse gas emissions. So that makes it all the more important for us to reduce emissions and pass bills like Governor's Senate Bill 11 to help our communities be more resilient.
I could go on, but thank you, Commissioner. I'll stop, leave it at there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. And next we have Representative Baumgartner, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. Great to see you and your great team. Appreciate you testifying this morning on a multitude of bills. In particular, I know we got a barnstormer of a public hearing today and many other speakers, but I just want to focus my questioning on SB 11, in particular, the resilience improvement districts. I represent 2 towns, Groton and Stonington, with Mystic encompassing the center of the village. And in the last few months, we've seen unprecedented flooding in the downtown core, especially during high tide. This is nothing new. It's only going to get worse. You mentioned Circa, also based in my district at Yukon-Avery Point. And it is no question that we will be seeing far more extreme weather events and really unprecedented sea level rise along the coastline. Every single one of my neighborhoods will see 20-inch sea level rise by 2050, according to Circa. So yes, these are models, but we have to depend on our scientists, on the data to ensure that we're making decisions that ensure the life, health, and safety of our constituents. So I thank you for supporting any effort to ensure that their public safety is protected. I would ask, just in terms of the districts, should the municipalities, in the case, say Groton or Stonington, 2 distinct municipalities, but all obviously have commonality with Mystic, were to establish such a zone, are there any safeguards within this legislation to ensure that any revenue generated within those districts go towards resilience projects as opposed to kind of any other infrastructure need?
Representative, it's nice to see you again. Yes, the way that these first 10 sections that are financing option are created, those funds would be dedicated to the infrastructure that would make those communities more resilient. And so I know that in Mystic, which is in Groton and Stonington, there's challenges, and I know that the town is looking at improvements that may raise sidewalks and may, provide for road elevation so that commerce can continue during some of these, blue sky day flooding events. And we are working, with the town and private parties to provide for that resilience. Of course, those undertakings are expensive. And this is just one option that a town could take to try to finance that infrastructure, which is typically shared infrastructure and a shared burden. It's similar approach in a different authority is the use of stormwater authorities, like your friendly neighbors across the river in New London, who have a stormwater authority who've been able to use that funding to buy gray infrastructure, pumps, and they've been able to eliminate nuisance flooding in some, very disadvantaged communities that has persisted for decades just by buying bigger pumps that are more efficient. But also stormwater authorities as well as another tool can also be used for green infrastructure. So we're hopeful this tool will be a benefit to communities in Connecticut.
Thank you for your answer, Graham. And while the circle may not agree on whether climate change exists or the merits of it, I would certainly note that a good chunk of us represent small towns. And what I hear, especially from Stonington, is that it's very difficult to provide matches to the plethora of federal programs that are on the line right now. And so any tool we can provide our smaller municipalities to leverage those federal funds and start building out this resilience infrastructure at a rapid pace, I think is something we have to see. So thank you again.
If I may say, I think we have a great track record here in Connecticut of being able to pull down federal funds, especially from FEMA BRIC. We've gotten 3% of recent allocations nationally. They're awarded nationally for projects such as Resilient Bridgeport and projects in New Haven. And we are very focused on with our climate resilience bond funded program to be able to help cover the gaps in the state, in the match required at the local level with some amount of state bond funds, but ensuring that municipalities have the tools to be able to do raise the revenue necessary to do the local match means the difference between being able to attract those federal funds or not. And we have previously been really appreciative of the General Assembly passing legislation, governor's legislation that enabled all municipalities to establish stormwater authorities over in New London. That has enabled the community there to invest in pumps, upgrading their pump stations and helping to avoid significant flooding challenges. And the TIF district element is another tool like that. And we think it's really important to provide municipalities a variety of different tools that they can use to generate the revenue necessary to attract, for the local match to attract the federal investment.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Representative Dillon, followed by Representative Mushinski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. I do have a question broadly about your relationship with the Department of Transportation. There were comments earlier about your sister agency and its actions concerning trees. And I guess I wanted to poke at this a little bit because I think everything we talk about would carry a lot more weight if our state agencies established a standard that's credible. And I had hoped last session that we would get some language that held the Department of Transportation to some kind of standard concerning trees, because there was and is a controversy on the west side of my district concerning their rather aggressive approach to tree removal. If I recall correctly, the language that emerged from our last session from Transportation was in kind of an omnibus bill, 904, which I thought was weak, but I understand it's not a perfect world, but it basically said that the Department of Transportation would have a vegetation management plan and would, if they thought they had to, I think it was something like that. I guess my concern when I'm talking to you is, do you have a formal relationship with the Department of Transportation on its vegetation management plan? And would we need legislative language to make that happen?
Well, thank you, Representative Dillon. We have a very great relationship with the Department of Transportation. We collaborate with them on a whole range of different efforts. I don't want to speak for the Department of Transportation. I think your questions related to tree trimming and vegetation management are really best answered by my colleagues at the DOT. I know that we do have some. I mean, I'd be glad to follow up with you to spell out in a little bit more detail with respect to the regulatory work that DEEP does that relates to DOT, for example, where there might be activities that impact water courses, for example. We'd be happy to follow up with you on that topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that, I appreciate that theoretically would be better directed to the Department of Transportation, but we do have some measures before us that have implications for the state's relationship to the private sector. And it would seem to me that it would be appropriate to ask what we're doing with our own state agencies when it comes to vegetation management or tree removal, which do have a role to play in climate change. And I respect the way the political dialogue has gone. You can, as long as you don't say climate change, you can probably do something. But unfortunately, we're using that term this morning. So I would urge you, because I'm not confident that the institutional culture of that department would see a tree as part of the climate change issue based on their behavior in our area and actually in the northwest corner as well. That was your department, but I would urge you to not necessarily say it's between me and the department. You're the one that's talking to us about taking certain measures that can affect all of us.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Next, we have Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative Cooling.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I'm very happy that you put in the sustainable climate emergency language, and but I know some members of the committee are uncomfortable with it being broad language, and I'm wondering if we could use more specific language that describes triggers for immediate climate emergency impacts in the community, such as we get a projected rainfall of so many inches over the next 24 hours, or we have projected long-term drought for another 6 weeks, or we have a projected high fire hazard risk. Because the forecasters can tell us some of those things ahead of time, some of those impacts of climate change that are going to have an immediate impact on our communities. So I'm wondering if we could use more specific language to describe some of the community impacts. They are climate change related, but they have a predictability when they're about to hit the communities. And I have great interest in this because in my own district, we had a big dam blowout one night in Community Lake. It was a 100-acre lake, and the whole thing vanished in a single night. So those kind of impacts are severe, and we want to protect the community and first responders, and everybody has to clean up this kind of a mess, and don't want to put them at risk, don't want to put the homeowners at risk. So, and this may take a day or so to think about what some of these categories would be, but do you have any interest in a more specific language that would maybe reassure some of the critics of the bill?
Well, thank you for that question, Representative. I certainly think that the discussion, the dialogue today, this hearing, is elucidating a lot of questions that we'll certainly be thinking at the department as we work with the governor's office and OPM and our sister agencies who are supporting and involved in this legislation about the answer to your question. I do want to say that the intent of this language is really to strengthen emergency preparedness for climate change with respect to resilience and responding to the effects and the impacts of climate change on communities. And I think one of the challenges that we see with climate change is that there are impacts that are occurring that are difficult to identify all of what those impacts will be, ahead of time, because this is unfolding so quickly, and we're seeing, really unprecedented events. But I just would give, examples of, some of the things that this language will do will ensure that we can respond to those unprecedented events in a way that enhances coordination with municipalities, our ability to deliver resources to municipalities in emergency events. And we'll give some more thought to, your question, certainly, because I think that the goal of this language is really to ensure that we can not be unable to help keep communities safe and protect life and property in an emergency situation. And so I welcome the question, and it's one that we want to give some thought to.
Okay, we could also put in ocean effects. If we know there's a projected storm surge coming in, that could be a trigger. High winds could be a trigger. There's different things we could use to more accurately predict when DEEP would have to take quick action, I think. But I'll leave it to you to think about that. And my second question is on inland wetland training. I know it's been disappearing at DEEP, and you're not enthusiastic about because of staff shortage. You're not enthusiastic about keeping it. But if we didn't have, the training is really necessary for the commissioners. They are volunteers, and they come from all walks of life, and they need some kind of technical training to do a good job and keep people out of harm's way and protect the resource. But if not DEEP, then where could we host the training, which is mainly video now anyway? Could it go to Yukon? Could it go to the area conservation districts? Where else might it make sense to host the training if you don't do it?
Representative Mashinsky, this is Graham Stevens. It's strange. You're behind me, but I'm speaking to the front of the room. So that's first off, I just want to say that DEEP honors and respects greatly the volunteers who give up their evenings to protect our wetlands and watercourses. We see our role as providing the necessary support to those volunteers or staff from the municipality. So we strongly support broad availability of training and training opportunities for those members of those commissions. So as it stands now, and I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about how DEEP offers this training. We have actually, and great minds think alike, we have actually partnered with Yukon Clear to host this training. So we have developed the training, and we have updated the training recently to include court case decisions that impact the training content. We want our commissioners to make the best and strongest decisions possible, so that when a decision is made, it's durable and the party who has that decision feels confident in moving forward with their development or action. And so we are merely highlighting that there needs to be a consideration or a discussion or evaluation on the funding to ensure that training continues. We are evaluating with Yukon Clear now if there might be a potential cost increase, for this additional member required training. We're
Mhm.
hopeful that our friends at UConn will say no. But what they do is they provide access to Blackboard, which is an online training account. Apparently, this is what the colleges use for their courses. And it has a registration component, and you can take the training, and there's documentation that you've been trained. The cost of Deep purchasing a Blackboard account far is in excess of what UConn can provide this service to Deep for. So we appreciate that partnership, and we're happy to work with the committee on this issue going forward this session. I know there's 2 bills about training right now, and we're very interested in this topic.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad it has a future. It's very important for the town folks. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we'll go to Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming in. We focused a bit on the giving power to the government and declaring a climate change emergency. So I'm going to kind of ask the question in reverse. The opposite of climate change would be the climate is in stasis, unchanging. So if he can use climate change as to declare emergency powers, the only time he would not be able to do that is if the climate's in stasis. When in the course of life on the planet Earth has the climate been in stasis?
I will thank you, Representative, for the question. I would just respond referring to my prior answers to questions about the scope of this authority, which is simply to ensure that if our efforts, there's not an intention to declare a permanent emergency here with respect to this language. The intent is to ensure that the state is able to respond to protect life and property in circumstances that currently are not covered by these emergency authorities, but that may become, but where there may be risks that can't be mitigated, and where emergency action is necessary because of the unfolding events of climate change. We've seen over the last just 2 years, events that were really unprecedented in our state. You'll, I'm sure, remember last year towards the end of session, when we had PM 2.5 levels that were previously unrecorded in Connecticut as a result of wildfires in Canada that were bringing smoke into our airshed. We've had catastrophic levels of flooding, frequency of flooding that's unprecedented. We've had, we know that other communities across the country have experienced heat waves, again, unprecedented heat waves that are one of the most deadly effects of climate change when you have a heat wave that's extended for several days at a time, especially if you think about something like that happening in a state like Connecticut, where we don't have a lot of, we have a lot of building stock that's not air conditioned. I think that it's, I think the goal of this bill, once again, is to ensure that we have policy and planning and regulations in place to ensure that communities are best prepared to be able to weather the impacts of those unfolding events without requiring any kind of emergency action. That's the goal of this bill. It's not a standalone bill just focused on trying to declare a permanent, climate emergency. But we do support the inclusion of this language in this bill with respect to climate change and emergency circumstances because these events are unfolding. They're difficult. We know that they're coming, but it's difficult to predict exactly when and how those impacts will be experienced, but they are affecting human life and property. And in those instances, clarity around the state's ability to take emergency action is prudent.
Well, just simply the answer to my question is the climate's always been changing. That's the course of life in human history, and planets that don't have climate change are dead planets. So we're essentially enacting legislation, whether the intent to use it or not, gives emergency powers to the governor, essentially perpetually. Second thing I wanted to mention, we've brought up, was the trees along the highway. This was an issue that was brought up briefly last session during our discussion about replanting on the Merritt. And I do believe there is federal regulations regarding how close trees can be to the highway, and it does impact our funding from the federal government. So I would highly recommend checking with CT, DOT, and the federal highway regulations regarding where we have to cut and where we can plant, so we do not lose our federal funding regards to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative. Thank Representative Bennington Hughes for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a really quick question, just as an illustration, because we've been using this dam situation when it comes to the civil preparedness, and using that as an illustration of something that would have fallen into that category. My question is, in the event that this civil preparedness action had been in place, how would you have dealt with that any differently than you did?
Well, it took us, we would be able to respond much quicker. It required us the better part of a day to work through the legal questions around whether we had the legal authority to bring a contractor on site, assess the situation, and put in emergency measures to prevent or to make the dam safe. So this would ensure that we're not losing valuable time that puts lives at risk in trying to clarify the legal authority in those circumstances that are not covered by existing emergency authorities.
Thank you. So in essence, you believe that there was at least 1 day delay as a result of not having this?
We were working in parallel processes, but I think our assessment with, working with the attorneys, it was not totally clear cut as we began the emergency response about the extent of our emergency authorities there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you to the team. Representative D'Amico.
You're going to appreciate this, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. Commissioner, I'm going to give you a break. I'm going to ask you about a completely different topic, and it doesn't need to be extensive. So I'm looking at the first bill on our public hearing agenda, 5214, an act concerning Batterson Park. So you submitted testimony about the bill. And I noticed, well, first of all, just in full disclosure, Batterson Park is within my district, as you are well aware. It is a gem. It needs to be restored, and it needs to be restored soon. And it's disappointing to all of us that it has fallen into the disrepair that it has over the last several years. But hopefully we're on the road to fixing that. So I noticed in your testimony, well, first of all, in the bill, it calls for riverfront recapture to take over the operations of the park. It also calls for an increase in the fee, the Passport to the Parks fee, an increase of 50 cents per year. I think I read that properly. And then subsequently indexing that increase to inflation a couple of years out. But what was disturbing to me was a line in your testimony that said the Passport to the Parks fund will be insolvent within the next year. First of all, how can that be? And second of all, will 50 cents a year ameliorate that?
Great, thank you for the question. So I'll just say, and trying to be very brief, the Passport to Parks program has been absolutely invaluable to DEEP being able to maintain the operations of our state parks, especially as we have seen over 50% increase in visitation that started during the pandemic and has sustained ever since. The reason that we expect the Passport account to be in deficit in the near term relates to the costs. The funding for the Passport program is a fixed fee amount, but in an inflationary environment. Many of the costs associated with managing the parks have been increasing over time. We've been very successful in being able to attract lifeguards and seasonal recruitment, more than 500 people that we bring in and hire every summer to be able to keep our parks operational. And I'm proud that we have been able to increase the salaries for those seasonals. It's been absolutely critical to be able to attract qualified individuals to fill those positions. But that's just one example of an area of expenditures that is funded by Passport, but where we've seen those costs increasing over time. We were glad to have the opportunity to this year to prepare a report and host public meetings, including in Farmington and elsewhere around the future of Batterson. We provided a variety of different options for the legislature to consider. The public-private partnership model is one that we see as preferable to some of the other options that we considered. I think the proposal in this bill, as we understand it, would be to provide incremental funding through Passport to fund a partner to maintain for the operations of Batterson. But that funding is not sufficient to, as proposed. It wouldn't cover both the Batterson proposal that's in this bill, as well as the revenue necessary for DEEP to be able to continue to maintain our operations within our state parks. So we'd be glad to work with the committee on the future of Batterson and ensuring that we, have sufficient support to continue to maintain our amazing state park system.
I am in complete agreement with you, Commissioner, but it raises another question, and this will be my final question, Mr. Chair. You'll be happy to know that. Commissioner, I believe that the legislature a couple of years ago set aside a substantial amount of money in the budget for that year to go towards Batterson Park. So I'm a little confused. We have this big chunk of money. Why do we need to now take money from the Passport to the Parks fund in addition to that? So perhaps you could help me with the math here.
Right. I think you're referring to 10 million that was allocated. We have been able to utilize a portion of that funding, small portion, to be able to hire the consultant and in working with the city of Hartford to help evaluate these different options and assess and develop plans for operation of Batterson going forward. There's also under any of the different scenarios that we assessed in our report, different capital investments that would be necessary to bring Batterson up to a level to support the different kinds of amenities and services that are contemplated. But in addition to that, of course, beyond capital investments and one-time contributions, there are ongoing annual operations and maintenance expenses associated with running a park, from providing for public safety or maintainers mowing lawns, so on and so forth. And those are beyond, those would require an ongoing funding stream, depending on, of course, who owns it and how this moves forward. But we're happy to continue to engage with the General Assembly on this topic.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Thank you, Commissioner, and the
Thank you.
team for it was a riveting 90 minutes. Next on our agenda is Noah Janis, virtually. Noah, come in, Noah.
Morning.
Aw.
My name is Noah Janis, and I'm speaking on HB number 5217. I live in Middlefield. I'm a fourth grader. I've been voted for one of my class senators, and I'm in PAC 33, and we have been learning about owls for the past year. And our journey began when we visited a place called Hope, and we met 3 owls, and 2 of them we adopted. One was a great horned owl named Amber, and one was a snowy owl named Otzi. Our pack went to the Institute of National Native American Studies, and we were able to see owls' nests as well as dissect owl homes. We were looking for the food. So for now, for food now that is being poisoned. Some species of owls are on the endangered species list. This is mostly due to humans and the use of rodenticides. If you take one species of an animal out of the food chain, there are lots of consequences. If you kill off the mice and rats and moles, you leave no food for the owls to eat. In November, we went on a hike in Durham, and we were looking for owls and beavers. We learned that beavers dam up the water, which causes the mice to drink from the water without drink the water, and the owls would starve and die. This is just one example of how owls impact the environment. If you remove one part of the ecosystem, it can create destruction. One night we did an experiment about water. We put green sprinkles to mimic poison on the flower that was to be land. One of the scouts poured water into the flower and it started turning green. If rodenticides get into water, how far could the poison travel? To make matters worse, if people use second-generation rodenticides, the poison transfers to the baby owls. This impacts how they eat, breathe, and fly. As Cub Scouts, we are taught about leaving no trace, and that means to leave all things the way we found them. I think people should live by this. Leave no trace so that we can all enjoy the owls like Otzi and Amber.
Noah, thank you for your testimony. How long have you been involved in Scouts?
Around 4 years.
Huh? Do I have any questions for Noah from anyone? Representative Palm.
Good morning, Noah. Thank you for visiting a place called Hope, which is in a town next to one of the towns I represent. How did your troop decide to take a field trip there?
We didn't take a field trip there. We actually met them at Peckham Park in Middlefield, and they brought 3 owls in cages.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I had a hard time hearing you.
They came to Peckham Park in Middlefield, and they brought them in cages, and they just showed them.
Thanks. And did you learn about rodenticides or pesticides in school by any chance?
No, not exactly. We had a visit with Senator Cohen at the community center, and she talked about how rodenticides are impacting most owls and all that.
Great, thanks. Glad to hear it. I'm glad you guys went there.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you for your patience and for your testimony. And I'm sure we'll see you testifying in the future.
Yeah,
Next.
before you hang up, we have one more person with us.
Oh, is that Audrey?
Audrey. Yeah.
Okay, well, you beat me to it. Audrey, the stage is yours. Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Audrey Archett, Middlefield, Durham Cub Scout Pack 33, and I'd like to talk about House Bill 5217 because our pack has been studying owls this year. As I lay here at night, my window is slightly open.
Audrey,
I know that
Audrey.
Yes.
Take your time. Slow down.
Okay.
Take your time.
I know that my parents would not be happy, but I can hear the owls having a conversation with each other. I love nature. That is part of what scouting has taught me. We had someone from a place called Hope come talk to our Cub Scout pack, and we got to see a few owls that are native to Connecticut up close. They were awesome. She explained that there are not enough of them. She also told us about how they fix up with the intention of releasing them back into the wild where they belong. But sometimes they can't. And sometimes they have to put them to sleep because of the poison. It made me want to cry. I remember Senator Cohen coming to talk to our scout den about a bill that would ban the use of rodenticides, a poison. I learned how horrible it is not only the owls, but also for other birds of prey that I see each day in Middlefield, other wildlife, and even our environment. This poison not only kills the rodents that you want to kill, but also kills any animal or bird that might eat the dead rodents or drink the infected water. I would miss my owls. I would miss the red-tailed hawks that fly overhead. And not only me, but everyone would miss them. Birds of prey are also good for our farmers. I would also hate to come home to find my cat dying a horrible death because he had caught one of the poisoned rats and eaten it. As a senator at my school for the last 2 years, I've learned that people need to speak up in order to help make change. So that is what I am doing. Please vote to ban this poison. I don't have the answer to the rodent problem, but I do think rodenticides are not the answer because traps are much better and safer for our environment and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. You made our day here. Don't go anywhere. You have a question, Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank both of you from PAC 33, and we should invite you to the Connecticut Animal Advocacy Caucus, because clearly you've shown sensitivity and what would be the nature around us without the beautiful creatures in it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both again.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Audrey, thank you for your patience and waiting for us, and I'm sure we'll see you again.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
I didn't see that. There we go. Representative Parker has a question for you, Audrey. Don't
Thank you.
hold
Bye.
on. Don't go anywhere yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. Just wanted to say, as the state representative from the 101st District representing Durham, these young people make me very proud and our whole community. So thank you both for taking the time to be here with us today. And I thank my colleagues for considering this testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, Audrey, now you're done. Again, thank you for taking the time and to testify in front of us. Next on the list is Representative Cheeseman. A tough act to follow.
You took the words right out of my mouth. What do they say? Never pair with children and animals. Well, I don't know. I'm with the animals, so. Good morning, Chairs Lopes and Gresco, ranking members Callahan and Harding, because I know he's really here somewhere, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I want to thank you for letting me be here today to present testimony in support of Bill 5216. From the time I was first elected, I became aware of the problems that resulted from the overpopularity of Gardner Lake. Whether it was too many people on the water, overflowing trash, out of control alcohol use, the residents and the local community were really concerned. In the first year of my term, I was able to work with Senator Formica to get an alcohol ban passed. But in the years that have followed, the problems have just exploded. And I know there's testimony from DEEP explaining that they simply don't have the capacity to patrol the park and keep things safe for everyone. On the other hand, that they can't limit people going in. I believe this is a true public safety issue. And with your permission, I have my first selectman, Ed Shimolewski of Salem here, who can really give you the firsthand view of what it's like as a town leader to have to confront a situation that is really not his responsibility. So may I bring First Selectman Shimolewski up with me? Thank you.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Ed Shimolewski, and I'm happy to give testimony today in support of Raised House Bill 5216. And it is a tough act to follow those wonderful Cub Scouts. They're our future. Dear Chairs Lopes and Gresco, ranking members Harding and Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environmental Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. As first selectman in the town of Salem, I respectfully urge you to support Raised House Bill 5216. I'm a retired state and local law enforcement supervisor with over 35 years of experience, and I spent many years supervising police officers at Ocean Beach State Park. It's my strong belief that the current seasonal conditions at the state of Connecticut, Gardner Lake State Park, and Boat Launch are unsafe and dangerous. Failure to enact these recommended safeguards to protect public safety could very well lead to serious physical injury and/or death. Gardner Lake's a breathtaking 500-plus acre lake surrounded by well-maintained private homes and a privately owned camp that borders the towns of Salem, Montville, and Bosra. The main entrance to Gardner Lake State Park and Boat Launch is located on a state road. Oversight, authority, management, maintenance, and police-related safety and security for the roadway, for the park, and for the boat launch falls on the state of Connecticut. It's my understanding that a combined state park and boat launch is unusual. Each require individualized staffing, oversight, management, and security, but the combination of the two multiplies its problems exponentially. More often than not, during the busy summer months at Gardner Lake State Park and boat launch, it's unstaffed, it's unmanaged, it's unsupervised until a problem arises. This is due to the failure of the state to provide proper deep funding for its park staff. As a member of the Salem Board of Selectmen for the past 12 years, I've repeatedly heard residents of Salem, Bosra, and Montville complain about quality of life issues, excessive alcohol consumption, illicit drug use, noise complaints, trespassing, and other dangerous conditions at Gardner Lake State Park and boat launch. In the past, residents complained focused about alcohol consumption, noise-related issues, and quality of life. I'm happy to say that we work with Senator Formica, State Representative Cheeseman, former Selectman Kevin Lyden, to work with DEEP to institute an alcohol ban within the park. Though the alcohol ban has been renewed every year, it's only been effective when the police are on site to impose a clear and present deterrent. Without police patrols, the alcohol ban is meaningless. I've observed children and adults swimming in the lake nearly get hit by speeding jet skis. I've observed DEEP signs prohibiting swimming and mooring of water vessels ignored by visitors more often than not. I've observed people jumping from the dock in front of moving boats and jet skis. I've observed people trespassing on neighborhood residential properties. I've observed children and adults nearly get hit by motor vehicles or backing trailered vehicles while crossing the boat launch pavement while attempting to use the porta potty. I've observed people pouring gas into their jet skis and boats, carelessly spilling gasoline into our beautiful lake. I've observed people urinating in public, and I've observed raw sewage and urine from mischievously overturned porta potty located near the lake run down the pavement into the lake that was filled with people. When the parking lot's full, park goers use neighborhood streets, sometimes parking on residential lawns, and they've been known to carpool for as long as 4 miles away in our businesses. On a hot summer weekend, the park and its staff, the problems explode exponentially. While additional funding funds to support the state park through passports to park programs have been taken in by the state, as we've heard, this income's not being reinvested at the state boat launch in Gardner Lake. In 2023, a local newspaper wrote an article titled "Keeping Order at Gardner Lake." In the article, many of these problems were noted. Residents stated, "It's just a matter of time before there's an accident." As the first selectman in Salem, after exhausting efforts to try to get DEEP patrols and state police patrols, I hired at Salem taxpayer costs Connecticut state troopers to work patrol and overtime on the beach. And we hired a tow truck.
Your time is
as a
expired. If you
deterrent.
could just summarize, please.
Thank you. The enhanced coverage has cost us thousands of dollars. I want to express my appreciation to Gardner Lake Authority, to the state representatives Holly Cheeseman, Bosra Selectman Pianka, Montville Mayor Bunnell, DEEP Manager Knoop, DEEP Captain Mazadas, Connecticut State Police Lieutenant Litwind, Sergeant Rupert, and resident troopers Duffy and Crosby, as well as our Salem Board of Selectmen, for leaning forward and trying to proactively plan this next coming season. But we need your help. We need this bill passed. To address issues and avert possible tragedy, it seems only prudent for DEEP to carry out the process that was outlined in this proposed bill to fund and fund it accordingly. I respectfully urge your support for raised House Bill 5216. Thank you very much.
Mr. First Selectman, thank you for the testimony. I have to say, I admire your hairstyle. And you have a question from Representative Callahan.
Thank you. It was a bad hair day this morning. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Cheeseman, and my old friend Ed. Thank you for coming in. Ed and I worked together many years ago, and I haven't seen you in probably 15 years. So it's great to see you here.
Great to see you, Representative Callahan. Thank you for your kind words.
And thank you for your service to your country, your state, and your town. If you could, it seems like a similar situation to we dealt with at Squan's Pond, but you have, is it difficult to get DEEP NCON officers there? Are they there all the time on hot summer weekends?
The DEEP, they're not regularly patrolled. So what we found over the years is that it's a triage. They're not properly funded. They're not properly staffed. So if you look at all of your state parks, there is not a schedule. Once the local newspaper article hit mid-season, we were able to collaborate. I was able to coordinate efforts with DEEP and the state police. But if you look at their schedule, they're not funded. The problem is that without that, residents get upset. People get used to drinking and doing what they want to do. And then when DEEP staff do come in, because they're not staffing it every weekend in the summer, there's no one there. I have been the parking guard as the first selectman. I've been there coordinating with the state police and then bringing in DEEP, and we've had a great huddle up, but often there's no one there. And that's the problem. So residents get upset because there's no services. And then people get upset, and then the law enforcement component gets upset because they're getting yelled at and berated by the residents that are upset. It's challenging. It's a very challenging situation.
The way I understand it is that the cost to manage this is falling on you and your town.
The cost is falling on, I paid overtime, thousands of dollars last year, and I put in my budget this year for overtime for Connecticut state troopers to patrol the Gardner Lake State Park and boat launch, because DEEP is not funded, and we know that on a regular shift on a weekend, there's 1 or 2 DEEP NCON officers in Eastern Connecticut. We also know that at the troop, and that's why I wanted to comment on the cooperation of the lieutenant and his staff. There's a couple troopers in the entire Eastern District of Colchester. So we know there's no one to respond when the neighbors are calling. And so I've got to step up for safety and provide that. It would be great to fund DEEP. And if DEEP can't provide their NCON officers, then they could bring in the state police on a contract interagency agreement to staff Gardner Lake Park.
And if I could just weigh in, do you want to turn your mic off, Ed? The Gardner Lake Authority itself raises funds and contracts with the Montville Police Department to patrol the lake. But again, this is the local towns footing the bill for something that DEEP is at this point unable to provide. And my frustration is if you can't ensure the safe use of the park by providing the resources necessary, to then be told, but we can't give you people to stop people coming in. It seems a conundrum. And at the end of the day, it is the local residents, the local towns who are paying the price for this. And there's some other testimony from local residents. And you go to the meetings of the Gardner Lake Authority and talk to the Friends of Gardner Lake, and they genuinely believe it is only a matter of time before we have a terrible tragedy, because there's so many people in this small area. And as the first selectman said, if there is not the presence of law enforcement or NCON officers, that behavior that DEEP may have, it's an alcohol ban or whatever, just simply can't be stopped. And at the end of the day, do we want to sit by and allow this to happen. And I think the legislation that was passed with regard to Squan's Pond provides a perfect path forward. Let's do a study. Let's see what the maximum capacity is that can safely use the park. And it's not every day, you get rainy weekends, it's fine, but it's on those days when it's hot, when it's sunny. And you heard the commissioner say, we've seen a 50% increase in the number of people using the state parks. This is not an attempt to deny people an access to the park. This is an attempt to keep the people who are at the park safe and ensure the quality of life for the residents. And I know Deep has said they're willing to discuss this. I think that's obviously welcome, but in the interim, how does it hurt to do the study to at least look at how can we ensure that people can use this wonderful facility in a safe manner?
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, my old friend, Mr. Chmielewski. I'm probably one of the few people here that can pronounce that right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Along with his hairstyle, I appreciate his ethnicity too, Mr. Chmielewski. Tayak Dotsi. Representative Palm.
Representative Cheeseman and Mr. Selectman, I just want to thank you both very much for bringing this to our attention. I think this is endemic in our state. I represent 4 towns on the Connecticut River, one of which is Haddam, and Haddam Meadows is absolutely, I would say, tormented with the same problem. We have residents who literally check into hotels in the summer because their houses vibrate so violently from the booming music. That's not an exaggeration. They actually literally have to leave their homes in order to sleep because water is, as we know, a conduit for noise, and they can't sleep. So I've been dealing with this for 4 years. Deep has been responsive in the immediate, but they don't have the funding. So I would urge all of my colleagues, when it comes time to talk about budgets and how we spend money, nobody ever wants to give more money to Deep, but this is a really good example of how more NCON officers would solve the problem, because respectfully, even when you post the capacity and you post the rules, and you have enough trash barrels and all the things you're asking for, if there's no one there to enforce it, it won't happen. And one of the problems is that the big iron gates that block the entryway are now bolted shut. They used to swing closed at 5 o'clock or 7, whenever dusk was, and the park was officially closed. Somebody would come around and close that gate. I've been told over and over again they can't do that because then we're going to trap boaters into the park who then arrive after dusk and then they can't leave. So without NCON officers there, this is a problem that is just going to keep on happening no matter how many times you post warnings. So I thank you very much both for being here. I'm 100% in favor of fixing this problem, but please know that Gardner Lake is not the only one. It is happening in all of our parks. And the poor NCON officers are run ragged, bouncing like ping pong balls from entryway to entryway, shushing people out only to have them sneak back in again because there's no gate. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's a real issue for Deep, and I wish we could give them money to fund these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Final question before we let you head out. The majority of the individuals during peak time, are they Connecticut residents or are they from out of state? In your estimation?
Representative Gresco, that's a great question. We see cars from Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island, as far away as Vermont, outside of certainly our Eastern Connecticut, from everywhere. I think Representative Palm hit the nail on the head when we talk about enforcement, on-site enforcement. What we have found is if there is a Deep officer, NCON police officer, state trooper, or even someone from Deep park individual, the problems cease almost immediately. And what we have found is, especially when there's safety checks, every 3rd or 4th car with a boat that's coming into the park leaves, because what we have found, what I've been told by the officers, is they probably have an unregistered boat, they have an unregistered trailer, they have an unregistered car, all of the above, or there's issues. So I'm there and I'm watching every 3rd or 4th car. They pull in, they see the safety check or the police, and they leave. So that presence of Deep staff and officers is just critical.
Thank you again. Next is Representative Howard.
Did I scare you away, Joe? I'm sorry. I didn't want to start without you. Mr. Chairman, thank you to you and the rankings, leadership, and the members of this committee, including my colleague from Stonington, Representative Baumgartner, for raising House Bill 5222. A very exciting bill on your agenda today. I thought I would be here today to provide you some history. The Pawcatuck River sits between the state of Rhode Island and the state of Connecticut. It's a geographical landmark between the two. Enforcement on that river becomes a bit problematic, as you can imagine, because the state line is exactly in the middle of the river, wherever that may be. And then not only is it two towns, but specifically two states. The state of Rhode Island has a statute in which the harbor master, which in the case of Wesley is their police chief, can enact a no-wake zone unilaterally wherever and whenever he sees fit. The reason we're here today on this bill is because in 2022, he did just that in most of the Pawcatuck River. It created a bit of a problem because he was creating a no-wake zone in Connecticut. I will save you 2 years of meetings and tell you where we ended up. Originally, Wesley wanted to create a no-wake zone throughout the entirety of the river. Created a real hardship for 3 of my businesses on the Pawcatuck side because 3 of them are marinas and 2 of them are full-service marinas. They use a big stretch of that for sea trials. So they need areas that are not considered no-wake zone to do those sea trials. Otherwise, the billable hours for the consumer goes up significantly while they try to get out to the sound. So the result of these meetings between the two towns, and I should tell you that both towns, the police departments, the harbor commissions, the CEOs of both towns are in agreement, was to limit markers 6 through 16, I think it is, in your bill. The reason for that is because that specific area is about 3/4 of a mile. And it's a bit longer, but I should say that the real impact is about 3/4 of a mile. The reason for that is because a big chunk of that is already no wake zone by regulation, by nature of the fact that it's within 100 feet of a couple of marinas that are there. It's also within 100 feet of some moored vessels. So we're really talking about narrowing this down to about 3/4 of a mile. For your average boater, maybe at best, they're adding 10 minutes as they travel through there. But I think the exchange for that is quite beneficial to us. Not only do we create a safer environment because that narrow channel and that narrow river in that specific area has a couple of tight turns, which, you know, as a smaller boat is passing a larger boat, we could have an accident. There are concerns in that area about erosion of the shoreline because of the wake, because there are places where it's right at that 100-foot mark. And most notably, it continues a generations-long partnership between the town of Wesley and the town of Stonington, or our 2 states, are relevant to enforcement and safety on that river. So I thank you for raising it. That's sort of the history of how we got here today. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Howard. So my one question is, I took the time to read some of the electronic testimony, and one of them indicated that there, as you said, already exists a large no-wake zone, but it would deter boaters from using public boat launches and supporting local marinas and adds time.
Yeah, so to that, I did speak with one of those individuals. He's a happens to be a constituent of mine from North Stonington, and explained sort of the history. Right now, if the state of Rhode Island the town of Wesley can create a no-wake zone throughout the entire thing, and a majority of that area is within their waters, and we could have the entire river be no wake, and that would significantly impact. I think the net impact here is notable, Mr. Chairman, in that, you know, for your average center console boat going through there to get up on plane, maybe they hit 25 miles an hour. We're asking them to go 5 miles an hour through 3/4 of a mile stretch, where arguably even within there, they should be going no wake speed if they're within 100 feet of shore at certain tides, or if there's boats in that mooring field. So, I mean, you're talking about adding, I think on average, maybe 6-7 minutes. And I would say at most for your quicker boats that jump right up on plane, maybe you're adding 10 minutes to their day in exchange for what I said we're getting. So I sort of alleviated that concern with at least one of those individuals, I think, in our conversation. And I share his concern. I want to get out to the sound, as quickly as possible, enjoy my day like everybody else. But again, we're talking a few minutes.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Anyone else with Representative Baumgartner?
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see my friend Representative Howard. I have the privilege of representing Stonington with Representative Howard, and I want to thank him for raising this issue to this committee. As the representative clearly articulated, you can't put a price on life, and if it means a small inconvenience to just a handful of folks who are enjoying the water, I think the vast majority of those folks would even agree that, again, you can't put a price tag on their neighbor's life. So want to thank you for raising this concept and working together on this. And we both represent literally the southeastern corner of the state, and we are no strangers to working with our westerly neighbors, of course. And so I have no doubt that in the end, both sides of the river will be appreciative of this potential change.
Thank you, Representative. I would also say that the residents who have some private docks in that area that are just outside the 100-foot mark, they're very supportive of this as well, because they're getting some damage to their boat as well.
Thank you, Representative Callahan.
Just briefly, good to see you, Representative Howard.
Thank you.
Some of what you said about what's going on in the river is troubling. Yeah, I'm glad to see.
Things can be troubling here sometimes.
And I'm glad you two are working together to try and solve this. You said Westerly's already has a no-wake zone?
That's
and
correct.
That's just on the opposite side, or?
So Westerly has established a no-wake zone in this area. They originally want to establish a no-wake zone to the whole river, much of that channel, which is on their side. So in these sort of negotiations and agreements, much like we do up here, we landed in this area where just this particular section will be a no-wake zone. The problem is most of that section is in Connecticut. So we don't have a statute where the harbor master can create a no-wake zone like they can. We need a town ordinance, or in this case, legislation.
Okay.
And this is not new. My predecessor, Representative Urban, and at the time, Senator Maynard, proposed similar legislation that's in our statute now for the Mystic River for sections of that.
I get it. Thanks. Good to see you, Representative Howard.
Seeing no other questions, Representative Howard, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Next on the list is Joanna Wozniak Brown, and then followed by Deputy Commissioner Koski.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I apologize if I have difficulty enunciating. I had dental work done yesterday. So thank you, Chairman Lopes and Gresco, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, and Vice Chairs Palm and Hockadell. My name is Joanna Wozniak Brown, and I'm the Climate and Infrastructure Policy Coordinator at the Office of Policy and Management. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today in support of the Governor's bill, an act coordinating Connecticut resiliency planning and broadening municipal options for climate resilience, also known as SB 11. You'll also have written testimony from the governor and several state agencies. This bill has one objective: increase the resiliency of our communities to the impacts of disasters and climate change. It will do this by increasing municipal options for adaptation projects and overall resiliency, improving and integrating plans to coordinate our land use, transportation, and hazard mitigation efforts, and to develop related geospatial information. Identifying our vulnerabilities, whether it be hyperlocal or regional, is integral to us identifying solutions. The governor's proposed budget also has two related provisions. One is a $5.75 million ARPA allocation to assist in the completion of the activities of SB 11, and an increase in bond authorization for extreme heat capital projects to help local communities. We saw widespread issues across the state just in the past year. Washouts, collapses, and roadway buckling from flooding complicated emergency access and islanded families. Initial estimates for immediate damages to culverts and roads alone right after the floods were about $4.3 million and $8 million last January and July, respectively. In July, Norfolk alone had an estimated impact of $3.5 million. Across the state, individual assistance requested for residences and businesses were $3.3 million for the January floods. We're also not immune to the impacts of extreme heat. Over 30 school districts had to close due to extreme heat last September. And between 2014 and 2018, there is an average of 410 emergency room visits for heat-related illnesses each year. We're already experiencing these expensive and deadly impacts of climate change. On the bright side, we have incredible expertise across our state, not least of which in our state agencies and municipalities, and we have many willing and talented partners. SB 11 recognizes the differences in community priorities, that one solution does not fit all, and that overall, our state is experiencing harm to our infrastructure, business community, and our residents. The various sections of SB 11 work together to provide the coordination and flexibility necessary to address these challenges. With coordinated planning, better data, and the right incentives as established in SB 11, the administration is more hopeful than ever about our prospects. We look forward to working with our communities, the councils of governments, subject matter experts, and other partners to make a more resilient Connecticut.
Thank you for your testimony. I had a couple of questions. I know you're in the audience. Well, I don't see Mary's hand, Representative Mushinsky's hand up, but in some of her comments previously to the Deep Commissioner, she had suggested that instead of climate emergency or climate change, a more specific terms, projected rainfall, projected drought, projected fire hazard. Would the administration be open to having that type of discussion to be a little bit more specific?
Yes.
I love those one-word answers. Commissioner Dykes? Oh, sorry. Mary hanging around the building for so long, she knows this stuff, so I'm stealing her thunder a little bit, but thank you, and we look forward to having that conversation. And then my last and second question is, does this obligate towns to report culverts that have been constructed on private property, and specifically Section 17?
I appreciate that question. We can certainly add greater specificity as to which ones would be obligated, but we expect that would be focused mostly on governmental investments and flood management.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. And I do appreciate you meeting with myself and Senator Harding last week to talk about this. As you know, during our meeting, we talked about, and you did provide a summary, which I appreciate. It's a complicated bill, and you're lucky to come after the Deep Commissioner because I think a lot of the questions were asked to her, myself, and as many of the members on this side of the room expressed numerous concerns about the powers being granted by SB 11, and also how a lot of this has to do with housing and planning and development. So I'm hoping they certainly have a chance to look at this bill as well. I do have a problem with forcing higher costs on the residents of Connecticut based on predictions. I'd love to know the weather for 3 weeks from now, but because I'm going skiing, but I don't think anyone can provide it because it's just not possible. So a lot of this is resting on predictions and probabilities. I think we should be ready for events that have been happening for centuries. I grew up on Long Island Sound. I can remember flooding every other year, but I'm going to save a lot of those questions for another time, and I think this will also, like I said, go through another committee. But I personally, speaking for myself, not for all my colleagues, I have great concerns with this bill. Thank you, and thank you for being my constituent.
Thank you, Representative, and we look forward to further dialogue as we make sure that we're addressing these incredible impacts that we haven't experienced before, because we do have measures instituted for existing things, but we do not have measures for the new events and novel experiences that we're having. And so the reason that this bill is structured with, like, for example, the update to the water regulations on a regular interval is to make sure we are incorporating the best one. And we look back to the past of what we've had and look back to the best available science so that we don't have the most devastating impacts.
Thank you. And it's always great to have someone in the room who knows where the town of Sherman is.
There's not many.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. Just a couple follow-up questions, if I may, through the chair. And I wasn't going to ask the commissioner any more questions because I didn't want that good chair, so I had to pop off. I meant that as in jest, obviously, please the record reflect. Line 890, extreme heat was added. What's the thought on what is extreme heat? Are we talking, 105 and higher? What's the thought there?
I printed out the Word doc version, which doesn't have the lines. So which section does that?
Oh, sorry,
have it in
section 13.
Section 13. Yes, extreme heat has not typically been recognized as a disaster per se, but we know that it can have injurious and deadly effects on our residents, particularly the ones that are most vulnerable, that have pre-existing conditions, live in urban communities, or don't have access to cooling infrastructure. So by the inclusion of this would make sure that it's not just limited to our traditional events, but we have response during those extended heat waves, which we are continuing to have longer periods and more frequent.
And the good chair brought up the concerns that I had with the definition of climate change, and your one-word answer and agreeing to kind of, as was suggested, maybe trying to narrow that down to more specifics. And I had asked the good commissioner about what she foresaw as something under civil preparedness that climate change would include, that's not currently included. The example the only example that she could come up with, or she gave us, was the dam example. I'm wondering if you have examples in your head or your understanding through discussions as to what other civil preparedness emergencies or situations that would be included that aren't now, but would be for if we add the word climate change in there.
Yes, I appreciate that question. I also appreciated the commissioner's testimony, because that was just a perfect example of something that produced potentially imminent harm to the community. But an additional example would be extreme heat, that we don't usually get extreme heat waves named. I think Oregon had started to name theirs because of just given the impacts of their community from extreme heat. But when we have those extended outages and you have to deploy emergency powers, it means you can deliver funding immediately to that existing community. So if there was a prolonged, extensive, and repetitive heat exposure to a community, you could deploy immediate sheltering, distribute equipment for cooling for those communities, and then access additional funding that might not otherwise be available to the community at that point in time.
Thank you for that. And as we've kind of expressed, at least over here, I like, extended outages, whether, as opposed to climate change, or extended heat, extreme heat, and we can give legislative intent that extreme heat is not 65 degrees and your AC is not working. Extreme heat is 105, 110 type of idea. Now, with regard to the dam situation, that was fixed, though, under the current language. So climate change didn't need to be added for that to be addressed. Is that fair to say?
I think I would defer to Deep with their attorneys and the way that they were interpreting the statute. I was not in the room when they had to make those discussions. However, the civil preparedness statute does not only relate to emergency powers. It relates to the way that state emergency management relates to local and regional emergency management on an ongoing basis, whether that be for training or going after grant applications for federal funds, or a listing of infrastructure that would reduce their harm. There's a lot of different places that civil preparedness plays into our resiliency for over the long term.
That's a very good point, and I appreciate that I was not necessarily thinking of that. So thank you. All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, Joanna, thank you for your patience and for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Deputy Commissioner Koski, followed by Janet Brooks.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I am Jared Koski. I am the Deputy Commissioner of the Insurance Department, and I'm here to provide the department's testimony in support of the Governor's Bill, SB 11, an act coordinating Connecticut resiliency planning and broadening municipal options for climate resilience. The core mission of the Connecticut Insurance Department is consumer protection, and SB 11 is consistent with that mission as it endeavors to improve resiliency for Connecticut residents from natural disasters. Specifically, Section 24 of SB 11 directs the insurance commissioner to convene a working group comprised of a broad group of stakeholders to study the need for fortification of Connecticut homes and small businesses to protect against potential losses due to natural disasters, hazards, and climate change. The working group would be charged with formulating a recommendation regarding the structure and feasibility of a program to assist homeowners and small businesses with fortification against such losses, potential incentives for fortification activities, and funding sources to support the program. We are enthusiastic to convene this working group and ultimately see the recommendations in their report as it relates to resiliency measures for our homes and small businesses. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 11, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Any questions, Representative O'Day?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. The timing of the working group, I haven't been able to, I'm much better with paper, and I don't have this whole 60.
It's tight.
But the working group, I like the idea of having a working group look into this.
Yeah.
My concern about the housing codes, and I didn't address that with the commissioner because I understand I was out of the room when Senator Harding went into that. But there's some proposals about changing the building codes based on climate change. Are those proposals going to come after your working group?
I don't think those are, I'm not sure they're consistent with the activities of the working group, which I think is more so dedicated to the retrofitting of homes as opposed to the new structure. But I understand if there is an overlap with that timing, there may need to be an adjustment with regards to that time, that charge, because the due date for the working group's activity is pretty tight. It's January 1st of 2025 for when the report's due. So I would say as we get into that, there may be some recommendations, but whether or not there's overlap with regards to those standards, there may be a need to change those timelines. Yeah.
Yes, I would encourage the good chairs and rankings to look, because lines 1174 to 1181 go into how the state building inspector and the codes and standards committee shall revise the state building code to require the buildings and building elements described in subdivision 1 of this subsection design to provide optimum greenhouse gas emission reduction and resiliency against the impacts of climate change over the useful life of the building. I would encourage there to be some coordination there. My concern is that we're going to be going cross paths almost. And so I've got concerns about the makeup of the group and the training required. But in any event, I would just encourage as a group, us as a legislature looking into coordinating what you're talking about with lines 1174 to 1181. But
yeah, and I would certainly imagine that the working group, as they investigate what needs to be done, their recommendations would take that into account.
Well, let's make sure that that happens. Thank you very much for your testimony
You're
here
welcome.
today.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Representative.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Seeing no other hands raised, Deputy Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you.
Next to testify is Janet Brooks virtually, and followed by Bill Lucy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Attorney Janet Brooks, and I would like to speak on the legal aspects of supporting HB 5218. There will be plenty of folks who will be testifying in support of it for the substantive grounds. I want to say that I particularly support the approach of acquiring conservation easements for establishing riparian corridors, because that will capture the universe of folks who aren't conducting regulated activities, therefore would never be coming in for a wetlands permit, and therefore the buffer requirement wouldn't kick in. It would also allow us to reach the exempt activities, which otherwise also wouldn't be subject to such a condition. And it will, by payment of it, certainly eliminate any concern about any unconstitutional taking pursuant to either our state or federal constitution. For the definition in lines 10 and 11, I think we ought to be a little more explicit about what's excluded. And I would say instead of the phrase "in lieu of lawn," excluding grass lawns, golf courses, and athletic fields, as grass lawns are a form of vegetated cover. In the two sections where it assigns tasks to the Commissioner of Deep, either for developing training or for developing the setback standards, I would encourage you to add a requirement that she collaborate and consult with others who actively are engaged in these issues, either providing live training, since Deep has stepped back and does not provide live training, and in that void, other individuals and organizations have stepped up and do provide that. And those of us who do this know the issues that the commissioners are eager to be trained on. And the other thing is that there's for setbacks, for instance, there are 5 municipal wetlands agencies that didn't wait for a state mandate or buffer. And I think we ought to be looking at those experiences. I had occasion to do a report on this and present on this orally at a Kakiwik annual meeting in 2013. So we have at least a decade's worth of data, and they range really substantially from 25 feet to 120 feet. And one town has 5 different categories. And while that might seem strange at first, in fact, that might work well for the different size lots or the different kinds of land use on those lots.
Janet, can you wrap up, please?
I'm sorry, is my time up?
Yes, the 3 minutes, if you can summarize, please.
And the last thing is, for the training, we really need to have the name of the member and the year in which it was completed, because otherwise it doesn't help us to know then when the ongoing condition. Oh, and please don't invalidate, please don't take out the sentence, failure to have a member with training shall not affect the validity, without telling us what you meant. Otherwise, we're at the mercy of the courts to tell us what you meant by removing that. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
The one question I had was, one of the concerns about the training is it's hard enough to get individuals to serve on inland wetlands commissions. And now, this might act as a deterrent rather than, look, if I'm going to be on an inland wetlands commission, I want to take the class because I want to have a clue as to what I'm deciding on. But not everyone views a 4-hour or 5-hour online class as something that they would look forward to doing. Your feelings.
Well, I've read the comments from the small towns, and I find it baffling to see how a town would want folks to sit on a commission without training. They have to have it for zoning now. And it's not that you have to take it at 8 hours in one stretch. You can stretch it out 1 hour at a time and do it. And in fact, I guess I find that people are starved for training. When we do I do 2 workshops a year at the Kakiwik annual meeting. They are the highest attended workshops, not because of me and my training, because they are starved for opportunities to ask questions. There's no other opportunity to ask live questions engaging the Wetlands Act and their duties.
Janet, thank you. Did you submit electronic testimony as well?
Yes.
All right, beautiful. Any other questions? Seeing no hands raised, Janet, thank you for your testimony and for your patience.
Thank you.
Next is Bill Lucy, followed by Parker Rodriguez.
All right, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Bill Lucy, Long Island Soundkeeper. I work for Save the Sound, and I'm here to testify on the very same bill, 5218, dealing with the inland wetlands and the riparian corridors. And it's broken into 3 sections. The first part dealing with the training, which we've heard a couple of people talk about this morning. And in my opinion, it is essential because the decisions made by these commissions can cause an incredible amount of damage if they're not done. And speaking from experience, it's easy to drain a swamp or damage an upland area. And it takes a lot of time and money to try and put it back together. It's kind of like Humpty Dumpty. It's very difficult. So the best way to manage that is to keep it functioning in the first place. And that takes well-informed decision makers. The second part of this is to look at innovative ideas, conservation easements for protecting riparian zones. And the reason that this is important is because it creates an incentive for people, an economic incentive to do the right thing. Even if we get to mandates, which is the third section of this, there's still a lot of areas that need riparian protection far beyond what a state mandate would be. Having done this work with the Forest Service and managing for timber harvest, there's a number of different size riparian buffers based on the type of water body that you need to take into consideration. And the point of them is to filter trash, filter nutrients, create shade, improve wildlife corridors. There's a number of things. There's a lot of people who submitted testimony on this. And I really do think it's time. I know this has been around the horn several years. But I think it's time for the state of Connecticut to get on board with the rest of New England. They all have these rules. The world didn't come to an end. It backstops the local agencies, and it makes it easier for them to do the right thing, to have that state backing. So I urge support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone with any questions? We got it close to the finish line last year. And my one question is, there is a similar piece of legislation in front of planning and development concerning the training and the inland wetlands training. I believe theirs is a little bit more restrictive and stringent than ours. So which one would you prefer?
I'd prefer this one, but again, as what Janet said prior to me, I think we talked with the ranking members and Representative Dubitsky last year, and we agreed that we need to have the language in there. For whatever reason, someone hasn't complied with the training. That doesn't put the decisions of the local inland commission at risk. And I think Brad, our attorney, the attorney for the committee, also pointed that out. So I'd suggest putting that language back in.
Yeah, I have my notes on that one already. Yeah, I can't have that. Anyone else with any questions? Thank you, Bill.
All right, thank you.
Next is Parker Rodriguez, followed by Rhea Donzenko.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Affirmative.
Thank you. My name is Parker Rodriguez. I am an attorney for the Housatonic Railroad, and I am also this year's chairman of the Connecticut Railroad Association, and it's on behalf of the Connecticut Railroad Association that I am testifying on House Bill number 5219. The Connecticut Railroad Association is made up of 8 freight railroads in the state of Connecticut. We have a public-private partnership with the state. We have a close working relationship with DOT, and we operate mostly over state-owned infrastructure, and in many cases, the freight railroads maintain that infrastructure, and that includes vegetation management. I would say generally that we're proud of our impact on the environment. Freight tends to be at least 10 times more efficient than trucks in terms of fuel efficiency, and up to 100 times more efficient than trucks in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. Not only that, but of course there's less wear and tear on the roads, less vehicular accidents, less noise pollution, and so on. Unfortunately, use of herbicides is absolutely essential to maintaining a safe railroad, and I'll try to touch on why. I wish I had more than 3 minutes, because I have a lot to say about this. I did submit written testimony this morning, but first I want to talk about preemption. The Interstate Commerce Commission Termination Act of 1995 laid out the preemption with respect to regulation and oversight of railroad operations and railroad maintenance. It's regulation and enforcement are vested in in agencies of the federal government, including the Surface Transportation Board, the Federal Railroad Administration, and in certain matters, the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Federal preemption of railroad operations and maintenance is exclusive and plenary. The court in Green Mountain Railroad versus Vermont, the Second Circuit, invalidated the application of environmental permitting requirements of Vermont's Act 250 to railroads, and I put some other relevant case law in my written testimony if you want to look at that. Moreover, we are required by federal regulation to control vegetation along our rights of way. There are a number of safety reasons for this. Vegetation is very dangerous. It can catch fire. It can harm the structural integrity of the tracks. It can block lines of sight, which could cause accidents at grade crossings, it can put the public or train crews at risk. So it has to be done. Other methods have been tried other than using herbicides. It doesn't work, which is why every railroad in the country still maintains their railroad using herbicides. And again, there's a lot more about this in my written testimony. So the Massachusetts law, let me backtrack. We have a law which is essentially a notice requirement in the state of Connecticut. And the reason the General Assembly created this notice requirement is because at the time that that law was written, the Connecticut legislature and the railroads, looked at the federal law and agreed that the notice requirement in Congen Stat 22A-66A subsection J is probably not preempted. That's the law we have on the books right now. Whereas any law requiring permits or approvals would be absolutely preempted. And the Massachusetts law, yes?
I had a question. So, and the idea behind this piece of legislation is not mine, and there's nobody here that is behind it. So I'm just gonna kind of pick up the gauntlet here. But from what I can gather for the idea behind this is just do what you're doing in Massachusetts and Connecticut. Apparently there is a obvious difference of what's applied in Massachusetts and what's applied in Connecticut. And I think that's the only ask. I don't believe they're asking for an alternative or an option. Just do what you're doing in Massachusetts in Connecticut. That's the ask.
So thank you for that. What I'm trying to get at is that the Massachusetts law is categorically preempted. The state is not permitted to create permitting or approval requirements and impose those on a railroad to maintain its line. And we have a lot. My railroad runs through Massachusetts. At least 5 of our members' railroads operate in Massachusetts, and we have had a lot of problems. Essentially, this law gives a lot of authority to local conservation commissions. And while these conservation commissions are well-meaning, they often adamantly oppose any use of herbicides at all. And they don't understand the necessity of using herbicides in order to maintain a railroad. And they have, in many cases, imposed burdens or conditions for the approval of the vegetation management that the statute doesn't grant them the authority to impose. And frankly, these local concoms are just not qualified to regulate a railroad that's operating in interstate commerce. And this is precisely the thing that the U.S. Congress was trying to prevent when they created this preemption. So the law has 45-day waiting periods. It has public comment periods. And in fact, the courts use these waiting periods as part of their test as to whether or not preemption applies. And yet those are included in these laws. There are criminal penalties for noncompliance with the law. Moreover, this would only affect, as far as I know, only affect the freight railroads in the state. I understand that this is a reaction to something that happened with the Amtrak line, and I cited a law in the U.S. Code which makes it abundantly clear that if this were to pass, it wouldn't apply to Amtrak. They would have to voluntarily acquiesce to it. And I think the same may be true for Metro North, because Metro North is not even required to to follow the current Connecticut notice and plan filing requirement in section 22A-66A subsection J. So it would only affect freight railroads. And right now we are contracting with licensed contractors who are being overseen by the Connecticut DEEP and the EPA. So they are using approved herbicides, and the herbicides that they select are expected to have no unreasonable adverse effects to the general public or to the environment. They typically use a piece of high rail equipment that has arms that extend out to either side of the track, and they point down at the ground and they spray about 10 feet from the center line of the track in either direction. And typically if there's something that's up, at eye level or higher, they mechanically cut it. And, again, the safety piece, we've seen delays. We've had one of our member railroads was told by a conservation commission that as a condition of the approval of their annual plan to maintain their railroad, they were told that they had to notify every abutting property owner of the railroad of what they were going to do and provide proof of that notice before it could be approved. And meanwhile, it was midsummer, the vegetation was already growing, and this is not a realistic task for a railroad. I mean, some of us, first of all, it's not permissible by the statute, but this is what the Conservation Commission did, and you can't just ignore them because there are criminal penalties. So,
Mr. Rodriguez, I have a question from Representative Palm.
Yep, sir. As I understand this bill before us, this is simply about notification of the local towns. And it's not even a prohibition against using the pesticides. It's simply letting the DOT and the towns know what you plan to do so that people can plan not to let their kids play or take walks or let their dog roam, et cetera. So I'm not sure why this is being perceived as so onerous. Any practice that involves public waterways, public safety, we require agencies ideally to let people know what they're about to do. So I'm not sure why I understand your pushback when all we're asking you to do is let people know what you're going to do, not to stop doing it.
We already have a notice requirement, and we file our plan with the towns and the Department of Transportation every single year. My understanding of this law, and I would be grateful to be wrong, but is that the plan is to adopt essentially all of the Massachusetts laws governing railroad right-of-way vegetation management, and those are far more onerous than a notice requirement. They grant authority to the conservation commissions. They require public comment periods and waiting periods. They have criminal penalties. They require us to prepare maps delineating where the wetlands are and where we're going to spray and where we're not, and which chemicals we're going to use. And all of this has to be approved by each local conservation commission of each town through which a railroad runs. And many of us operate on over 100 miles of track in the state of Connecticut alone. So again, I think the notice requirement, notice alone is permissible, but approval, and it's very clear from federal case law, as I've written, requiring permits or approval from state or local government is preempted, and that's what the Massachusetts law
Okay,
requires.
last question, thank you. Does your railroad abide by the Massachusetts law? And if so, what problems has it created in that state from which the citizens are suffering?
We do currently, all of the railroads that I'm familiar with currently abide by the Massachusetts law. They have not, nobody has brought it to litigation at this point. We do abide by it. As I was explaining, one of our member railroads was told that they had to notify every abutting property owner and provide proof of that notice as a condition of approval of their plan, which is just not realistic when you're a railroad and you have countless abutting property owners. We have had an incident where one conservation commission told our railroad that essentially they were not going to approve the vegetation management plan until we conceded on a completely unrelated issue. They claimed that there were ties, railroad ties, old ones along the right of way, that were not in use, and they wanted them cleaned up, which is, you know, of course they have the right to raise that with us, but they were making that a condition of us being able to perform our safety procedures. And again, we're engaged in interstate commerce. We can't afford to have a derailment or an accident at a grade crossing because a conservation commission has taken it upon themselves to delay our safety procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. We appreciate your time and your testimony. Seeing no other hands raised, you submitted the testimony electronically as well, sir?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Next, we're going to Senator Duff, followed by Rhea. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Hello. What do you want to be? No. Good afternoon, everybody. Senator Bob Duff from Norwalk. Good afternoon. Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm submitting this testimony in strong support of House Bill 5217, an act concerning the use of certain rodenticides. This bill seeks to protect our environment and our citizens from the harmful effects of second generation anti-coagulant rodenticides. I think I said that wrong, but something like that, right? This past summer, I had the firsthand experience with the harmful effects of these chemicals. When I took my dog Molly for a walk, I noticed a Cooper's hawk on the lawn of my Norwalk home. I thought it was odd, as the hawk did not fly away at my presence, and when Molly and I returned from our walk, the hawk was still there, lying on its back and flapping around. I wasn't really sure what happened, but realizing it was injured, I looked on a website and I called Christine of Christine's Critters from Weston, and according to her, the hawk's ailments possibly were caused by consuming an animal that had ingested insecticides and toxicants. Fortunately, Christine's Critters were able to save the hawk and release it in the wild. I actually just found that out a couple days ago. But most animals poisoned by these chemicals are not so fortunate. The incident reinforced my view of the detrimental effects of rodenticides on wildlife. I can also just say, you have my testimony, so I'll let you look through it, but I'll say this, is that seeing an animal, any kind of an animal in your yard and, you know, kind of not acting how they normally would act is odd. And then the way this hawk was acting was really, you could tell it was skinny. It had not had fluids. Something was terribly wrong with it. And that's when it was having these seizures, basically, by going on its back, flapping its wing, getting back up again, and was moving around in a very terrible way. About a week after that happened, I was going northbound on the Merritt Parkway, and a state trooper had actually pulled over and blocked the right lane on the southbound side because there was a hawk that probably had ingested rodenticides as well, and thankfully was trying to protect the bird from not getting hit by a car, because as with my hawk, it wasn't moving. And so it was really the oddest thing I'd ever seen. And then it ended up getting some media attention, and the Christine of Christine's Critters said, you know, this is very touch and go. This animal may not make it. And so for many, many months, I had asked and had not heard whether or not the animal survived. And I was happy just a couple of days ago to hear that the Cooper hawk did in fact survive. The issue is that we see this all the time now with these animals, that they're ingesting these rodenticides, and it's something that we can do something about. It's something that we have control over, and that we can not have nuisances, but we can also ensure that we're not harming wildlife because of dangerous chemicals that we put out there in nature. So all you have to do is look more and more on news stories and see what harmful effects these have on our animals. I would ask that the committee approve the bill. I'd also ask that you make it a little stronger. And that we can work to make sure that we are doing what we can to protect our wildlife in the state. I had not only Christine's Critters, but also a place called Hope. You go there, you see again the dangerous effects of harmful chemicals on our wildlife, and they don't deserve that, and we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duff. Are there any questions? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Duff. Former co-chair of the Animal Advocacy Caucus. It's a pleasure to hear your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy. And I think we're going to hear more testimony later, but there has been pilot programs with alternatives that are not deadly to other animals, not even deadly to the mice and rats. So I look forward to hearing more testimony, but thank you for coming and testify today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Any other question? Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Senator, for your testimony. It certainly has me rethinking. In my drop ceiling in my basement, I've heard critters run around. And so I called an exterminator and they put in traps. And I didn't even think about what kind of traps they were putting in. I just wanted the mice to get out of my house.
I hear you.
So, but your testimony makes me want to make sure that maybe they do sticky traps or those kind of traps so that they don't get poisoned and go out and harm other wildlife. So I appreciate your testimony and bringing this to our attention.
Thank you. And I agree. I think a lot of people, what ends up happening, Representative, is, that's a perfect example. I think we've all done the same thing, is that we call an exterminator here. Field mice is not unusual for them to come into the house, and we don't know that they're using second gen rodenticides and how harmful that is. And if we know, we wouldn't use it because we don't want to harm the owls or the hawks or the number of bald eagles. I think any of us in this room would do whatever it took to save a bald eagle. But if you saw the amount of bald eagles at a place called Hope that had ingested these rodenticides that are sick because of that, and what we've done to them, the nation's bird, that we would think differently about doing that. And so the more we get those stories out there, and because I had said to somebody I know is an exterminator, I can't use those second gen at my house, and you have to find something else. And I haven't heard back, but we have to give those folks and everybody else the tools to use better products that will get the goals of not having wildlife in our homes, but also ensuring that we're not killing bald eagles or Cooper's hawks or owls or others that we all hold so dear. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other hands raised, appreciate the testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Rhea Drazenko, followed by Larry Cafaro.
Good afternoon, honored co-chairs and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Rhea Drozdenko. I use she, her pronouns. And I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut River Conservancy to support both HB 5215 and HB 5218. I'm here today to talk to you about two types of pollution that affects our waterways: pollution you can see and pollution you can't see. So first, let's talk about the pollution that you can see. Every year, the Connecticut River Conservancy organizes a watershed-wide trash cleanup, and our volunteers see firsthand the issue of nip litter by removing thousands of the mini alcohol bottles from our rivers and parks each year. Plastic pollution has been known to harm wildlife, and it significantly reduces the aesthetic of our rivers, which are a major economic and environmental resource. We've been doing this work for many years, but the problem has not gotten any better because we need to address the root cause. Connecticut's 5-cent tax currently placed on nips has not done enough to actually reduce nip litter throughout the state. CRC supports municipalities that want to ban the sale of nips in their communities. This will lead to less plastic in our landfills and less litter in our rivers. I urge you to support 5215 to give municipalities authority to make choices about litter and plastic pollution in their communities and to help restore the natural beauty of our ecosystems. Secondly, let's talk about pollution you can't see. Stormwater runoff transports pollutants like bacteria, fertilizers, pesticides, oil, microplastics, and more from our roads, farmland, sidewalks, and yards right into our river systems. Riparian buffers are our river's first line of defense from these pollutants. Riverbanks with native trees and shrubs can filter out polluted runoff and provide a crucial buffer zone between our streams and land use. Protecting existing riparian buffers is a critical nature-based solution to mitigating the impact of stormwater pollution. My organization works in the entire Connecticut River watershed, so that's Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and of course Connecticut. And Connecticut has the least protective buffer standards in the watershed. So it's really important to note that in addition to filtering runoff, riparian buffers also provide critical wildlife habitat, mitigate much of the flooding like we saw last year. They stabilize banks, capture carbon dioxide, and they also create beautiful places. So I urge you to support HB 5218 as it will help protect critical riparian buffers, which are integral to maintaining clean and healthy water. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I hope you will support these two bills that will help keep pollution out of our rivers. Thank you.
Rhea, thank you for your testimony and for your patience. Representative Michelle, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and support for those bills. I just have a technical question. Would a meadow, and I probably could have asked this earlier, but are meadows included in riparian buffer section? Can they be used as riparian buffers?
I'm not sure of the technical definition of meadow there, but we're thinking about native trees, shrubs, native cover that is, and again, not grass lawns.
Yeah, no, because I know in Stanford, for example, we have Cummings Park, and then now it gets almost fully flooded, and it's areas that are not even used by the public, and it's grass typically. But maybe instead of having grass, we could have meadows, and I think that also helps with flooding, but also filtering the pollutants before they get into the sound.
We're looking for native trees and shrubs, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Palm.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Just with 5218, I didn't see any opposition to the legislation on developing buffers and setbacks, training and materials. Are you aware of any opposition to that legislation yourself?
Not that I'm aware of, no. And I'm very pleased to see a lot of support for this bill.
Excellent. And I certainly am leaning towards supporting it too. It looks like a good piece of legislation. So thank you for your testimony. My question on 5215, the NIPS. Now, I know we're not allowed to use props, but I generally use 5-hour energy to stay energized during these hearings. Not that your testimony is not riveting, but some testimony is not as riveting as yours. So, the compromise on the NIPS was to put in that tax or that fee that would go back to municipalities. Now, I was shocked to find out, I generally haven't bought NIPS. I didn't realize how popular they were. There's been I think millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars returned to communities. And I am not aware of how much of that money has actually been utilized in cleaning up. Are you aware of how much of that money that's gone back to various communities in the hundreds of thousands of dollars is actually used for cleanup?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I didn't bring a prop of a nip bottle myself. But yeah, currently there's no real oversight on that program. And so it is essentially being used for environmental purposes. But it's hard to tell exactly what that goes to for each municipality. Each municipality is treating it somewhat differently. Some are going to hiring people to pick up litter. But again, that's not actually targeting the root cause of the problem and preventing it before it starts.
Representative O'Day, if the Council on Environmental Quality was assigned to do just what you're asking, and they issued us a report earlier in the year that I thought we all got, but if not, I will get it to you.
That would be That would be fantastic, because I definitely want to take a look at that. Thank you. Look, I will tell you, while I agree with you on, I believe on 5218, I've got concerns about 5215 because we're picking on a particular container for an industry that I don't think we've ever done before. And so like, we're not taking care of 5-hour energy bottles that are going out. So we're kind of picking on alcohol, and I understand people probably maybe have a problem with alcohol, but you know, do you have a problem with 5-hour energy? Do you have a problem with, and the size? Why are you picking that particular size when, you know, I read an article, a book about Augusta and the President Eisenhower, and how Coca-Cola got Pepsi eliminated from a certain country because they had the country change the size of the bottle that you could utilize to sell a soda, and Pepsi was essentially eliminated out of the market because they changed legislation to target one company. So I think that's just bad policy. It's bad everything. So I'm going to listen to more testimony about the 5215, but I just think the way this legislation is currently drafted, I've got issues with. Particularly, I want to take a look at the study that was given. I want to see how the money was returned. But I very much appreciate you coming here today and giving us your time and your testimony.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And if I may respond, the reason we pick on that size in particular is that nip bottles are too small to be recycled. So unlike our other beverage container sizes, they would actually clog and contaminate recycling machines. So even if they were to be properly disposed of, they would end up in a landfill, unlike recycled. And I'm really proud that Connecticut passed a stronger bottle bill to increase recycling. But again, nips cannot. And also, when we go out there cleaning every day, we find nip bottles everywhere. We don't really find 5-hour energy drinks as much.
I drink a lot of them, but not that many. And I put them in the recycle bin. So
Thank you.
anyway, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm.
Good morning. Thank you for all the wonderful work that you and the Conservancy do. It has been suggested, and I'm not saying I necessarily agree with this, but I would love to know your opinion on this. It's been asked whether if the nip bottles were in glass instead of plastic, would we feel differently? Would you feel differently about banning them or allowing towns to ban them?
Mhm. I don't think there would be a movement to switch it all from plastic to glass personally. But again, we do see glass nip bottles in our environment. And, you know, unlike plastics, which can sort of break down, when we see broken glass, that becomes a wildlife hazard, of course, and also a human hazard. So I don't think switching to glass would necessarily solve that problem. Again, I'd rather just, you know,
Yeah,
allows towns to ban.
great. Thank you. That's actually really reasonable thing. I hadn't thought about the broken shards going into wildlife.
Thank you.
And I guess that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Rhea. See, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I was in other meetings, so excuse me if I repeat anything that's already been asked of you. But didn't we just make a change to the law with regard to NIPS?
Yeah, we were just discussing that the law was changed to have a 5-cent tax or environmental fee on the NIPS. And as I spoke in my testimony, we haven't seen any significant reduction in litter due to that tax.
And that went into effect when?
2 years ago? Yeah,
I'm sorry?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Mhm.
Okay. Is there any data on where that
Mhm.
is bringing us with regard to NIPS?
Yeah, Representative Gresco mentioned earlier that there was a report on where that funding went to in different municipalities. But again, it has not actually led to a reduction in the litter overall. It may have allowed towns to hire people to pick up the litter, but again, that's not addressing the root cause of the problem.
Okay. I know there was a recent study with regard to how many NIPS are purchased per municipality, and I guess I have the distinction of representing Norwich, which is the highest number of NIPS of any municipality in the state. What that means to me is that they're pretty popular. People like them. And if towns, if people in, if Norwich banned NIPS, for example, is there any data as to any studies as to where the people would go get their NIPS?
Yeah, that's a good question. One model that we can look to is that Massachusetts allowed municipalities to ban the sale of NIPS depending on their desire to do so. And it was the city of Falmouth, I believe, that saw NIP litter go from 32% of all the litter picked up during their cleanups to only 7% over sales bans. So we do know that surely folks might go to other towns to purchase, but that would lead to an overall reduction based on that example.
In that example, was there any data as to whether or not adjoining municipalities had an increase?
I'm not sure on the data on that.
Okay, because my concern would be that you didn't really address the problem. You just moved it from one town to another. Do you know of any other example where a municipality can tell a store which products they can sell?
Not exactly products, but I know the plastic bag ban started off in municipalities and sort of went from there. So I think that's a good example of something that.
Well, but they didn't say, well, you can sell big plastic bags, but not small ones. They kind of banned a whole category, which would essentially say you can't sell booze in our town. I can't think of any example where a town can regulate a specific product within a category of product. Are you able to give me any example of that? Can you think anything?
No, but I think this would be a really interesting model and how we can, again, have municipalities lead the way in reducing plastic pollution and litter in our communities.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other hands raised, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next is Larry Cafaro, followed by Cynthia Chesky.
Good afternoon, distinguished
Through
chairs,
with
ranking
this.
members, and members of the Environment Committee. I'm a little out of practice, forgive me. My name is, for the record, my name is Larry Cafaro. I'm the Executive Director, General Counsel of the Wine and Spirit Wholesalers of Connecticut. I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 5215. And let me start off by saying, in reference to the previous speaker, we are in agreement on many things. Litter is a problem. Litter is a big problem. NIP litter is part of that problem, and we need to deal with it. What I'm suggesting to you today is that the bill before us is not the way to deal with it. The state has many areas that we think are so important that we don't leave it up to a municipality to pick and choose what they want to enforce and not enforce. Environment is a classic example. But one of the biggest examples are intoxicants, whether it's prescription drugs, whether it's alcohol, and now cannabis. We have decided as a state, the fifth smallest state in the nation, a state that has 169 individual towns and communities, really no form of county government, a town that has 3.6 million people, a state that is about a little over 5,000 square feet. We have decided to centralize our regulation of this intoxicant and have done so for 90 years. The only thing that we allow a municipality to decide is whether they'll be wet or dry. But other than that, what they sell, where they sell, to whom they sell, the hours they sell have always been controlled by a centralized, uniform state government. In fact, we adopted that model when we legalized cannabis. A town could decide whether they want to sell cannabis or not, but after that, they are not privileged to say, we'll have edibles, we'll have gummies, but we don't want this, we want this brand, but not that flavor, et cetera, et cetera. It is too important to be able to do that. And I would suggest that if this bill were to pass and various towns were to make a decision to ban NIPS, this particular size bottle, that what we're doing is creating a patchwork of laws throughout our state. Laws that at least the way this bill is written, could be changed by a simple majority of a local town council or board of selectmen, et cetera. I think it's a very, very dangerous precedent. The second point I want to make is no town is an island. As I said, we have 169 towns and cities. If we start thinking of it as you can't do this in my town, but you could do it in some other town, as I think Representative Dubinsky indicated, you're not solving the problem, you're just moving the problem. The thought, am I out of time? Keep going. Thank you. The thought that by banning a NIPS is going to solve a problem in a particular town, I think, with due respect, is naive. People move between towns, et cetera, et cetera. And if I was a purchaser, a user, a consumer of NIPS, and I bought it in one town where I lived, and all of a sudden that town banned it, I'm probably going to continue to buy it in another town and bring it home. Because the bill only bans the sale. It doesn't ban the use or the possession of NIPS. I also want to suggest that if, in fact, I was a purchaser and user of NIPS, NIPS are 50 mLs. They're this size bottle. The next size up is 100 ml, easily concealable, easily the same thing. And unfortunately, I think we would find the same problem. By the way, this is $1 out the door. This is $2 out the door. So if I went to a place and I couldn't buy my $1 out the door, I'm probably going to buy $2 out the door. And if I was irresponsible enough to throw out the nip, I'm going to be equally as irresponsible, unfortunately, to throw out the 100 ml. So I don't believe it solves the problem. Lastly, I want to address what we did do to try to address the problem. And that was 2 years ago when we put in, because of the reasons mentioned, that these bottles are too small to recycle, we put in the 5-cent environmental surcharge. It has raised over $9 million in just 2 years. Think about it, folks. You all represent municipalities. Other than property tax and state grants, there is not another revenue stream that you get. This was a first. And it was directed directly for this issue. Was it the perfect solution? Absolutely not. But folks, it's sort of new. It's only 2 years old. When we sent out the last batch of checks, we did so with an audit. We said, how are you using the money? Of 163 towns that received the $9 million over 2 years, only a handful, about 70, replied. And the answers varied. Many didn't reply at all. But I'll give you an example. I know the town of Glastonbury has been in the news as one of the proponents of this bill and supporters of this bill. They received, a small town, they only received just shy of $45,000 over 2 years. They chose to use it for a food waste program. Purely legitimate. They chose not to use it for litter eradication. That's the information we have. I could stand corrected. That was a choice they made. So as had been brought up in the past, maybe this committee should think about tightening what the money could be used for, and more importantly, holding accountable the municipalities as to how they use that money. We have gotten reports that some have not spent a nickel of that money, that their words, not mine, stockpiling it for some good purpose. We had checks returned to us because the chief financial officer to whom we sent it didn't know what to do with it. They had no idea what the NIP program was. So I think it is too early to judge whether or not the program is successful or not. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But it's far better than having a patchwork of towns that ban a product and shift the problem from one town to the other. And let's be honest, where's it going to shift from? Small towns to big towns. I have no further comments and I'll be glad to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. How was and is your nip it in the bin program going?
Well, the nip it in the bin has sort of changed. Thank you for bringing that up, Representative Gresco. What happened was we formed a non-for-profit organization prior to COVID called 3 Tiers for Connecticut, where the 3 tiers of the beverage alcohol system, suppliers, wholesalers, and retailers, formed this corporation, invested money for community cleanups, for other efforts to try to encourage people to, quote, nip it in the bin. Don't trash Connecticut, nip it in the bin. We were growing great guns until a little thing called COVID came along and obviously put the brakes on it for 2 years. When we came out of COVID, we were fortunate enough to be involved in the creation of this legislation that we're talking about that added the surcharge. So our efforts now, Representative, Mr. Chairman, have been geared toward encouraging and educating communities on how to use the money they get. We've partnered with non-for-profits to encourage people to buy the grabbers where you could buy the bags, because one of the most effective ways we found that communities have used this money is to engage the community by way of non-for-profit organizations within the town, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, marching band, and picking a different section of town each month and giving them some financial reward towards their organization if they help with the cleanup. That really got people involved in it. So we've shifted our efforts from actually doing the physical cleanups, Mr. Chair, to teaching municipalities how best to use the money.
And my final question would be, did you consider an education campaign for, let's say, the package store owners? And because I'm sure that they are bearing the brunt of a lot of that litter. In other words, I'm not even out the door in my car and the fireball's gone and it's going to the parking lot or the bushes in front of in particular package store. Are they in tune to what you're?
Very much so, Mr. Chair. In fact, we have disseminated posters and other educational materials that we have distributed to our 1,250 plus package stores throughout the state, because it's a serious problem that package stores are very concerned with as well. The responsible use and disposal of the 50 ml containers.
Thank you. And I will adhere to my own rule. Representative Cooling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Cafaro, thank you very much for coming in. I did note you made the constitutional argument that the legislature would be giving up its regulatory authority to the towns on this matter. And I think that that's an important one for us to be cognizant of, because once we give up constitutional power, it's almost impossible to bring it back. And I'm sure that you, given your past career, are well aware of that. But I did want to ask regarding unit pricing on NIPS. In talking to a number of package store owners in my district, they mentioned that the unit price of a NIP is actually lower in some cases than the larger pint prices. Is that correct?
That is correct. In some cases, not all cases, but yes, it is correct.
So, I mean, possibly would a shift in the state minimum in which the NIPS have to have a higher unit price than a corresponding, let's say, pint, would that possibly cut down the number of, let's say, college students and whatnot who are buying the nips for parties because in terms of cost, it's costing them less money than if they were buying a pint and making the punch.
Look, certainly, certainly a possibility, certainly within the realm of the authority of this General Assembly. I think what you're referring to is what I'd call an ounce equalization act, wherein no particular individual beverage can be sold cheaper in a smaller size than it would be in a larger size. I'm making this up as I go along, but you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. I think that's what you're referring to. And obviously, it's certainly within the purview of this General Assembly to do that. But again, the General Assembly, not individual towns and cities.
Thank you, sir. And I would say that maybe that is a method of cutting down on the number of nips that are being sold, especially amongst our younger population who maybe are not as cognizant of the damage being done by tossing that little nip out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Baumgartner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cafaro, for your testimony. I'm going to confess that I did drink my 5-hour energy before asking you these questions. I'm not going to ask you whether you drank your nips before your testimony here today.
I literally, you know, it's funny you say that, Representative. I brought and I said, I can't walk in with this. And I poured it that because I don't particularly like that flavor. So I poured it down the drain because I said, what if I get stopped? What, I'll look like a whatever. So no, I didn't drink them.
Just briefly, I don't know if you heard my questions to some of the other people testifying on this. You know, if a town bans the sale of nips, they're just giving up the check, and they're still going to probably have nips discarded. If people buy them in another town and discard them improperly, you're going to have the nips in towns without the check. Is that a fair assumption?
I believe that. The presenter prior to me referenced a town in Massachusetts wherein it was claimed that when they banned nips, they saw their nip litter go down. I've heard anecdotes, especially from the town of Massachusetts, in the complete reverse, where those larger bottles I demonstrated now become the litter of choice, if you will, that people who drink nips are going to buy nips, period. Yes, some of them are discarded within a close proximity of where they're bought, but certainly the vast majority of them are not. They're discarded willy-nilly. We heard from the prior presenter that in a river, God knows where the original source of that plastic litter came from. But the waterways are a classic example of how no town is an island. You have litter that might originate in the river or water or body of water from one town and find its way in another town. It is a problem. You will never hear me say it's not an issue. And that's why I think unprecedentedly, this industry stood up and offered to work on and suggested the very model that's here. So we agree it's a problem. It's how you solve it and how you attack the problem that matters. And with due respect, this is not the way to do it. It's shifting, not solving.
With regard to the survey, I was trying to find, the good chair had pointed out that there was a report done about how the money was being utilized. I would look for the report. I couldn't find it, but I'll try and get it during a break.
Yeah, I'm unavailable. I was unaware of that as well.
But your survey that was returned, you said that there were about 70 that returned the survey?
Yeah.
Roughly, out of the 163 that were sent
Right,
out?
exactly.
What did you find? I mean, 9 million, I didn't know it was $9 million that was actually paid out to what 150, how many
About
municipalities?
163. There's 6 towns that have no package stores within their borders, so they obviously don't get the money. But there are 163 who do. They paid every 6 months. It's starting to average at about $4.5 million a year. So over 2 years, it's just shy of $9 million. I account for the slow first 6 months because it was startup. But the responses varied, Representative O'Day. You had municipalities that bought street cleaners. You had municipalities that hired recycling coordinators. You had the town of Bristol received a lot of money, and what did it see? They purchased littered trash kits for the residents, 50 dome top trash containers, bone-shaped dog bags, and 22 dog waste stations. All environmentally related, not necessarily litter related, but somewhat. Then you had some towns that did food waste, like Glastonbury. Some towns haven't responded yet. We got a number of towns that said we're stockpiling the money for a really great purpose. We don't know what that is. So it ran the gamut. I remember early on, one first selectman saying, "Hey, Larry, I got a check. I don't know what the heck to do with it. I'm just going to put it in my general fund." And I'm like, that is not the appropriate thing to do. If you follow the law, you have to use it for, I think the words are, an environmental measure aimed at reducing solid waste or reducing the impact of litter. And maybe as a suggestion, this committee could tighten that language a little and also make the reporting a regular occurrence so that there's some level of accountability.
I appreciate that. On the floor of the House, I had mentioned my 5-hour energy issue and I got reprimanded for using it as a prop. So I want to be careful. I don't get reprimanded again, but there's no money returned to any municipality for 5-hour energy or those smaller plastic containers that can't be recycled, as I understand it. It's only the alcohol, the nips with alcohol in them. Is that correct?
That's correct. And obviously all of those containers that are part of our bottle bill, those monies go to the state. And so for municipalities, this is a unique program.
And it's only, I mean, like you said, it's only what, property tax on cars? And I mean, this is another revenue stream that sounds like it's doing a lot of good for the towns that are utilizing it for good and cleaning up.
It has the potential, Representative. It sure does. And I say, let's give it a shot. More than two people didn't even know what the heck it was after a year. So let's give it a few years to work. But
all right. Well, thank you very much for your
Thank you
testimony,
so
Mr.
much.
Farron. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see you, Larry.
Good to see you.
Just a question and maybe a brief comment. Representative Palm asked earlier to the individual who works at the Connecticut River Conservancy regarding the actual type of container, right? So in this case, she asked about the glass, whether glassware would be perhaps more environmentally friendly than, say, the plastics. So could you speak to that? That's one thing that certainly I have a concern over as somebody who represents coastal communities, the impacts of plastics, especially small plastics getting into our waterways and certainly the Long Island Sound.
Right. I can't speak to it with some detail, but I'm old enough to tell you that back in the day, those nips, which used to be called airplane bottles, remember that? They were all glass. And I think slowly over time, the industry, the suppliers who make it change to a plastic for another environmental reason. They wanted to lessen the weight on the trucks that deliver the product. And I assume it was cheaper, it has to be. And, but as Representative Palm pointed out, or I think I should say more accurately, the previous speaker, there is always a danger, and we've heard this in the whole recycling thing, and that's why the bottle bill was emphasized, because it was called a pure and clean way to recycle, that people said that when you recycled by curbside or whatever, there was a tendency to have more broken glass, which contaminated other recyclables. So you heard, I think, the presenter prior to me indicate that glass bottles could also pose another problem to the environment and especially wildlife if they were to be broken and swallowed or ingested by wildlife.
Well, I know I would personally think twice if I threw anything out of my window, probably more than twice, quite frankly. But, I think to an extent glass, for example, I mean, especially if it goes into the Long Island Sound, ultimately it will become sea glass and just a part of the environment there. So I think that's something long-term that, we ought to consider as an alternative. Because obviously the plastics, there is a cost also associated with managing them in terms of our, stormwater, stormwater infrastructure, et cetera. But, I also represented a community that has been the beneficiary of quite a bit of dollars from this program. And, as you mentioned, it was a program intended to at least move toward solving some of the problems that we had with the plastics pollution. And, Groton, for example, received almost $170,000 from, from the state, from that 5-cent surcharge. And that's more than, Stamford, more than the community, you represented here in the legislature, Norwalk. And so, I know our town has also used those revenues for a host of programs that actually address pollution directly, including buying stormwater nets that can actually collect the plastics from once it's deposited in the storm drains. So I hope every municipality is using those funds the way they should be, and I think at a bare minimum we should be reporting back to the state as to how we're using them. But I hope this conversation continues, and appreciate your time
Thank you.
testifying today.
Representative, if I could just make a small note to what you stated, because the press sometimes confuses this as well. The state, obviously, it's the law the state created that we're debating. But as far as the operation of the program, the state is completely out of it. Wholesalers collect the nickel. We pay it directly to the municipalities at the end of every 6-month period. Our books are open for audit. We give a detailed report to the Department of Environmental Protection, also to the Department of Consumer Protection, but the state doesn't touch the money, so to speak. We thought that was sort of a good thing, with due respect.
Thank you again for that clarification, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go to Representative Palm, and then followed by Representative Michelle, followed by, you thought you're going to get away, Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you, Representative.
Thank you. Chairman Gresko asked you a minute ago about what the wholesalers are doing about preventing the litter, and I appreciate your answer. I was just wondering, had the retailers thought about a public education program about problem drinking itself? Because I think it's pretty clear to most of us that many of the folks who use NIPS are drinkers who have been habituated to hiding it. They are teenagers not trying to get caught before they get home, perhaps people with drinking abuse disorder who are trying to prevent it. And I think unlike the 5-hour energy drink, which doesn't have a problem addiction, except perhaps with my good friend over here, Rep. O'Day seems to have an issue. I think most of the other patterns, if you will, consumer patterns, are not as problematic. So my question to you is, have you thought about a public education program beyond how to dispose of these, but more how to help people with substance abuse disorder?
Representative Palm, that's an excellent question. I'm a firm believer in stay in your lane, do what you know, and don't try to do things you don't know. I think educating folks on the ills and misuse of alcohol is imperative in our society today. We have always, drink responsibly is a tagline, just like with gambling. You have, if you think you have an addiction, please call 1-800, blah, 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 blah. And, same with now the legalization of cannabis. I'm not sure we're best. We certainly would, any materials that the state might want to put out that we could help to manufacture, distribute to all of our, 1,250 venues that are out there. Absolutely, let's do it. But as far as us coming up with the content or creating a program, probably not our best use and of our talents. That's not our thing.
Yes, thank you. And I certainly wasn't trying to put you on the spot, but it occurred to me that that might be a role that you guys could play with your expertise and your distribution system. So I appreciate your willingness to at least think about it.
Thank you.
And I guess it is now my privilege to take over the running of the meeting since the chairs have left. So colleagues, somebody else, David, did you have a? À ton tour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cafaro. I'm just picking on some comments you made earlier. Did you ask the city of Stamford and did they give you numbers? Because I know you mentioned a bunch of municipal, and I haven't looked at the report and I'm certainly going to look at it after, but just.
I have my report here, Representative. I don't know if this is the same as the report that Representative Gresco referenced, because I have, frankly, I'd never heard of it. But let me tell you that the city of Stamford, over the 4 6-month cycles, 2 years, received a total of $153,348.70.
Okay.
They did not respond to us as to how they use that money.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Madam Chair.
Rep Harrison, I think Rep Machinsky had her hand up and then you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you would consider this less onerous than some of the other things we could do in the Environment Committee, such as put a deposit on your containers, which I personally would prefer, because I have constituents that spend a lot of effort, a lot of personal effort cleaning up these nips on a daily basis, and they are beside themselves. It's like, it's a chronic problem because of the alcoholism that was described by our vice chair. And so even though our town gets a grant, which they appreciate, the problem is still there. And so they go out, they're not the cause of the problem, but these citizens go out and they clean up the roadside every day. And they complain bitterly to me about how this is a chronic problem. And they're so tired of having to clean up after other more irresponsible people who consume the alcohol and drop the bottle. And at least if it was deposit on it, they would get some compensation for all their hard work where they go out every day. So I actually like the idea of compensating them individually, the people that pick up the containers. But when I was touring Representative Gresco's redemption center in Bridgeport that he worked on setting up, I asked the people who create the reverse vending machines, why can't you take the nips? And they said, we have to retool the machines. And they also said, it's not worth retooling for one state, but if there were a couple of states that had a deposit on nips, then it would be worth our while to retool the machines. So if we did that, that would greatly affect your industry versus this rather minor bill, which only has individual towns affecting your industry. So isn't this the lesser of two obstacles for your industry if we give individual towns the ability to ban?
With due respect, Representative Musinski, you're stating that question as if what we're doing in our opposition maybe to this bill is for selfish reasons. I don't think it solves the problem. It moves the problem, but it doesn't solve the problem. And if you were to put a nickel on it, it's easy to say that. We'll put a nickel on it. Everyone will pick it up because they're going to redeem the nickel. But now we have to have a system that does that. Who collects the nickel, who follows the nickel, where do you redeem it? Do you go to your package store where you bought it? Do you go to a local redemption center? How does all that happen? Who picks it up physically, et cetera? I heard the same thing 5 years ago, that we don't have the technology yet to handle 50 mLs. I also heard that we don't have the technology yet to indicate on the bottle where the nip was purchased. And I bring that point up because if we were to do what you're suggesting, we would be an island. We would be the only state in the United States of America, except for Utah and Maine, that had a deposit on that. And guess what? Seinfeld episode all over again. You'd have people bust in with nips to cash in Connecticut. We would be taking and paying for other people's garbage. So with due respect, it's a simplistic thing that I think we think of in the context of our existing bottle bill. But unfortunately, at least now with the current technology, it doesn't work.
Right. They could make it work, however, if there's more than one state. That's what they told me. Right from the vendor.
That might be the case. I don't know.
Or maybe we need to redirect this funding, which the towns do appreciate getting, to directly to pick up your product, because your product is a major nuisance. And then also, speaking as a river person, this is the hardest object to pull out of the rivers because they're so small. And we have to actually use rakes out of boats to get these stupid things and collect them, bring them to the shore and get rid of them. So I think your product is a nuisance product for the townspeople. It takes a lot of effort to pick up your product. And I'm thinking that if this continues to not work effectively, whether or not the money goes to the towns, we will have to do something further on your product to get the citizens some reward for cleaning up your mess.
I understand. I would only take issue with your mess. We
Your
didn't make
industry's
that
mess.
mess. Excuse me?
Your industry's mess.
I again, and I say this with all respect, Representative, you and I worked together for a long time.
Yes, we have.
I cannot blame an industry for people's disregard of common sense and decency, cleanliness and litter by chucking a bottle out of a boat or in a waterway or on the ground. I don't know what else to say about that, but to blame an industry for that, I don't, that's a hard pill for me to swallow.
Well, I don't want to debate because this is a public hearing, but I think your product is unusual in that it is a concealable liquor. Somebody who is not supposed to be drinking in school, they're not supposed to be drinking while they're driving, they're not supposed to be drinking at work. They buy these little bottles which are concealable, and then they have to get rid of them so they're not caught with it. So that is a distinction that is not true of other bottled products. They have to get rid of it before they get back to work.
Representative, I agree with you. As you might recall, one of the other hats I wear is I'm the expulsion officer for the city of Norwalk. And let me tell you, the little edibles, the little gummies, the little vape cartridges, they've now been more and more prevalent as things that are used and chucked. All sorts of smoking devices, et cetera. So I hear what you're saying. It's a culture of concealment, and that does not bode well for responsible behavior on the end when the product has been consumed. And it's a problem. And I think at very least the industry that I'm associated with now has tried to address it perfectly. Absolutely not. But there's a whole bunch of things out there I think we should try. But to have a patchwork of laws as this might create, I respectfully would disagree.
Okay, I just hope there's a way we can, if we're gonna have the public cleaning up after this product, which is happening in my town, I hope we're gonna be able to personally compensate these people for all the hours they spend cleaning up the product that your industry produces. There ought to be some way to thank and reward these people that are picking up the product of your industry.
Rep. Machinsky, thank you. That's it? I'd like
Yeah,
to
that's
move
it. Thank
on to Representative Harrison, followed by Rep. Ojek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In
Representative.
your testimony, you referenced multiple times about reaching out to the municipalities and their response of how they're spending that money. Is that something that you could forward to all of us to take a look at?
I sure can.
It sure would be interesting to see what they're doing. And we know that the legislation was very specific as to what they could do with it. And that would give us an idea of also the municipalities who responded and those that did not. Sure would appreciate it.
I sure will, Representative. It's
Thank you.
literally, and I need a magnifying glass to see it, but it's a 1.5-page report. The actual lines that were delivered by the municipalities are sometimes shorthand and cryptic, and unfortunately, you might be disappointed of the many towns that did not respond at all. But I will, before the end of today, I will send it to the clerk for dissemination.
Thank you very much.
O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just as a follow-up to my good colleague from the 85th, I was told that tires were a bigger problem and more difficult to clean up than anything in the rivers. And I imagine if Weathersfield had paid somebody $45,000 a year to go around town and pick up nips, it's a lot easier picking these up, or smaller nip bottles, than it is picking up tires. Would you agree with that?
You put me in the middle of this.
All right.
I mean, I just heard today on the news, there's a big issue in the town of Trumbull with regard to people who illegally dump tires. I know it is a huge issue in many towns. To compare it with nips, I'm not going there.
Got it. The only other thing, I agree with my good colleague from the 85th, that the nips are pretty easy to conceal. And a lot of people don't know how many 5-hour energies I have in my pocket at any given time. But
I used to.
You would yell at me, I know. But as far as concealing, I mean, look, you don't know. I've been told in my district that in New Canaan that the vaping and the edibles are a much bigger problem than nips. But I did notice that we only get about $3,000 from nip sales. So I either got to advocate for more nip sales or figure out a higher fee. But I thank you for your testimony, and I do believe we can do better, but I don't believe this legislation 5215 is the way to do it. So but I appreciate your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Yes, Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Cafaro.
Good to see you, Representative.
And you touched on something that concerns me with laws like this. When we did the tire bill last year, as my colleague just mentioned, we're penalizing industries for criminal activity that you can't control. And not that I can't stand the litter. I can't stand it getting in our environment, but I can't stand people flick cigarette butts out the window. I can't stand people who unwrap their Doritos and throw it out the window. It's society. Littering is the problem. And if we ban nips, or give the not us, but give the municipality the chance to ban them, are they going to go to the pint? And then do we ban the pint? So that, I guess it's more of a comment for you than anything else, that we tend to, if we don't like something because it's cluttering our roads and in our environment, which I hate, but blaming an industry that you represent doesn't seem to be a fair thing. And it sounds like you agree.
Well, I do agree, Representative Callahan. That said, however, I also agree with Representative Michinski. It's a problem. And let's face it, if you make a buck, and a good buck, off selling a product, you should be at least cognizant of the fact that if it causes a problem, do your best to address it. I'm proud to say my industry has done it by, one, coming up with the program that literally gives a nip back directly to the nickel back directly to the municipality. But also, as I indicated to Representative Palm and others, we've been involved in educating the public. We take it seriously. If you're going to sell that product, and as I said, make a buck off it, yes, you got to be part of societal's addressing the issue it might cause. To blame solely and punish an industry for that kind of thing. Listen, if it was tobacco and they were hiding a fact that something was harmful, that's a whole different ballgame. That you have to accept responsibility as an industry, or some other such thing. Roundup, I guess, and all these other things. We're with you. It's a problem. We want to help address it, but let's do it the right way, not in a patchwork method as has been proposed.
But as the good representative from the 85th talked about, and you just said, take some responsibility, which last year we did. We added a 5-cent tax, and I won't reiterate how it goes to the towns, and you have the list. So there has been a first step taking, and hopefully we can let that step blossom, and we can follow up with the towns and do what we can to clean them up. Difficult job, but there's a lot of money flowing there. So as usual, you give us a lot to think about. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a lot of work to do, and we're more than willing to do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Rep. Callahan. Rep. Leeper.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Hi, nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see
I
you.
happened to actually be meeting with a few of my package store owners in Fairfield last week, and I think we have 18 in Fairfield. And one of the concerns they actually raised was that if you eliminate the sales of the 50 milliliter bottles, people are actually going to move just to the 100 milliliter bottles. And they were worried that we'd accidentally be unintentionally enforcing people, or not enforcing people, but motivating people to drink more. And I was wondering if you've been hearing that from any of your other package stores outside of just Fairfield, because I know in Fairfield, nips aren't a huge source of sales.
I have represented, as a matter of fact, and there was some reference to Massachusetts. Massachusetts experienced the same thing, where they do allow and have, since time immemorial, allowed municipalities to make certain decisions regarding alcohol beverage laws. You had towns that initially started, like everyone's, we're talking about, to ban the 50 mLs. And then they realized exactly what you said was happening. So then they came back a year later and banned the 100 mLs and then the 200 mLs. And that's the problem. Where does it stop? When do you say, this particular liquor, it's got a cinnamon flavor. It might be enticing to young people. Let's ban that one. And let's ban this one. And, would we allow that with cannabis? Well, we don't like edibles, but the other stuff's cool. So we're the town of fill in the blank and we'll allow that and not allow that. I don't think we would. It's not a smart way to regulate an intoxicant, a controlled substance.
Can I ask one more question? Do you have any high level examples of other states that have figured out sort of the system level approach to being able to collect and recycle these smaller bottles? Because that seems to be the big struggle. We all agree we don't want these in our communities. I don't think anyone here is like a champion for nips, but how can we incentivize people to more responsibly dispose of them?
I think education, but unfortunately, Representative, we talked about if indeed is for some a culture of concealment where you're trying to hide it from your spouse or your employer or your parent or law enforcement or what have you. The safest thing is to chuck it, unfortunately. With regard to recycling them, in my recollection, there is only one state that does 50 mLs, the state of Maine. State of Maine is very different than us. They have state-run package stores. You'll find the usage of nips varies greatly from around the state, the country. Lucky Connecticut, we sell 90 million a year. Go figure. Massachusetts sells a lot. California per capita doesn't sell as many. I don't get it, but they don't.
Okay.
So it varies.
I think so.
Good. Bingo. Yeah. So it's very different, but it is a problem. We gotta address it. I don't think Maine has solved the problem. They didn't have a big nip problem anyway. But they're the only state that does that.
And you mentioned people crossing state borders to redeem nips. Is Maine experiencing that? Do you happen to know? Are people from New Hampshire going over to Maine and redeeming their nips?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But I'll tell you this, with due respect to Maine, I'm not sure they're running over there. It is not as populated. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so.
Thank you.
Due respect.
Thank you, Madam Vice
Thanks,
Chair.
folks. We're going to move on. I don't see any questions online. Reminder to the colleagues on Zoom, please. Yes, I'm sorry. Hang on a sec. Reminder to the colleagues on Zoom to use your emoji. And I'm sorry, Rep. Reddington Hughes, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
I just wanted to kind of backtrack, and when the original intent, okay, of the money that went to the towns as a result of the sale of the nips to begin with, was it not so that these towns would have the funds to clean up the nip bottles?
That was exactly the purpose. It's like, it's causing litter in a town.
Correct.
The more nips you sell, the more litter you have. Why don't we create a system that gives you, the more nips you sell, more money to address that very problem, in addition to what your DPW might already expend in general cleanup of the town? That was the exact purpose of this.
So my question, though, as a follow-up would be, what if the small towns that are selling a large number of nip bottles and are having a problem because they're littered all over the side of the roads, obviously they're not using those funds to clean them up. What are they using the funds on then?
Well, I'll certainly share with you the results. It varies, you know, I gave the example of the town of Glastonbury. They have a food waste program, which certainly is within the statutory acceptance of what to do with the money. That said, however, it is definitely not directed to picking up nips. And, you know, you bring up an interesting point, Representative. Some of these smaller towns get a small amount of money, indicating that they have sold a small amount of nips, and yet they will argue, and I take them at their word, they have a big nip problem. And that goes to the heart of this bill. If in fact they only sell a little bit, but they got a big problem, that means these nip litter is transient. It moves around. So I'm not sure banning it will fix the problem. Anyway, it
Excuse me,
just came to my head.
Thank you.
For point of clarification, if I recall the bill correctly, there was pushback about mandating what the towns specifically could do. And we said that the NIP money could be used at their discretion on anything having to do with sustainability, cleanup, recycling, et cetera. And a lot of the towns have used it, as you've said, Mr. Cafaro, for food scrap diversion, which, while it doesn't directly address the NIP problem, it does encourage environmentalism. And I
Absolutely.
believe that we deliberately did not mandate the towns a specific thing, just
That's
for the
exactly
record.
right, Representative.
Okay, thanks. I think, are you all set? We're gonna move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Up next, we have Cynthia Chesky, followed by Nancy Alderman. Cynthia, are you in the room? There you are. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Cynthia Chesky, a resident of a big town and co-founder of CT Towns Nixing the Nips. I'm here to support Bill HB 5215, enabling the towns and cities to have the choice to ban nips. Just over a year ago, during my daily walks, I began to pick up trash and noticed an alarming abundance of nip bottles. Year to date, I have collected over 62,000 nip bottles in a small area of where I walk in Bristol, Connecticut. These nips make up the majority of the trash that I pick up on the streets, sidewalks, parks, and waterways of Bristol. I started CT Towns Nixing the Nips out of my frustration in speaking with other people that have similar experiences and aggravations on a daily basis. I would like to state that I rarely collect large bottles of alcohol on my walks. These nip bottles sadly encourage and perpetuate drinking and driving with serious ramifications on the environment and the safety of the residents of Connecticut. I have seen firsthand a driver in front of me throwing nip bottles out the window of their vehicle. I also know that there have been over 65,000 people that have done the same thing in the area where I pick up the nips. Due to my serious frustration of having to collect such an exorbitant number of nip bottles, my inquiries found that the basis of Connecticut laws regarding alcohol was enacted in 1933, which does not allow the towns or cities to make a choice about their substantial problem faced with the nip issue. These laws need to be amended to better address and represent present-day issues and concerns, especially addressing the matter of nip bottles. Additionally, the 5-cent tax program that started in October 2021 has not been effective since it has been implemented. This is blatantly obvious when I see the alarming amount of nip bottles on the side of the roads while driving through the state and when I go on my walks. The tax is just not working. This bill will allow Connecticut towns and cities to put the welfare of their city and residents above the monetary gain of selling nips. I have personally spoken to several towns in Mass that have banned the sale of nips, basically the 50 to 150 milliliters, and found that this action does have positive impact on their towns. It is time that It is
wrap it up.
time that
Thanks.
Connecticut amends their liquor law by passing Bill HB 521. Thank you very much for your attention and your time, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Chesky. Did you say what your business is, or is the business in fact nixing the nips?
No, I'm actually a business owner in Bristol, Connecticut. I own a large event food catering business. And also I'm the co-founder of CT Towns Nixing the Nips and Bristol Beautified.
Thank you. Yes, Repo Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Do you know what Bristol does with the about $95,000 that they get from the program?
Yep, they've spent about $1,500 of it to come up with volunteer pickup trash things. Unfortunately, several people in my town feel that the trash should be picked up by volunteer only, and it's a volunteer issue.
I mean, don't you think that if Bristol spent that $95,000 on individuals whose sole job was to go pick up trash, they could do it, pick up most of what you're doing or a lot of what you're doing?
It would have to be actually on a daily basis, because when I walk every day, I tend to just try and do my neighborhood, because if I went out, I'd be gone for like 5-6 hours just because of the magnitude of the nip bottles that are out there in Bristol. I can walk a street and then the next day there's about 15 to 20 nip bottles right the next day. So this would have to, I mean, there's hundreds of miles in Bristol, Connecticut roadways. You would have to have someone going out there at least on a weekly basis to deal with the nip issue.
Well, for $95,000, I think you probably could do a better job than what they're doing now, though. Wouldn't you agree?
I know I can do a good job. I've collected well over 62,000.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Rep Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I was just doing a cleanup with Surf Riders a couple of days ago, and again, picking up nips, just like when I used to organize the cleanups myself and on every single cleanup. So appreciate your advocacy on this issue, and I guess, and also with your advocacy group, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
And can you just, last question, how many towns are part of this coalition?
The CT Towns Nixing, we have about 70 members, and they are from all over the state.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Rep Mashinsky.
Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. What if we had changed the language of the bill, of the law, so that you're paid directly for your nip collection?
I would be a very wealthy woman right now with
Yeah, I-
over 62,000.
I have people like you in Wallingford, and they're doing exactly what you're doing every day. They go out there, and we could do it by the weight, maybe by the weight of the bags, or a count.
But it's
just compensate you for all the effort you put in.
I would prefer not to be compensated for the work that I'm doing. I would prefer to be able to walk down a street in the state of Connecticut and not have to see that street strewed every so many feet with nip bottles.
Yeah, I know, you're right, because when I go from the train station to my house, there's like 50 or 60 just in the first 2 blocks of my walk.
Rep Mashinsky, I'm going to suggest maybe that we
Okay.
talk to the chair about amending this or changing this language if you think that's advisable. No other questions. Let's move along, please.
Thank you very
Nancy,
much.
Thank you. Nancy Alderman, followed by Rob LaFrance.
This is Nancy Alderman. I'm President of Environment and Human Health. I have submitted testimony, but I'm going to not read my testimony. I'm going to try to answer the questions that I have been listening to for the last 3 hours. So question number one that got asked a number of times, why don't we simply change the plastic bottles and make them glass bottles? And after all, on the airplanes, they were glass bottles. On the airplanes, they weren't thrown out of the windows of the airplanes. These nip bottles, as has been described by everybody, we know very well they get thrown out of car windows. We cannot have glass bottles being thrown out of car windows. We will have glass all over our streets. They only said it's bad for wildlife. It's not only bad for wildlife, it's bad for our cars. It's bad for humans. They will get cut, and that is not going to work. So we have plastic nips and we have a plastic epidemic. The next thing I've heard asked over and over again is, where is the money going to that the towns get for the number of nips that are sold? I have spoken with our first selectman in North Haven, Mike Frieda, who represents a lot of towns, and he explains to me the money goes into the Public Works Department. The Public Works Department can use it for anything they want. And if cleaning up nips is a part of it, then they do it. It is not enough money to get it done. So the other question was, well, don't they have enough money and can't they do it? They do not have enough money to do the job of cleaning up the nips. Also, if you look at the testimony that has been sent in on this particular bill, 5215, you will see that people are in support of this bill. They want the legislature to fix this problem. The only people against it are the wine distributors, the wine sellers. And I understand that. You know, I just listened for almost an hour to the person who represents the wine. I understand that's his job. He did a very good job of defending nips. However, everyone else in this state wants the legislature to please do something. This bill isn't perfect. Of course, it's not perfect. When we tried to do it 2 years ago and we all wanted a ban on nips, we couldn't get it. So we got what we got, which is to pay for nips. It doesn't work. We all know it doesn't work. So I'm just saying, if in fact the legislature represents the public wants this problem solved. And it's been very clear from the testimonies.
Thank you, Nancy. Good timing. And we hear your passion. I think that's why we have public hearings like this, so that everybody, including the manufacturers, do get their day in court, as it were. Thank you for what you've said. Yes, Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming in to testify. You indicated that you believe everybody else, everybody in the state wants this bill to go through. Do you have any type of data on that, or any type of evidence that?
I went to your site on your your site, on the Environment Committee site, on Bill 5215, and looked at all the testimonies. And on this bill, on the NIPS bill, and you go and look, everybody's in favor except the wine people. I understand that. That's their livelihood. I'm not against people's livelihood coming out and saying, you know, this is what, and God knows he did a good job. I mean, listening to, I think his name is help me.
Cafaro.
Cafaro.
Yeah, for an hour. He is very good at what he does. I commend him. He's excellent at what he does. He's a great talker, and he could answer all the questions. However, that's not where the public is. That's where the wine stores are. And they're important. They're part of our fabric. But in this case, we have a plastic epidemic. We have nips all over the state. We cannot make them into glass. He was very clever with the airplane thing where they were in glass, but they weren't thrown out of airplane windows. We now have nips thrown out of windows. It's been explained why they're thrown out of windows. Good reason. So we're there, and we're there with plastic nips, and we're there with the public saying to the legislature, fix it, just fix it. This bill is an attempt to fix it. It's complicated to fix it because you can't redeem nips. They don't fit into the redeem machine. So you can't redeem them. And the public who's using them, I'm sorry if it hurts anybody's feelings, they are not people that are going to get out of their car, pick up the nip and say, oh, I'm sorry, I made a mess, I'll clean it up. That
Okay, so
isn't going to happen.
When you say that everybody wants this bill, you're referring to those people who submitted written testimony. You're not suggesting that
And
the
to people
general
today who are
Nancy, excuse me,
testifying.
ma'am.
and
Please let
to-
Rep. Dubinsky finish his question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Excuse me. You're absolutely right. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, you're not suggesting that in general, the general public is all in favor of banning nips, are you?
I am saying if we had the money to do a survey, I think you would find that except for the people who make money on selling nips, that the public wants the legislature to please fix this so that we don't have plastic nips in every town that doesn't have enough money to clean them up and would like this problem fixed. It is also part of the plastic problem that the legislature also has to deal with. And everyone in every state has to deal with. We have a plastic epidemic, and we now know it's affecting not only marine life, animal life, it's now in all of our bodies. It's in your body and it's in my body, and it actually passes the placenta. So it is not benign. Why don't we put it like that? This is a problem. And I understand that some people would prefer not to deal with it. But there are some things that the legislature has to deal with, whether it's uncomfortable or not uncomfortable. And this is one of them.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your coming in and testifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Rep. Bennington Hughes.
Thank you. My question is, are you proposing to ban nips entirely throughout the state of Connecticut? Or is it
No.
giving municipalities choices?
I don't want to interrupt. I'm so afraid I'm going to interrupt you. No, this is, if I was queen and I had control over the state and control over every human, I would say, ban these nips. They're dreadful. But I'm not like, I'm not queen. I can't do that. So what I am able to do is to simply support what the legislature or what the Environment Committee has tried its best to come up with a plan that will be better than the plan they came up with 2 years ago, which we faced the same thing. It would have been wonderful to ban nips. It couldn't be done. And so they came up with something that they hoped would work. And we've tried it for 2 years. We were all hopeful, but we found it not only didn't work, the towns don't have enough money to really clean it up. And that's simply, we know that because the nips are everywhere. So the
do you have another
legislature
question?
this year.
No, I was
sorry.
just saying, are you, my other follow-up would be, in the event that municipalities chose to ban the nips in their municipalities, are you at all concerned with the environmental justice component in that and it being a unintended consequence of what the choices would be.
I'm not. And I am very sympathetic to environmental justice. You can't be an environmentalist, or I guess you can. We are a group of 12 physicians and public health professionals. We are very aware of environmental justice, and it means a great deal to us. This does not seem to have a real effect on environmental justice.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like no other questions. Nancy, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you, and I'm sorry if I interrupted anybody.
That's
I'm
all right.
very
Thank you very
sorry.
much. Next up is Robert LaFrance, followed by Teresa Eichel. Hello, Rob.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairs Lopes and Gresco, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, and Vice Chairs Hookadell and Palm. My name is Robert LaFrance, and I am the Policy Director for the National Audubon Society, our Connecticut office. I just first want to sort of follow up on what comments you made earlier, and I think Representative Callahan also agrees with the need for additional enforcement, the need for additional bodies at the NCON level. I've worked at that agency for a long time, and it's still one of the things that I probably advocate.
Rob, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just tell us what bill, please? You're
Sure. So I just wanted to take that comment on the very beginning. Not often I get the opportunity to pitch NCON police, so I decided I'd go with that.
Thanks.
I'm here to testify today on three bills: 5217, the rodenticide bill; 5218, the riparian buffer bill; and then Senate Bill number 11, which is the resilience planning bill. On the rodenticides bill, I don't think I could have done a better job than Audrey did and her colleague this morning when they talked about their impacts on nature and how these pesticides are impacting birds, particularly raptors. I believe at a minimum this session, we need to do something that everybody can agree upon. And we can't leave this session without making these rodenticides restricted use pesticides. I think we can do more than that. I think the agency thinks we can do more than that, but this is a prolific issue of a specific type of pesticide, a particular type of rodenticide, and there are alternatives. There are integrated pest management techniques that we can use to help improve this. I hope we can do better than just the restricted use, but at a minimum, I think we need to make certain that gets accomplished. On the riparian buffers bill, I also agree that the incentive-based program on the section 1A of the bill is key and hopefully a no-brainer for folks to pass. You know, utilizing easements and those types of methodologies to protect buffers is really important. I provided some additional testimony in my bill about the scientific basis for why that's important. The other question about having the agency actually define what those riparian buffers are, I think is a very complicated issue. I did ask that folks take a look at the stream flow regulations, which we passed some years ago. There's a lot of important information that's been recorded on that. And I think it's a really good place for us to start to take a look at a longer term answer to that. We've also done similar work in inland wetlands and watercourses with setback requirements. Finally, on Senate Bill 11, the resilience planning bill. This is a very large bill, and I know there's going to be a lot more debate and discussion about it. But the one thing I want to highlight in that bill in the first 9 sections is section 10 of that bill actually incorporates nature-based climate solutions as part of the planning efforts that are going into that. The other thing I think is critically important about that bill is it also starts to incorporate the issue of insurance and how these types of resilience planning operations can actually lower rates for homeowners and businesses to the extent that they're able to get lower, to reduce the costs that are associated. And incorporating insurance company into that, I think, is critically important. I'm happy to answer any questions if people have any.
Thank you, Rob. Could you just say one quick word about what nature-based solutions are, please?
So nature-based solutions, you've heard people talk a lot about them in terms of different places that they are, but effectively it's using nature to help solve problems that we see in our environment. One of the things we know, and there's data that shows this, that utilizing things like forestry and protecting wetlands can actually help reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by sequestering and storing carbon, sometimes up to about 1/3 of what we estimate the overall climate change reduction goals are. So nature-based solutions are those things where you actually utilize nature think about in the coastal context, right? If you have a coastal, if you have a coastal situation, you could put up a seawall or you could do a living shoreline. A living shoreline would be an example of a nature-based solution. Not only are you getting the benefits of a seawall, but you're getting the additional benefits of nature actually helping creating fish, helping sequester carbon, creating natural solutions in that context. Similarly, proper management of forests is another way to go about it, and protecting wetlands and watercourses is another way of doing it. Sequester carbon, use nature to help us. It also, I'm sorry, just one last point is it also addresses biodiversity. By actually utilizing nature, you're getting the additional benefit of a non-humid ability for us to help protect biodiversity, which is also in crisis, much like climate.
Thank you. Appreciate so much the Audubon Society. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're having a pen crisis up here. Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any, and there are none online.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your
Appreciate the time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep. Next up, Teresa Eichel, followed by Maggie Favretti.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to Senator Lopes and Representative Gresco and Representative Palm and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Terry Eichel, Teresa Eichel. I'm the Executive Director for the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network, and we are a faith-based environmental group. We work with religious communities on environmental issues such as climate change, air pollution, toxic chemicals, and biodiversity loss. And we do this because every faith tradition speaks about the importance of caring for the planet and all of its inhabitants, and because religious communities are already responding to these environmental crises, such as hurricanes, wildfires, hunger, and illness. I'm here actually on 7 bills, so I'll go through them quickly. HB 5214 on Batterson Park, 5215 on banning NIPS, 5217 on rodenticides, 5218 on riparian buffers, 5224 on spiny dogfish, 5219 on the spraying of herbicides along railroad right-of-ways, and SB 11 coordinating Connecticut resiliency planning. So in the last year, IREGen has really focused our programming on working with religious communities to address environmental issues in ways that intersect with other areas of their daily life, to really provide help and an opportunity to talk more about this. And so we really focused on energy efficiency and gardens to help people provide fresh produce. And this year we're expanding our focus to include really intentionally protecting and preserving open space and protecting wildlife, including Remington Woods down in Bridgeport and Stratford. And we're also providing people with opportunities to connect with nature. And so faith traditions speak about the importance of connecting with our planet and wildlife and other people with respect and compassion. And so that's why we'd really like to see the rodenticide bill strengthened. We would like to see this second generation chemical banned. The unnecessary suffering and death to any animal is just heartbreaking and out of line, I think, with what we're supposed to be doing as stewards of this planet. We support protecting the spiny dogfish. In terms of nature, every religion has a creation story, and scriptural texts repeatedly refer to forests and oceans and rivers and birds and animals as evidence of love and the glory of the Creator. And everyone that I talk to, from the most devout to the spiritual but not religious, tells me they find great peace in nature. And, you know, if you're to ask me, I think it's because they sense there's a presence of divine is there, and it's found in the stillness of nature, and providing that opportunity for people to connect with it is critical. The riparian buffers, you know, this is a wonderful way. These are nature-based solutions, you know, filter pollution, prevent flood damage, erosion. They provide food and habitat for wildlife, and the shade they provide creates cooler water for cold water fish. You know, being able to utilize the planet that we have, that we should be, you know, appreciating and celebrating and taking care of, is critical. We support this, you know, and we understand rodenticides and herbicides. We understand there's a rodent problem. We understand that we have to deal with invasive plants. We want to do so in a way that reflects, again, dedication, compassion, respect for the wildlife, and also protecting access to clean water for the people that drink it. Am I done? Am I done with my 3 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why, when the bell goes off, sometimes online you can't hear it, but.
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
Thank you for your testimony and for your patience. Next, we have, Maggie Fabretti, followed by Kim Labera.
Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Good afternoon to the esteemed chairs and this important committee. I am Maggie Fabretti. I live in Mystic and I am the director of the Alliance for the Mystic River Watershed. We are a relatively new organization that is a historic collaboration among 4 towns and 2 tribal nations, focusing on the ecological health and climate resilience of all of our communities and our extended family of life in the Mystic River watershed. We would like to join the hundreds of other knowledgeable individuals and organizations in support of HB 5218 with some respectfully suggested language changes. In section 1, what we especially like is native vegetated riparian buffers. We recognize are essential for filtering stormwater, for controlling flooding, as well as providing habitat, carbon sequestration, and erosion control. They are by orders of magnitude the cheapest and most durable option for addressing all of these challenges. Respectfully suggested changes, if we have any problem with this bill at all, is that it doesn't go far enough. It's not specific about mentioning estuaries and tidal wetlands. Mystic River watershed is half estuary, so we want to make sure that when we say wetlands and watercourses, we're also including protection of estuaries and tidal marshes. Most of the species in the ocean are born and spend their formative days in tidal wetlands. And so protecting them from stormwater pollution is critical to maintaining the biodiversity that protects us all. We rely on Long Island Sound and the health of Long Island Sound for both economic and ecological well-being. Connecticut shellfishing aquaculture supports 77,000 shellfish beds, all of which are busily cleaning the water, with an estimated $33 million per year of commercial harvest. Last year, because of the quality of estuary waters in our region, these beds had to be shut down for nearly half the year. This bill is an opportunity to protect this vital industry as well. Additionally, we would like to see municipalities create a fund with this money to help the stormwater money, to help homeowners who can't afford to plant and maintain proper buffers on their own. In section 2 of HB 5218, appreciating that wetlands commissioners are volunteering their time, why not make their work easier by preparing them well for it? Of course, voters want to know that the generous citizens who are making decisions about the ecological health and wetland hydrological benefits protecting them from flooding know, want to know that these people know what they're doing.
Maggie,
And
can
I
you
know as a
summarize,
commissioner,
please?
I would feel a strong sense of responsibility, especially as our wetlands are emerging as our cheapest and best engineered water quality and flooding management and our best defense against vector-borne disease. Commissioners, and as a result, our communities are vulnerable to manipulation if they're not well informed. Mistakes could cost townspeople millions in lost property, vector-borne disease, and lawsuits. One quick thing on SB number 11, we like it, but we have some concerns about, about whether it would be applied equitably. And so we want to make sure that there's explicit language in it in order to make sure that some people are not having access to funding that others, or opportunities to manage their property that others don't have access to.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate your testimony and your patience waiting for your turn. I don't see any hands up. Well, we have a hand up, Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And no question, just wanted to thank Maggie for your advocacy. I know, as Maggie mentioned, it's been so hard at work with the Mystic River watershed, and and personally serves as a sounding board on so many environmental quality issues. So I just wanted to thank you again for advocating on all of these very important bills before us today in the Environment Committee. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Andre, and thank you to the committee for your time. I
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Maggie. Appreciate it. Next on our list is Kim Libera, followed by Lance Trevode.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Kim Libera, and I'm an earth scientist, and I have some pet projects. I advocate that the state move away from harsh compounds known as rodenticides, pesticides, herbicides, whatever. These chemicals become dioxins. They are designed to target the neurological, respiratory, and circulatory systems of critters. And this stuff gets into the sediments, the water supply, and it just migrates up the food chain, wildlife, pets, livestock, and eventually humans. We don't need the modern version of DDT or Agent Orange. This is nasty stuff. We should migrate towards more biological means, physical or mechanical controls, genetic engineering to try and tackle some of these problems. In my own household, I do not use chemicals to deal with pests. I'll give you an example of an innovative approach. In the UK, they use rat terriers, otters, and basset hounds to take care of vermin. A company also from the UK known as Oxitec has pioneered a genetic engineering method to take on the tiger mosquito and has had some luck with it. In Switzerland, they have eliminated rabies from wildlife by dropping vaccinated baits by parachute into meadows, the hillsides, and forests, and various species of wildlife have self-vaccinated that the disease no longer has a host. So I think we have to think out of the box a little bit, and the people employed in government or private industry have to use a little elbow grease here. I would also like to say that I think these alcohol nips have just facilitated more plastic pollution, and it's just about following the money. None of us needs alcohol to survive, okay? We don't need this product any more than we needed plastic bags. However, I do need a car, and I do need a refrigerator, and I do need a stove, okay? If you can't ban this stuff outright, put on an exorbitant tax and use it to do the work of cleaning up pollution, which is inevitably slow. I'll give you an example of a device that can be used to clean up waterways. I've been pushing for it for several years now. It is known as the Interceptor Vessel, and it's being used to clean up the Pacific Ocean of all floating debris with remarkable success. And it should be used in every state to take on harbors, coastal zones, rivers, ponds, lakes, and whatever. Yes, it's costly, but I would like to see my tax dollars go to the purchase of such a vessel. The kid who is cleaning up the Pacific Ocean is not doing it by government money. He is doing it on his own.
Thank you, Kim. I'm looking to see if we have any questions in the room or virtually for you. I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony and for your patience.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lance Trevode, followed by Stacy Ober.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Lance, go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to submit testimony for HB 5217, an act concerning rodenticides. My name is Lance Travato. I own a pest control company in Tolland, Connecticut. I am in favor of Section 1, line 3 through 9. I am, however, opposed to Section 2, as this creates an all-out ban on second-generation rodenticides. Pest control plays a crucial role in safeguarding both human and pet health by managing the population of disease-carrying pests and preventing damage to property. Banning these rodenticides will lead to an increase in rodent populations. Regulations and guidelines should be implemented to ensure responsible use of second-generation rodenticides. In 2008, the EPA published a comparative ecological risk assessment regarding second-generation rodenticides. Despite some uncertainty in establishing a direct cause and effect relationship in wildlife mortality incidents, the routine detection of rodenticides in non-target wildlife, including birds and mammals, does indicate exposure. With that said, this document emphasizes the significant benefits of rodenticides in controlling rodent populations, which are considered among the most significant pests globally. Rodenticides as a part of integrated pest management approach are highlighted for their efficacy in rapidly reducing rodent numbers during major infestations. It's estimated that commensal rats alone incur economic losses between $0.5 and $1 billion annually in the United States, while each rat assumed to consume or damage between $1 and $10 worth of food and materials while contaminating 5 to 10 times more. In major U.S. cities, there are over 10,000 yearly complaints involving rats and mice every year. The 2008 EPA ecological assessment prompted significant safeguards to minimize risks to non-target entities. In response, new regulations were implemented for homeowners, agriculture users, and pest control applicators. However, the most impactful restrictions enacted do not apply to the agricultural market. Agriculture users are allowed to purchase any formulation of bait, including second-generation rodenticides. These products are readily available at local hardware stores, tractor supply shops, and home improvement retailers. Unlike pest control operators, agriculture users are not required to obtain a professional license to handle these rodenticides. This creates a problem, allowing any unlicensed individual in the consumer sector to purchase and use any form of rodenticide without restrictions, including second-generation rodenticides. To address this issue, it is proposed that second-generation rodenticides should be removed from the hands of unlicensed applicators. The regulation oversight should remain under the authority of the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and professional pest control operators. Pest control operators undergo continuous education classes to maintain rodent licenses in Connecticut, making them the most qualified and safest applicators for the proper use of rodenticides. This approach aims to enhance safety, minimize environmental impact, and ensure responsible rodenticide use. This is why I'm in favor of Section 1, line 3 through 9 of Raise Bill 5217. I am, however, opposed to Section 2A as that creates an all-out ban. I have included links in my written testimony for the 2008 EPA Ecological Risk Assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance, for keeping it right around 3 minutes. I had a couple of questions. You know that the EPA is investigating, analyzing second-generation anticoagulants. What would the industry do if EPA came back and said, can't use them anymore?
That would be devastating. That would be a major change overnight. I don't think that's going to happen. There are other products on the market. There's first-generation rodenticides, there's acutes, there's mechanical traps like snap traps and glue boards and other options out there. Second-generation rodenticides have proven to be a very effective way of controlling mice. And we would have to lean on those other devices if they were to put a ban on it.
So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to do your job without second-generation anticoagulants.
It's going to make control a lot harder and a lot slower.
And my second question is, how do you feel about, and do you use other techniques such as monitoring technology, sound, feed that sterilizes the rodents? Right across the street here from the Capitol, there's Bushnell Park, and from what I understand, there is a successful program there of keeping the rat population under control by feeding it things that don't allow it to reproduce. So are those in your toolkit?
I use a variety of tools. So baits are one of them. I lean heavily on snap traps and glue boards, a lot of mechanical exclusion. So trying to find how these rodents are getting inside of your home or a business and sealing up those obvious points of entry. It's not as easy. I've heard this argument last year and the years before is just excluding a house and then you won't have any mice or rats getting inside. It's just not that simple. Sealing up obvious points of entry are important and you should be doing that. But to seal up 100% of the ways that mice and rats are getting inside, it just might not be feasible. And here's just a side example. I have a friend that a friend of a friend that is going through a rat issue in their home, and they have rats inside the kitchen cabinets. Out of an act of haste, they hired another company before I even had a chance to take a look at this. And $14,000 later, they're having the siding peeled off the side of the house and exclusion done. And that's great that they can afford to do that, but that's out of the reach of many homeowners.
Lance, thank you for your testimony and for answering the questions. I don't see any other hands raised in the room or virtually. So again, thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you.
Next is Stacy Ober, followed by Kimberly Stoner.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Environment Committee. It's good to be with you this afternoon. My name is Stacy Ober. I am the Manager of Government Relations in New England for the American Kennel Club. And I'm here to speak to House Bill 5223, making minor revisions to the agricultural statutes. As many of you know, the American Kennel Club is a 140-year-old not-for-profit animal welfare organization that promotes the study, breeding, exhibiting, and advancement of purebred dogs. We represent more than 5,000 clubs across the country, and we have 56 clubs in Connecticut. I wanted to just acknowledge that in 2022, AKC licensed and sanctioned a total of 328 events in Connecticut, where more than 37,000 dogs were entered. There are all different types of events that we license and sanction, from agility, lure coursing, field trials, hunt trials, and lastly, confirmation events where a judge is evaluating the dog for its closeness to the breed standard and its ideal nature as breeding stock. I'm raising this because AKC does believe that health and safety should always be a primary consideration when you're grooming a dog. And it appears in House Bill 5223 that the Department of Agriculture would like to amend its definition of grooming facility to include those doing business in any vehicle or trailer. And so while we understand their desire to include mobile grooming businesses that offer services to Connecticut pet owners, our concern is that as written, it could in fact encompass professional show dog handlers who often will travel in recreational vehicles, in vans, or with travel trailers to exhibit dogs at competitive events. Typically, these are multi-day events, so it makes perfect sense for these individuals who are specialists really in understanding a breed. They enter into a contract with a dog owner who wants to campaign that dog, and they will care for it for months while they condition the dog, train the dog, and ensure its health and safety, and then travel with it to different destinations to compete in these dog show events. You'd never bring a dirty dog into the show ring. And so by the very nature, incidental to the services that they are providing, they will bathe a dog, trim nails, trim whiskers, and things of that nature. So this was language that the Department of Ag had filed with the committee last session. We had expressed concerns then. The language did not move forward. I have submitted a proposed clarifying amendment, and I have heard from the Department of Agriculture. They don't love the alternative that I've put forward, but we do have time scheduled for tomorrow to meet with them and their legal counsel to see if we can come up with some clarifying language to ensure that we don't hamstring Connecticut residents who maybe want to hire a handler to show their dog.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Stacy, for the testimony, and you hit the nail on the head. What I was looking for is your meeting with DOAG tomorrow to hash out this language. It seems that we do this every year, and somebody's not, anyway. Have a good meeting tomorrow, and hopefully get us some compromise language that we can go forward with.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't go anywhere. Representative Michelle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ober, for testifying today. Going back to the grooming facility definition, my question to you is, I'm trying to understand why you're objecting to that language. It says here grooming facility means any place, and then language that's being taken out is other than a commercial kennel. So are you saying, or is that right for me to assume that you mean that it should remain that way, that it should be commercial kennels only? Here it says replace language is including any vehicle or trailer that is maintained as a business where dogs are groomed. I'm trying to understand your objection again, and if you could.
Thank you, Representative. No, there's no objection to the department removing the reference to commercial kennel. The objection is the addition of the word trailer that they want to insert there. Let me get it exactly. Any vehicle or trailer. So that's why I was highlighting that individuals that come to these multiple day events frequently will travel from out of state in a recreational vehicle or a van. And they may have a dog that they are exhibiting in the show ring. And based on this language, I think they could be considered a grooming facility business in Connecticut by virtue of having been hired by someone to exhibit the dog, and incidental to that service, making sure the dog is clean and washed and nails trimmed before going into the show ring. So these are not individuals that are out offering services to the Connecticut public. They're only temporarily in the state to compete at a dog show. And if they were required to have a state license, then Connecticut residents would likely find that they couldn't hire anyone to come into the state to provide their professional exhibiting services, or clubs may see a decrease in the number of exhibitors that are participating in their events if this were to be something that would hamstring them.
Okay, so the state of Connecticut licenses grooming facilities, and so probably better language in your view would be including any vehicle or trailer. Means any place, including any vehicle or trailer that is licensed in Connecticut and is maintained.
Actually, the language I put forward, Representative, in my written testimony was suggesting that it would include any vehicle or trailer that is maintained as a business where dogs are groomed, provided that an individual who grooms a dog or cat in the course of preparing it for a dog show, cat show, or other competitive event is not a grooming facility. So again, this is someone that just incidental to why they're in the state of Connecticut temporarily would have in their charge an animal that they might be preparing and making sure is clean and show worthy, but they are not to be considered a state licensed grooming business that's providing grooming services to Connecticut residents. I hope that's.
I would probably disagree with limiting it to shows. I know we have mobile vets in the state of Connecticut, I'm pretty sure. And so a mobile or a trailer or any vehicle that is properly or adequate for the animals to be considered a grooming facility, I wouldn't see any objections to that. But
You're absolutely right. The current grooming facility regulations under DOAG make an exception for a veterinarian, for instance, that might be incidental to a medical procedure, let's say, having to shave a pet's fur in order to put in an IV or things of that nature. That is clearly exempted in the current regulations. So that would be another example of, yeah.
I was just comparing, I was not talking about actually the mobile vets, but saying since they exist, I don't see why a grooming facility that's mobile would not exist. But thank you, Stacy Ober, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Thank you, Stacy, for your testimony and your patience.
Thank you.
Next
Have a
is
good afternoon.
Kimberly Stoner, followed by Nicole Rivard.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kimberly Stoner. And I am testifying in support of HB 5217, 5218, and 5225. I am the Director of Advocacy for the Northeast Organic Farming Association of Connecticut. And also as a retired state government scientist, I have had considerable experience working with groups across the state planting native plants for pollinators and wildlife. So about HB 5217, I'm not an expert in rodent control, but the continued use of second-generation rodenticides that are sufficiently toxic to kill predators and scavengers feeding on the target rodents is deeply disturbing. And I would hope that they could be at least restricted and potentially banned. For 5218, the buffers of native species of trees, shrubs, and perennial plants. I know there was a question earlier about meadows, and meadows would qualify, I believe, as if they are meadows of native plants. Reduce the movement of pesticides, fertilizers, and other contaminants into the wetlands, streams, and rivers. I support the call for DEEP to develop mandatory setbacks for development near inland wetlands, streams, and rivers. With the recent Supreme Court decision removing protection from some wetlands, it's increasingly important for the states, including Connecticut, to set standards protecting wetlands from degradation by development. To get to HB 5225, I strongly support following the scientific expertise of the Invasive Plant Council in updating the list of invasive plants that are prohibited from being imported, moved, sold, purchased, and transplanted, cultivated, or distributed. I was particularly happy to see mugwort added to the list. In trying to establish native plantings for pollinators and other wildlife across the state, it has been astonishing to see how often mugwort soon took over any area that had been cleared and seeded. While mugwort is sometimes planted deliberately, most of the spread I have seen, however, has been unintentional due to movement of gravel, mulch, topsoil, or equipment contaminated with mugwort. I would suggest that the Environment Committee consider how to implement the guidelines for best management practices for the movement of topsoil and gravel fill, mulch, and equipment from the Invasive Plant Council. At a minimum, state agencies should be required to follow these guidelines in their own operations, and perhaps the state could require publicly regulated utilities to do the same. I vigorously concur with this statement from the Invasive Plant Council that we really need prevention and early detection coupled with public education and training. And prevention is the most efficient, timely, and effective response to emerging invasions and merit increased emphasis and legislative financial support.
Kimberly, thank you for the testimony. Your 3 minutes has expired, and I'm scanning the room for anyone that has any questions. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kimberly Stoner. Nice to see you on the screen today. I was the one who has a question about the meadows because it came up in Stamford where somebody made the suggestion that the grass area in Cummings Park that gets completely flooded could be used as a riparian buffer and actually transformed into a meadow at a very low cost. So I was just trying to learn more about that. And if you have any more.
I'm not sure if it would be at low cost. It can be pretty expensive to create meadows, but it would be appropriate for the riparian area. There are plants that native plants that survive periodic inundation, which is what sounds like you have. So there is such a thing as a wet meadow that has native plants, and that's a very valuable environment to preserve and restore.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle, and thank you, Kimberly, for your testimony. Next,
Okay.
we have Nicole Rivard, followed by Anna Shagru.
Hello, good to see everyone. I just wanted to ask
Is it okay to show a bait box up here? Just to let everyone know what they look like? Because before I started working on this issue, I didn't know that's what the SGARs were put in and causing our wildlife to be harmed. Thank you. Okay. On behalf of Friends of Animals and our Connecticut members, thank you so much for making the rodenticide issue a priority by drafting this bill. We support HB 217 with changes. The bill needs to go a little further, or it will not protect native raptors and mammals who are dying from eating rodents poisoned by second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides taken from these ubiquitous black bait boxes. Restricted use should mean no use. A place called Hope is up to 79 completed tests on killed birds and animals, with 68 being positive for SGARs. This includes 3 bald eagles, our national bird. The current language doesn't do anything to protect birds of prey. Instead, it protects the 322 people licensed to use SGARs because they're going to continue to be able to put these black bait boxes outside grocery stores, in housing developments and town parks, to mention a few, whether a so-called rodent problem exists or not, and the deaths of hawks, eagles, owls, and other animals will persist. Please amend the bill to ban the use of SGARs statewide with the same language used in California's law, which includes these exceptions: warehouses used to store foods for human or animal consumption, agricultural food production sites, factories, breweries, or wineries, medical facilities, and drug and medical equipment and manufacturing facilities. But places where people eat, shop, live, and work, such as restaurants, grocery stores, homes, housing facilities, schools, and office buildings, should not be exempt. California's law also allows the use of SGARs to control a rodent infestation associated with a public health crisis if it is determined by the Commissioner of Public Health. The EPA deemed SGARs so dangerous that they can't be sold in Walmart or Home Depot, and that tells us no matter who uses these poisons, they're extremely unsafe. Pest management companies will have you believe there will be a public health crisis without them. However, that's hyperbole. There have been no public health emergencies in California or British Columbia since 2021, and that's proof that we can protect wildlife without compromising public health. The language we're asking for just narrowly targets the worst class of poisons because they are indiscriminately killing our state's raptors. DEEP confirmed that many other proven alternatives to SGARs, including less toxic poisons, are available if necessary. Not that we're advocating for poisons. Remember, rodent problems stem from human behavior, so poor sanitation practices and giving rodents access to shelter. So until openings and trash are secured, rodents may find a way in. We believe anticoagulants mismanage the problem and don't solve it. Putting out bait boxes, which attracts rodents into an area, makes no sense for our state. And lastly, most importantly, they're killing birds of prey who are the best defense against rodents anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. I had a question. I referred to the effort at Bushnell Park a few minutes back about using contrapest. I remembered. Can you give me an update on that?
I appreciate that. Yes, so I spoke with Elizabeth Kavanaugh, and she's the city's chief environmental health sanitarian. She supervises the rodent control efforts. And what she told me was in 2019, the Bush Foundation president was getting complaints from the public seeing rats during the day, during concerts. And obviously that's an issue. So they've started a ContraPest, it's a rat birth control product pilot program. And basically it's been so effective in their opinion that they're going to continue with that product and they're not going to go back to poisons. But I want to, have full disclosure. She also told me that it's kind of a multi-pronged effort, that they also had to address the poor trash management that was occurring in the park. And also, she kind of explained that it's 40 acres, so there's different almost like different environments or ecosystems throughout the park, and that they have to address each one. And some of the things they did is also cutting back brush and shrubs and grass that provides habitat for rats. So it's not just the birth control that's working, it's these other things, but it's working well enough that they're not using poisons.
Thank you, Nicole. Anyone, Representative Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rivard, for testifying today. I got brief questions. The first one would be, you mentioned 3 royal eagle, and what other species of raptors are being impacted?
So I had to take some notes because I can't remember all this stuff off the top of my head, but among the species that we know have been killed because of SJARs, Cooper's hawks, red-tailed hawks, red-shouldered hawks, bald eagles, great horned owls, barred owls, broad-winged hawks, American crows, northern harriers, eastern screech owls, American kestrels, an opossum, a weasel, and red foxes. And I just want to point out that the broad-winged hawk and the American kestrel are species of concern in Connecticut.
Okay, so meaning they are in low numbers,
Yeah.
but not considered endangered, or?
Right.
Okay, just, okay.
Right.
And then, can you, like, I heard earlier some comments about mice. Do they die in the black box or near the black box, or?
So if they did, we wouldn't be here today. I guess that's the easy answer to that question. And the problem is, with the first generations, they were created, and the intent was that a mouse or a rat would have to eat a couple of doses or go back for a couple of meals before they succumb to like a lethal dose. And the SGARs, they were created so they would die after eating the bait, just one time. But that's the problem. They have this super lethal dose of the poison inside them, and they're not dying in the boxes. They're going out into the world and being eaten by our wildlife. But plus, even with the SJARs, they found that they are going back for more. So they're not just feeding on them once, and then it's like a super, super lethal dose of the poison, which is why it's so bad for our raptors.
Okay, and thank you for that. And then to finish, I know we've heard of other alternative ways. I mean, I heard some that was like suggesting the glue traps. I can't even think about that. I think that's actually unhealthy, quite for many ways, and very cruel. But the alternatives that have been mentioned by our good chair, I think there's more than one. I think there's the contraceptive method, right?
Yeah, the ContraPest is one product, and there's so ContraPest is only, it only works with rats, but there's a new product out called Good Bites, and that works with mice. And actually that particular company is looking to do a pilot program in Connecticut, but they have a successful pilot program going on in Boston. And our allies in California at Raptors Are the Solution, they have facilitated a ContraPest pilot program. It's in Queen and, where is it? Sorry about that. Upper Queen and Seattle, and it's a mixed use business district pilot study. And they were able to reduce the rat population by 91% on that particular site in just a few months with the birth control. So it's not as, it takes a little bit of time to show the results, but it is working. And all of these things we do advocate for, like a multi-pronged approach, because if you don't do the sanitation and the exclusion, then none of this is going to work anyways. And there are companies, I just want to speak to that real quick, that there's a company in Fairfield County that just does sanitation and exclusion work, and they've been in business since the 80s. So if that didn't work, then they wouldn't be in business. And they actually, in my written testimony, I've submitted testimony from them. So
I see a recurring theme with wildlife issues, which is about control of access to foods.
Yeah, it's definitely a trash, I heard trash come up a lot today,
Yeah.
but that is unfortunately part of the problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Representative Palm.
Thanks. I'm learning a lot from you, and this box that you brought in as the visual display. So you're saying that it's not a trap, right? They climb in, they eat the poison, they climb back out.
Yeah, and yeah, I think if there was a product that kept them inside there, then we wouldn't have to be talking about this legislation.
Well, because the reason I ask is my house was built in 1810. It's in a rural village, and we get mice all the time, especially in the winter. And when we first moved in, we used the little spring load traps, and they would catch the little guys on their neck, and we toss them in the woods. That became kind of a full-time job. I mean, my house is going to get condemned. So we did contract with a professional applicator who put 2 of those things outside. And even though the little mice bodies decompose astonishingly quickly, they really just disappear almost. This method, do you think there is an element of trying to cut down on the work involved, like the trips to the home to pick up the old-fashioned traps that these guys used to set? Like, why did the applicators or the pest control people start using those boxes instead?
I'm wondering if it's because it's for them, it's a repeat business model, I would say. Like they just keep coming back on a monthly basis to, fill these, whether there's like a rodent issue or not. I feel like that's the problem too. There's no accountability with whether or not there's actually like an infestation or a problem. And the reason why, if poisons worked, then again, we wouldn't be here either. I mean, you're bringing rodents into an area that might not be in the area anyways, I guess.
But what are you suggesting for the homeowner other than contracting with an applicant?
Well, the things, we're only asking to ban the 2nd generation anticoagulants. I guess I should emphasize that. And the goal is to reduce kind of the unnecessary pesticide use and encourage alternative pest control methods that are less toxic to our native wildlife. So they can actually, these boxes hold the 1st generation anticoagulants as well, and they would still be available for pest management companies to use. And actually 1st generation are still available to the public. It's the 2nd generation that the public cannot go into Home Depot or,
Okay.
Walmart and buy.
And I'm not asking you to explain the industry practice, but do you happen to know why they went to 2nd generation?
I think it was because with the 1st generation, because I mean, hey, wildlife's not stupid. Because they needed to go into this box multiple times to get the lethal dose. I mean, some of these rodents were smart enough to stay away. So with the 2nd generation, the intent was to build a more toxic product that they would only have to eat once and then die. But again, neither one of them like kill them instantly. They live long enough that a bald eagle or a hawk or an owl can pick them up and then be indiscriminately killed by it. I mean, it's unfortunate. The product itself is not doing what it's intended. It's these secondary killings that are happening. And also, I guess one quick thing is that even if it's not killing the wildlife, it's causing them to succumb more to strikes with buildings or get hit by a car because they don't have the same ability to fly when they're poisoned. And even with like coyotes and foxes, they're more susceptible to mange or just other diseases, starving, because those are called like the sublethal effects of the rodenticide. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole.
Sure, thanks.
Representative O'Day,
Yes, thank you. Just real quick. I know we're, so I was talking to the Senator Duff about this and, the mice running on my drop ceiling. I actually got sticky traps, but it was I
It's
didn't
so
like it
cruel.
because they chewed off their feet. And it made me
It's
feel
so
horrible.
cruel.
Right. So,
Can I-
so I guess my question to you is, what do you recommend we do as a homeowner?
So I don't know if have you heard of Wildlife in Crisis? They're like our biggest wildlife rehabber in the state. They're located in Weston, and I visited her facility. And of course, they have to worry about, you know, mice and rats and things. But one of the things their top priority is sanitation, right? Just keeping everything clean. But they're called, she uses live traps. So what happens is you'll catch a mouse or a rat, and then you have to, you know, and then you relocate it. So that's why they're called live traps. But there's snap traps, which it's, I mean,
I've used both the live traps and the snap traps.
I think you know, as friends of animals, of course, I'm going to recommend a live trap and not a glue trap and not a snap trap. And, you know, so, but also, you know, making sure that all of the openings in your house that they could be coming in are closed. And I can give you the name of the company in Fairfield County that does that.
Tom, have you tried giving them Red Bull, Tom?
They run around like crazy. No. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony.
Sorry to jump in as the tough guy here. Ms. Rivard here is number 23 of 71 per people giving testimony. I would just, you know, if we get our questions done, let's get moving. We don't need to keep going on forever. Next is Anna Shagru, followed by Karen Lasky.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopez, Representative Gresco, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Anna Shagru, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the Northeastern Connecticut Council of Governments, or NECOG, where I serve as a regional planner. I'm here today to provide testimony on Senate Bill 11, an act coordinating Connecticut resiliency planning and broadening municipal options for climate resilience. And I have already submitted written testimony. NECOG supports this bill. However, we would like to share with you some thoughts or suggestions that we feel can improve this legislation. We recommend that the proposal more fully incorporate regional councils of governments, or COGS, as a means of enhancing the intent and the outcomes of this legislation. Amending Senate Bill 11 to include and enable more regional options would enable our municipalities to build off of existing regional natural hazard mitigation plans, regional comprehensive economic development strategies, and regional plans of conservation and development that are already in place, and also already incorporate resiliency planning strategies that pertain to land use, climate change, transportation, and infrastructure. The councils of governments and these plans are valuable resources for strategic integration amongst the local, regional, and state levels. It is our position, NECOG's position, that as a state, we should be seeking efficiencies in the delivery of services to avoid further fragmenting or fracturing the delivery of services amongst municipalities. A regional approach could be appropriately incorporated into sections 1 through 10 of the bill, section 14, section 17, and section 18. Beginning with sections 1 through 10, a part of this section allows multiple municipalities to enter into agreements to address shared vulnerabilities. We believe that our town should have the option to enable a COG to address these shared vulnerabilities. Going along, section 14 requires GIS analysis on sea level rise within municipal evacuation and hazard mitigation plans. 9 of our regional COGs already have GIS systems in place, and they're very robust, and we believe that this analysis thus can be conducted regionally. And this same logic could also apply to section 17 of the bill, which requires geolocation of municipality culverts and bridges, as well as Section 18, which involves geolocating critical infrastructure. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
No, I believe there's aspects of this bill that does allow for regional cooperation, if I'm not mistaken. Right? You followed along with that, or is this something separate you want to do with regional?
So there, you're correct. There are sections that enable COG participation in the bill. One that I can think of is establishing a land trust and allowing the COGs to have control over that. These sections that I mentioned, though, don't mention COGs at all. So we are suggesting that you make it an option that municipalities can elect into using a COGS services.
Okay, I assume you submitted written testimony on this?
Yes.
Okay, we'll definitely look at it. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Lasky. Karen.
Hi.
How you
Hello,
doing?
honorable members of Environment Committee. My name is Karen Lasky, and I've been a volunteer advocate for animals for 57 years. And I'm on the board of Connecticut Votes for Animals. I support House Bill 5217, an act concerning the use of certain rodenticides, the horrible ones, but we want it amended to ban the use of these horrible poisons. If these poisons continue, then animals and humans are in danger when they come in contact with them. Death from these poisons is a slow and painful process, sometimes lasting 4 days to 2 weeks. Bleeding internally, externally, seizures, tremors, neurological difficulties, vomiting, diarrhea, and respiratory paralysis are symptoms that lead to death. Anyone who may happen to ingest an animal who has been poisoned, and other people have mentioned all the animals that are affected, but don't forget your companion animal also. And think of the animals who aren't found and able to go to these wonderful rehabbers that do so much work. There are other ways, and we heard a lot of ways. So please ban the use of these hideous and archaic poisons. For House Bill 5223, minor revisions to agriculture-related statutes, I oppose because of Section 1. Redefining animals will limit their protections and will put more animals in danger of being cruelly treated. We rely on ACOs and police officers to help us with investigating acts of cruelty or to protect us from animals who may be considered a threat to us. I recently talked with my animal control officer about an animal that I wasn't sure was a coyote or a lost dog. It was small and it looked like a lost dog. He helped me identify on the spot by our phone conversation. He also told me that he loves his job with wildlife and companion animals. All of the animals he cares for or intervenes with are important, and that his job is very fulfilling to him. I completely support House Bill 5224, the protection of spiny dogfish. Shark finning is a sadistic practice that leaves a shark without mobility and takes the fins to be used as a so-called delicacy while the body of the shark is thrown back into the sea and they slowly suffocate or bleed to death while other sea creatures are biting him. Sharks are an important part of the ecosystem, and losing millions of them every year to profit from their fins is upsetting the vital role they play in maintaining marine balance. Sharks are a keystone of the food chain who help to balance coral systems and keep the carbon cycle in motion.
Hi, Karen, your time is up.
Okay, just one line. Please let
Go ahead.
compassion and promoting ecological balance rule your votes. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Lasky. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next person up is Tom Metzner.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Good afternoon, Representative Gresco, Senator Lopes, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Tom Metzner. I'm with an activist group called CT Towns Nixing the NIPS, and I'm here to speak in support of HB 5215, Municipal Authority banning the sale of NIPS. And you've heard a lot of compelling arguments about the sale of NIPS and the use of the money and the prevalence of the NIPS in the litter, throwing out the window, et cetera. But I wanted to focus instead on municipal control and municipal authority. And is there a vested and compelling state interest in denying municipalities the right to make this choice on their own? So several years ago, I live in Glastonbury, my town had a public hearing where they were going to ban the sale of plastic bags. And people showed up. These are our neighbors. These are the people that live in the town. These are to understand the local conditions of our town. We presented our ideas. Our elected officials listened attentively and then made a decision based on the information provided and what they felt was the best interest of the town. This is, I think, how government should work. As if problems can be solved close to home, then I think they should be. If there's a compelling state interest to deny the town, then I understand that that sometimes is the case. But I think that's what we wanted to focus on, that the towns want to have the right to ban the sale of NIPS. I've heard arguments about the money, and somehow that the idea is we tolerate throwing the NIPS out the window, and then we just fix the problem after the fact by giving people money to go around and pick them up. I think prevention, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And you may not agree that a town should ban the sale of NIPS. You may think they should get the money, and that's fine. But we can't even have a voice. We don't have the chance to present our case to our town until this law is amended. So I ask that you amend the Liquor Control Act of 1933 to reflect current conditions and let municipalities decide about the conditions within their own town. And that's my statement, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Fair enough. Any questions? Representative O'Day, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you. You know, you and I had talked about tires. I went over. So you're testifying not on behalf of DEEP?
Correct.
I will say when I saw you coming up, I'm like, oh, wait, are you DEEP, or so you're with the advocacy group?
Yes, I'm representing only myself and not the position of the department today.
So you're not on the dime of the state of Connecticut. You're doing, you're
Yes.
commenting here on Connecticut Town nixing the NIPS.
Well, I mean, we're not just an ad hoc group, so I took a day off from work to be here. We're not paid to be here. We don't have any money. We're just a group of like-minded folks with a Facebook page.
Gotcha. So I'm just saying, I think, you know, if somebody came here from Department of Revenue Services advocating for eliminating the tax on pensions, that would have a lot of weight with me. I would agree with them, but I think that might be a little unfair. You can see how it seems as though, because you interact with the leadership of this committee all the time. So I'm just wondering if you have any concerns about undue influence on, I mean, you being the voice of CT Towns nixing the NIPS and also working with the leadership on the Environment Committee. Do you see any issue with that?
I'm a resident with rights to represent myself and bring my, I have a constitutional right to bring my grievances to the committee. So
I agree. I agree.
I'm exercising those rights.
Okay. All right. The issue I have, where does it stop? Because, you know, NIPS can go up to 100 milliliters. So I can foresee a circumstance where if we do pass this bill, then are we going to outlaw the NIPS that are double the size? And then, you know, what about the 5-hour energy containers? You know, where does this end in your mind?
The law says 50. If it was up to 100, I wouldn't object to that. But I think ultimately it's a town decision to say, we'll do with the 50. And where it stops is where the state feels a compelling interest to override the will of the towns. So if the town feels that 50 milliliters will accomplish what they feel they think it will accomplish, then that should be their right. If there's a compelling state interest to deny the towns, then I think it's the role of the state to deny the towns that opportunity.
Are you aware of any other situation where the state has gotten involved in packaging of, you know, we're not banning alcohol, although you can choose to be dry or not. but we're not saying you can't sell gin, you can't sell vodka, you can't sell, like, I'm just wondering, are you aware of a situation that's similar to this other than the paper bag issue versus plastic, I think is a little different, but is there any other scenario where the state's gotten involved in packaging?
Not our state. No, I can't think of one, but I can think that Massachusetts has done this and it's withstood a legal challenge. So you just look at the results of what they've done in Massachusetts, and it's in my written testimony. I mean, one thing that wasn't mentioned is the town of Chelsea saw a dramatic decrease in EMT responses to alcohol-related crashes from 700 down to 200, and that's in my written testimony. So this is local control. And is there a state interest in denying the towns the right to set these rules for ourselves?
The problem I see is that the towns now get paid 5 cents for every sale.
Yeah.
For this example, let's say that New Canaan bans it. We only got $3,000 anyway, but let's just say hypothetically that or let's say Norwalk banned it and New Canaan didn't because we only have 3,000. Well, people coming from Norwalk, they buy them in New Canaan and then discard them inappropriately in Norwalk, and Norwalk's not getting any money for it.
Right. So my response to that would be, what we understand about the consumption and purchase of nips is that they're purchased, consumed, and discarded a short distance from where it all happens in the same area. They don't buy them to bring them home. They buy them to quick drink and out the window. Many of the ones I've picked up myself are less than a quarter mile from the package store and 100 yards from the entrance to Glastonbury High School. So I don't think, I think this is a local issue. I don't think people are inclined to go buy them in another town and bring them back. They'll buy them, they'll drink them in that town and discard them in that town, in which case that town has a decision to make. Do we ban it, or do we like the fact that our neighboring town banned it and now we're getting more money because people are coming to buy it? But again, it comes down to local control. If a town chooses the money, so be it. But where's our voice to say and have this robust discussion at the municipal level? We're not denying the towns that don't want to ban the sale. We're saying the ones that do should have a voice.
Well, they have a voice on whether or not to sell alcohol, but I hear you. I just think, well, if they're discarding them on the way to Glastonbury High School, I'm wondering if it's the teachers or the students. Either way, it's a problem. But in any event, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
Any questions? Sorry, Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in and testifying. The 21st Amendment, which repealed prohibition, brought regulation of alcohol back to state government. So constitutionally, that's where it resides. You don't see an issue of the state giving up that constitutional authority?
I see that that was legally challenged in Massachusetts and the towns prevailed and they were allowed to ban the sale of nips. It was that's at the state level. I don't know that it was constitutionally challenged at the national level, but it has been legally held up in Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Metzner. Aziz Dekan. Which I saw him earlier, but I don't see him now, so I think he's in person. If anyone knows him, text him.
I'm here. Can
I'll
you hear
circle
me?
him back.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you were in the building a little while ago. You threw me out.
I was in the building, but I actually had to get home for some other stuff. Hi, everybody. I'm Aziz Dekan. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs. I'm here to talk on SB 11 and HB 5127. I'll start with the resiliency bill, and just we're in complete agreement on this bill. We want to make sure that resiliency is going to EJ communities where they're traditionally not there, and where the people who live in those communities suffer the greatest. We're in a period of climate change and climate crisis where we see 100-year storms now coming every 10 years or so. And a good example of that is just recently with the dam break and 500 people being displaced. We need to be real cautious and real determined on climate resiliency. So we want to make sure that everything that happens in this bill is promoted towards environmental justice communities in particular, and all communities. I'm a little concerned that some of the work that we want to do there is building seawalls. And I have some concerns about the viability of those seawalls. So, as we move forward, I'm interested to see how we use these resiliency tactics to make life better for people, not just on the shoreline, but along canals, along dams, and all of that. So that's that piece. The other one is I have to check my calendar about when I start talking about HB 5127. I mean, we're in 2024, and we're acting as if the only types of rodenticides we can use are the ones that kill every predator who eats a poisoned animal. I was an organic farmer dozens of years ago, decades ago, and we found ways to control our population of rodents and rats and whatever else was out there, and we didn't use pesticides. And I guess maybe what we have to do is be concerned that maybe what will change it is when one of our dogs starts to die from eating a poisoned animal, because it doesn't seem like we really care enough about the animals and the birds that are dying from eating these. And I get it. We need to do some control in food industry warehouses, but that black box that Nicole showed, that says it all for you, right? And these are dangerous pesticides. The rodenticides don't need to be used in this manner. And I think we just have to take a second look at how we look at the human and animal race out here. Species are dying because of us, and it just doesn't feel right at all. So I urge that you ban these rodenticides and let's find more there's no humane way to kill an animal. I get it, but there are better ways to control pests than what we're trying to do right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Decon. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person, Kathy Fletcher, followed by John McNamara, maybe someone I know. I don't see Kathy online. I don't see anyone in the room, so we'll be moving forward to John McNamara, who I also don't see online and don't see in the room. Okay, look at that. Representative Gresco leaves and we start moving more efficiently. Next person, Melissa Copps. We're on a roll. Kathy Howell Talmont. Oh, I see Melissa Copps hopping on. We'll go back.
I'm
Melissa,
sorry, I wasn't moved to a panelist quickly enough.
Okay.
Hello. I'm here, I'm an architect, and I'm representing Build Green CT, which is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to accelerate the just and sustainable transformation of the built environment through education, advocacy, and community building. Our membership includes architects, engineers, consultants, developers, builders and contractors, manufacturers, realtors, utilities, educators, government, and nonprofits. So I'm here to speak in support of Bill SB 11. And I want to specifically address sections 19 through 21 regarding the building code, which is our particular area of expertise. We've seen a lot of misinformation circulating around the provisions of these sections of the bill. The opposition to this bill indicates a fundamental misunderstanding of both energy codes and the process for code adoption. The bill does not require that any standard be blindly adopted. This bill correctly charges the Codes and Standards Committee to incorporate cost-effective resiliency and optimal greenhouse gas reduction measures. Referencing a national standard does not require that it be adopted without amendments. During code adoption, there is a public process to request recommendations for amendments, and a standard is never adopted without modification. The Codes and Standards Committee itself is made of appointed diverse stakeholders to ensure a fair and transparent process. The bill requires that the state continue to stay up to date with the latest version of the International Energy Conservation Code, which is a national standard that is developed using a robust multi-year public process and cost effectiveness requirements. Incorporation of the latest version of the IECC is a requirement for utilizing certain federal funding. This is not an unreasonable requirement and positions the state to stay relevant and not lose out on important investment. Much of the opposition to this bill mentions Energy Star, which is a separate certification standard administered by the Department of Energy to recognize projects that are especially high performance, and Energy Star is not referenced by this bill at all. We agree, as discussed in the hearing, that the Codes and Standards Committee should take into consideration the findings of the Insurance Working Group. And just as a final note, incorporating greater resiliency and energy efficiency in new construction is incredibly cost effective. With all the new development going on in our state, we don't want to miss the opportunity with a very small additional investment upfront to save a large amount of money over time in energy costs and costly retrofits. In addition, energy efficiency provides Connecticut residents and the state additional benefits such as thermal and acoustic comfort, housing stability, reduced energy insecurity, reduced air pollution, and better health.
Melissa, your timer went off if you want to
Great.
summarize.
Well, I also, since I was second, I'd like to invite you to an event where we're touring the Buckley Elementary School, and you can contact me if you want further information to get a complimentary registration to see the first verified zero energy public school in New England that happens to be located in Manchester, Connecticut.
I'm not allowed east of the river too often, but if you send an email to my office, I will do my best to try to attend. Any questions for Ms. Copps? Seeing none. Thank you very much. And we're going to backtrack to, I see John McNamara on the list now. If you're available, please unmute and proceed.
Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, hope you can hear me.
We hear you fine. And
Okay,
even you, I have
thanks.
to give 3 minutes to.
At least. And members of the Environment Committee, I'm John McNamara, an alderman from Ward 4 and Majority Leader of the New Britain Common Council. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Madison Park Bill 5214 that will make Madison Park eligible for the passport program and allows Riverfront Recapture to become the entity that will restore the park as a much needed open space. The bill begins a process of ending the benign neglect noted in the study, creating a public-private mechanism for revitalization. In announcing his support for Madison to become a state park last year, House Speaker Ritter noted that Connecticut has not established a new state park of any kind in more than 15 years. Deep in seeking to make the state eligible for federal land and water funding, has documented the overwhelming demand for outdoor recreation that you heard the commissioner talk about going through the roof after the pandemic. From residents whose homes and residents I represent are contiguous with the park, I've heard strong support that the neglect of the park needs to end, that it should be restored. Friends of the Park Group represents a strong and passionate base of volunteerism to support a restoration. It's disappointing, but understandable to hear costs are prohibitive to restore swimming and wading, given the limitations of the funding and decades of neglect. I believe, however, that aeration systems and remediation should be a long-term goal, and that recreational uses can be restored gradually. On public safety, the study notes that any opening of the park will require investments, money, personnel. To quote it, managing walk-in visitors would be challenging with open borders, and the pond and boat ramp, which is on the New Britain side, create additional public safety concerns. I held a ward meeting on February 10th, and that was one of the concerns I heard from residents. Their concern is that New Britain, being the adjacent municipality, may be responsible for emergency services and trash pickups at the park, which could add unintended expenses for a city that needs to fund education and essential services. New Britain has always been a strong partner in mutual aid to surrounding towns, but as a financially distressed community, it should not be asked to bear additional burdens. There's also a proposed circular path around the pond that was proposed in the Hartford Master Plan, not a part of your legislation. It would impact 19 to 20 homes on Patterson Drive. If I read it correctly, the study referred to the residents as encroachers on parkland. As planning proceeds, Residents should be held harmless for being considered encroachers on parkland that's been in their backyards for ad infinitum. Alternative trails should be considered. With these concerns about safety and liability issues for the Britain in mind, I do urge a favorable report. Let us proceed with revitalizing a valuable park for the public in central Connecticut. Thanks, Senator Lopes.
Well done. You're right on the 3 minutes. No, thank you for your testimony. This, for people's edification, this is a pond and park that is owned by the city of Hartford that is located on the border of Farmington and New Britain. Half and half in each of those towns, but owned by a totally separate municipality. Hence, you could see the confusion of, we're moving forward. The plan moving forward is, I think, agreed to on all parties. It's not controversial, but we're proceeding very slowly and carefully to make sure we don't cause ourselves any grief. Any questions from members of the committee for Mr. McNamara? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Cooley, representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the individual testifying for that quick recap of the issues of Batterson Pond Park, since I have a little bit of Farmington, as does Representative D'Amico, and Senator Lopes has New Britain. So hopefully we'll get this done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, seeing a pass. Thank you, Mr. McNamara.
Thank you very much.
Endeavor to get this passed through committee. Next person, I have Kathy Howell Talmont. So do you want to take over now, starting in Joan? Is that what you want? Go ahead.
Okay, no, Kathy. So we're gonna go next to, well, Ed testified this morning with Representative Cheeseman. So we're gonna go to Joan Nichols. Who I see in the corner. There she is. Look at that. We fast forwarded just for you, Joan.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, Senator Hockadel, Representative Palm, and members of the Environment Committee. My name's Joan Nichols. I'm the Executive Director for Connecticut Farm Bureau Association. I'm writing in support of proposed House Bill 5217, an act concerning the use of certain rodenticides, on the condition that this bill contains an important exemption for agriculture and food processing facilities. While I understand the concerns of many that the newer second-generation rodenticides may pose a threat to non-target species such as hawks and other raptors, the option to use these products on farms and in the critically important food production and food processing facilities in Connecticut should be maintained in order to minimize the threat of contamination and other problems caused by rodents. We would like to propose the following amendments to the bill. In line 13, after the words "as amended by this act," the following language should be inserted, and we underline, "with the exception of sales to and use by licensed pesticide applicators on farms actively engaged in agriculture or food production and processing facilities." Just like any other restricted use pesticide in Connecticut, any person purchasing and using these products would need to have a current pesticide applicator's license issued by the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It is important for the farmers in our state to be able to effectively control rodent pests on their farms. This provision would require the farmer or his or her staff to be licensed pesticide applicator, assuring that these products are used in such a way that minimizes the threat to non-target species. The Connecticut DEEP could be required to provide documents to all licensed pesticide applicators in an effort to inform them of the proper use of these products so as to reduce the potential to non-targeted exposure. On behalf of the farmers and food producers in our state, I urge the committee to implement the amendment of this bill as shown above. I'd also like to add that we also support the DOAG agency bills, House Bill 5223 and Senate Bill 194. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We were also going to try to patch in our president, Paul Larson, who had to leave earlier to return to the farm in Woodstock.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
So my question on the rodenticides, and it's been said to me that, well, and it's been said here too, well, you know, you're restricting use, but farmers and ag get to do whatever they want and spread this all around and without any restrictions, and you're asking for the carve out again, and you know, call me naive. But I would think that, you know, if anybody's going to be pretty using a scalpel with poisons, it would be someone that's reliant on the land for their business. Am I being too naive here?
I'll try to answer your question as best as possible. Our farmers are very, very, very careful with the use of pesticides. They've got livestock on their farm. They're raising their own animals. So to think that our farmers are just willy-nilly spreading, you know, harmful chemicals around the farm is just not the case. They're very, very, they only use these products when they're absolutely necessary. And for instance, when you have a livestock operation, our farmers do our best to contain the grain, the feed, everything possible. They're in tight bins to try to keep the rodents as best they can away from the feed stocks, not to mention we don't want rodents eating up feed. That just costs farmers money. But you have to feed your livestock, and with that is access to, you know, products and feed that rodents find attractive. So what we're asking for is a very specific exemption for agriculture with a way to set parameters around the use of these products specifically for agriculture and food production. We've got to keep our food system safe, and we need to control rodents, and our farms keep them clean as best as possible, but there's no way to keep rodents completely out of a farm without some form of control.
Thank you, Joan.
You're welcome.
I don't feel so stupid now. Anyone else? Representative D'Amico?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Joan, did you submit written testimony? Because I'm not seeing it unless maybe it's not online yet.
Yes, we did. And actually, our president, Paul Larson, wrote the testimony, but we
okay.
did submit it.
I'm looking under your name. Okay, fair enough. My mistake. So I'm also looking at testimony from the Commissioner of Deep, Commissioner Dykes, who is not too happy about this, and is indicating that because of the potential harm to human health, if we don't have this product to use against rodents, that could be a problem for human health. Did you want to comment on that, or would you prefer to just leave it alone?
I think I'd prefer to leave it alone.
Oh, okay. And my other question for you would be, again, you have to refresh my memory. This exception or exemption that you're asking for, wasn't that in last year's bill that was similar to this one?
I believe it was, and that's just my recollection, but I'd have to refer back to the bill. I believe we asked for an ag exemption last year, and we're resubmitting a request for an amendment to the existing statute.
Okay, fair enough.
Proposal.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you or afternoon.
Good
Thank you for
afternoon.
being here, and thank you for stating so eloquently the challenges that we face. And as careful as we are, sometimes we can't help what happens. You know, I mean, cattle are messy eaters, right? And I can say from personal experience, as well as talking to my fellow farmers in the ag community, we try everything that we can. And thank you for saying it, because rodenticides are a total last resort. I know in my case, you know, we found them tunneling under the barn, and we've taken and stuffed stuff into the hole, but they're going to find another hole and get out. And while they're under the barn, our concern is, what are they eating? We have electric conduit wires going under there. We have water supply lines going under there. And so it's a challenge. But thank you for seeing it. And I can tell you that, we try everything we can until we have a last resort, and you do have to control it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. Any other comments or questions? Representative Dubitsky has his hand up virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Joan. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Great. Thanks for coming in. I was wondering if you had any comment on the proposal to change the definition of animal.
We did not.
Okay. Do you have any comment? Have you seen it?
We did see it and didn't have any concerns over what the agency was proposing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Anyone else with any questions? Seeing none, Joan, thank you for your testimony and for your patience.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll probably circle back with you next week.
Okay, happy to speak with you. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Jen Eaton Jones, followed by Amy Patterson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Gresco and Senator Lopes and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Jen Eaton Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the HRA. We are a regional governmental solid waste and recycling authority serving 14 municipalities in Western Connecticut. So HRA supports with modification RB 5226. Overall, we actually believe this is a good EPR bill proposed by industry. The issues concerning batteries are not like any other material we have brought before you. This is a product that has caused great harm to humans and property due to thermal runaway, aka fires. Our first concern with the proposed language exempts a battery and a battery-containing product. These products are just as dangerous as batteries that can be removed. In addition, the bill lacks the definition of a covered entity. I've submitted written testimony with more detail, but the proposed language allows basically the pro to define statewide collection by geographic information and or minimum number of sites required for compliance. And we believe that every municipality in the state of Connecticut should have the option to opt into the stewardship plan like any other EPR law, whether their geographic information aligns with the opinion of the pro. And so it's really important. Any element of managing material includes that it's easy and convenient for all residents. The HRA is aligned with the suggestion by the NWRA to add lithium-ion batteries to the list of toxic, flammable, corrosive, and reactive items that do constitute HHW. Industry's current voluntary collection system lacks much of what is included in this proposed bill. So we're very pleased to see that it doesn't include robust public education, enhanced labeling and training, etc. And lastly, we are concerned with the timeline outlined in the proposed language, given the extremely dangerous impact of this material. I believe industry has experience in other states implementing such programs, and so we believe they can do better. Lastly, I just want to make a comment regarding HB number 5220. This is regarding the act to examine the viability of EPR for solar panels. I don't agree to have deep study this issue. We already know what it is. Why are we not asking the solar panel industry to engage with us, as did the cylinder and the battery industry, to provide a plan on how they will share the responsibility of end-of-life management of this very hard to manage material? Give them a deadline to engage and hold stakeholder meetings, allow them to propose a solution. We get calls on a regular basis at HRA about what to do with these panels. You know what my answer is? I don't know. We don't have any place to take them. And then I often will tell them, look, in Vermont, they are defined as hazardous, as many of them, well, most of them, the older panels contain lead, but because they aren't labeled, We don't know what their makeup is to determine if they are inert or hazardous. Certainly, labeling would be the first step in helping us manage them. So my concern is really just in regards to ensuring that we don't have a long length of time between implementation of a plan, whether voluntary or legislatively, while we as municipalities try to navigate and help residents find disposal solutions that frankly we just don't have. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the testimony, Jen. I had a question, and you touched on it briefly at the beginning. This battery EPR is not like any of the other EPRs that the state of Connecticut has entertained and undertaken. Do you, smarter people than me have said that, you know, this is not like the other EPRs that we're doing. So do you have a problem with the fact that it's not like the other ones, or it doesn't go far enough?
Well, really, my two biggest concerns, I would say the priority is that all municipalities need to be able to be opting into this program to allow easy access to every resident. So first and foremost, that needs to be addressed. Overall, this is a good bill. It encompasses collection, the cost, the funding, enforcement. It's a great bill. I'm just really concerned that there is sort of a loophole that depending on the geographic area in 15 miles, it's worded differently throughout the bill rather than just defining what a covered entity is, which is what typical EPR policies have. Right off the gate, they say, okay, covered entity is a transfer station, a hazardous waste drop-off location, a facility, a MRF, et cetera, and it doesn't define that. It just talks about collection sites. I want that to be clearer. And the other point I had made earlier was regarding the covered products, which maybe this bill can't truly resolve that issue because maybe that's the toy industry or the medical industry or other industries that are creating products that you cannot remove without destroying the product to get the battery out. And that isn't reasonable. We should either have the right to repair or the right to remove that battery. And mostly the reason I'm concerned about that is, what do you think a resident does or a consumer does when they have a product that's encased with plastic or metal? They're going to assume it's recyclable. So they're going to put it in their recycling bin, or they're just going to throw it out in their solid waste stream. That device is going to get hit with a compactor or front loader, and it's going to weaken the integrity of that packaging and then the integrity of the battery that then causes the thermal runaway, which causes the fire. We lost our MRF last March in Shelton. We lost it to a fire from a lithium ion battery. We don't know if it was encased or if it was on its own. But I think we need to address that. That's a concern that I have. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Anyone else in the room with a question for Jen? Seeing none, neither virtually as well. Thank you for your testimony as always and for your patience.
Thank you.
Next is Amy Patterson, followed by Bill Hyatt.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, Senator Lopes, Representative Palm, members of the committee. Thanks for this opportunity to present testimony. For the record, I'm Amy Blaymore Patterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council, which is the umbrella organization for Connecticut's land conservation community, including support for its 120 or so land trusts. I did submit written testimony on a number of bills. Thank you so much for the roster that you provided to us today. It's impressive and much appreciated. We submitted on bills that all advance CLCC's goal to safeguard natural and working lands, protect biodiversity, and mitigate against the impacts of climate change. I'll use my time today to focus on SB 11, and if I have time, on the riparian buffer bill. SB 11, as you know, implements the governor's budget recommendation to allocate $5.75 million of ARPA funds for for programs, policies, and incentives to prepare and respond to the impacts of climate change, focusing on resilience. We support the bill in its entirety. We recognize that it's very dense. And so I highlighted certain sections of particular relevance to our land conservation mission. Section 10, we're really excited to see as it relates to the previous 9 sections. It prioritizes nature-based solutions and environmental justice, communities for projects that take place in those resilient improvement districts if they are implemented by the towns. Nature-based solutions, you heard from my colleague this morning or this afternoon, Rob LaFrance, who defined that. And again, to emphasize, that includes forest conservation, riparian buffers, healthy soils, wetlands. They're all essential to addressing the dual crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, and they are essential to any comprehensive system of addressing the state's efforts to meet carbon neutrality goals. Sections 27 and 31, you didn't hear much about them today because it's the type of sections that are pretty non-controversial and they fly right under the radar, which works really well for us. These sections amend various parts of the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Statute 7131D, which also, that program includes the Urban Green and Community Garden Program. OSWA is the matching grants program that land trusts, municipalities, and water companies take advantage of for their land conservation projects, and the Urban Green and Community Garden is for green space development. I am the chair and honored to be of the Natural Heritage, Open Space, and Watershed Land Acquisition Review Board. Representative Gresco sits on that board as well. And we have been working for years to evaluate the Open Space Grant Program and the Urban Green Program to look for ways to improve them, make them more efficient, and make them more accessible. And so we were really delighted to see that many of our recommendations, all of them for that matter, between last year and now this year's proposal, have been put in place and taken up by DEEP as part of their recommendations. So with that, I'll leave it. You can look to my testimony to see why those improvements are so important for accessibility and expanding the those programs to more communities across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for your hard work when it comes to preserving open space here in the state of Connecticut. Anyone in the room have any questions for Amy? I don't see any virtually either. So thank you for sticking around and for your testimony. And you did say, I did see it electronically as well. So
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
thank you, Amy. Next is Bill Hyatt, followed by Sean Hughes.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Hyatt. I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. The council is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of fishing organizations throughout Connecticut, from freshwater to saltwater. We submitted testimony supporting both HB 5218, the riparian buffer bill, and HB 5224, the spiny dogfish shark fin bill. What I'd like to do is take a couple of moments just to talk briefly about the riparian buffer bill. And the council's detailed comments are in our testimony. So what I'd like to do is convey today is the importance of riparian buffers to the health of our rivers, streams, and brooks, and the importance of riparian buffers to the anglers and to the future of fishing, quite frankly, throughout Connecticut. Trout are Connecticut's most popular game fish, but populations of wild native brook trout and wild brown trout have been declining steadily over the course of the last 30 years throughout Connecticut, except in our very most protected streams and waters. This is due to the combined impacts of development and a warming climate. Combined, these two, development and a warming climate, have resulted in increased stream temperatures, increased drought frequency, increased flooding frequency, and increased non-point source pollution. All of which work to undermine the health of our streams in a way that is felt all the way from our headwaters to Long Island Sound. Riparian buffers, and you've heard this over and over again today, but riparian buffers applied statewide are the most cost-effective way to address these threats. And quite frankly, the larger the buffer, the better from our perspective, from the perspective of protecting the fisheries and the natural resources in those streams. The Fisheries Advisory Council and the thousands of angler conservationists that we represent believe that trout, mentioned earlier are truly a canary in the coal mine, just the tip of the iceberg. The decline of trout populations is just what's apparent to us, both from a scientific standpoint and from the standpoint of anglers. There's a lot happening under the surface that's associated with that. As such, we urge this committee to do everything possible to pass HB 5218 and to do everything possible to ensure that DEP has the resources necessary to implement its provisions and intents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Any questions? Representative Callahan, followed by Representative Michelle.
Bill, great to see you. If anybody knows fish, it's you. When it comes to the spiny dogfish, I know I've talked to anglers, people from Niantic to Montauk to Rhode Island. They're saying dogfish are so plentiful. And to their knowledge, there is no market for their fins. So I'm just wondering your opinion on that.
So what my understanding of what this bill does is it just codifies what's already in regulations. And the regulations are already in place that prohibit the sale and possession of fins of spiny dogfish in Connecticut.
And would you agree that are the dogfish as plentiful as, well, sand sharks, dogfish, as I'm hearing from the anglers?
Both spiny dogfish and smooth dogfish, neither one is overfished. Neither one is subject to overfishing currently. They're both relatively abundant, yes.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you being here and waiting all day. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. I just wanted to ask, are there any taxes paid to the state of Connecticut for sales of the dogfish fins, for example?
I don't have an answer to that. Okay. I really don't. Right now, the only dogfish fins that could be sold would be smooth dogfish. And my understanding is that if there is any business in that area, it's rather minuscule.
Right. I mean, I did ask in the past, I think it was maybe 2019, then I might have asked again in 21, but there wasn't any taxes for the state of Connecticut. So it didn't seem like there were any sales of dogfish fins. I mean, we all know that it's a small fish, so everybody can imagine the size of a fin cut off from one of those. Why would it be an issue to protect both spiny and smooth dogfish?
So the shark, my understanding of the intentions of the shark fin bill is let me back up a little bit. Sharks are long-lived, slow-reproducing species, so they are very subject and vulnerable to overfishing. Mm-hmm. And as a result, there's been a series of measures taken both at the federal level, starting around 2000, and at various state levels to ensure that our shark populations along our coast are not overfished, and those that have been historically overfished are allowed to recover. And that's been an iterative process. I think there's been at least 4 pieces of legislation that I'm aware of from 2000 to 2022 that at the federal level, and then various actions taken by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, the various fisheries management councils, and the state agencies to make sure that everything is in compliance. And as a result, a lot of that legislation is just doing just that, making sure everything is in compliance. As I understand it now, and the federal laws would allow for completely prohibit the practice of shark finning and the possession and sale of shark fins, with the exception of spiny dogfish and smooth dogfish. Connecticut has gone one step further in regulation, which is to prohibit the sale, the possession and sale of the fins of the spiny dogfish, and this bill would codify those regulations in statute, leaving one species, the smooth dogfish, for which it would still be legal to harvest and sell the fins here in Connecticut. And that is a species that I think, as in the answer to Representative Callahan, is not overfished, is not subject to overfishing, and is relatively abundant. Fact is, there's not a very big industry there at all. There just isn't a market for it. And I
Okay.
think that's what you were getting at.
Well, I was trying to get to that. And then in 2019, while leading the charge, on the shark fins ban, and that passed through the House, one of the discoveries that was made is that, well, one, that there was no really any sale of the fins of the dogfish, but we also found out that the only way to sell illegal fins is when they mix them with legal fins. So by allowing a loophole, an exemption on a smooth dogfish, then we're allowing the poached fins to travel through our state and eventually, and they could be used and mixed. And I don't think DUAG or DEEP or whoever would be in charge of this would check on the DNA of what fins are in the shark fin soup the next day at the restaurant. I can't see that happening. And because of this hardship in enforcement, and since it's not, I don't think, is it a targeted species or is it a bycatch mostly?
It's a combination, but it is a target species in some instances. And just to be clear, I do understand the logic that you're presenting. And also, just to be clear, our testimony, Fisheries Advisory Council, we were supportive of the legislation that's being proposed.
Yeah, I'm just saying, why would you be supportive of adding the fins of smooth dogfish as part of the legislation, since it would enable to actually block once and for all the possibilities of having illegal fins mixed with legal fins in the consumer products?
Totally understand the point. I think in our testimony, what we said is that we agree with the exemption, given that that smooth dogfish are currently not overfished, are abundant and not subject to overfishing. And hence they're going to be taken. And I think that our point that we made was, given that they're going to be taken, why allow anything to be wasted?
All right. And so as a target species, where do smooth dogfish, I guess, meet? Where does that go? What is it used for? What is it? Why is it a target species?
I can't speak specifically to that. I do believe that the flesh of the fish is used in various dishes. I don't think it brings a high price. And given the abundance of the fish and the fact that it doesn't bring a high price is why there isn't much of a large fishery for them.
Right. So, okay, that's why I'm like curious why the fisheries would not agree with also exempting the smooth fish, with adding the smooth fish, sorry, and not keep it exempted, because it's not really a business in the state. It's not.
And I guess my answer to that would be, I don't think anybody's going to lose any sleep about what you're proposing there. But if the fish are going to be taken, I think our preference would be not to have anything wasted.
And I think the bill is precisely on the fins, not on the fish itself. So if I'm correct. So this is what I'm trying to get to.
If you take the fish and you throw away the fins, that could, when there's a use for them, that represents an element of waste.
Right. And you're okay with the possession being banned as well, outside of the sales and trades? Because this has been in discussion in the past on the House floor.
Correct. The bill for spiny dogfish, right?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Representative Dubinsky, followed by Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify about this. I'm still a little confused as to how this whole thing works. Is there a ban on catching spiny dogfish?
No.
Okay, so I go out, throw a hook in the water, pull out a spiny dogfish, bring it home to clean it. Obviously, to clean it, I have to take the fins off. Once I take the fins off, am I not now in violation of the law?
I'm going to let somebody from the agency at some point, I'm no longer with the agency, somebody from the agency talk about the specifics of what's currently in regulation. It's my understanding that the bill that's proposed would bring the statutes in, make them consistent with what's already in the regulations.
Okay. but from the standpoint of a guy with a fishing rod in his hand, how does somebody comply with this?
So
If you're gonna catch the fish, you're gonna take the fin off. And if you take the fin off, you're now in violation.
So I believe that there's an exemption for fish that are legally caught and what you can and can't do, and a requirement that if you take the fish home to harvest to eat, that you have to immediately, you destroy the fins with the refuse from the carcass.
So I can't eat them
I-
with the rest of the fish.
I would think that you could if you wanted to. Please don't invite me for that dinner.
Okay, because you wouldn't want to be in violation of the law.
That would be the least
all
of
right.
my worries.
It just doesn't, it doesn't make sense to me. I understand a regulation that, or a law that bans the the distribution of large numbers of fins. But when it comes down to an individual who caught a fish, I would certainly hope there's some exemption for that. And if I catch a fish, I can eat it.
I'm certain that there are. I just can't recite them to you chapter and verse.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem, Representative Dubitsky. When you speak, I see thought bubbles. I never thought they'd be so colorful. But Representative Palm, you're up, please.
Thank you. Sir, I'm reading your testimony on the riparian buffers, and you say cold water streams along with tidal wetlands have been identified as the Connecticut habitat that is most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. And this goes back a few years. In the very beginning of the Malloy administration, there was a charge to develop a climate adaptation plan for the state of Connecticut. My understanding is that that's been revised under the Lamont administration. But part of that effort under the Malloy administration was to do a natural resource assessment, a natural resource vulnerability assessment. And that was an effort that was co-chaired by the agency and by the Nature Conservancy. It involved a lot of stakeholders from government agencies, academia, NGOs. And part of that task was to look through the suite of habitats that exist in Connecticut that are identified in the various natural resource plans, and to look at each of those and to evaluate them relative to their vulnerability to the impacts from climate change. And the two that rose to the top were cold water streams and tidal wetlands. Tidal wetlands, obviously sea level rise was the major issue. And with cold water streams, it was a combination of increasing temperature affecting the ability of that ecosystem function of a cold water stream, coupled with increased frequency of both droughts and floodwaters. And that was, I would say, 2010, 2011-ish.
So you're acknowledging the verifiable fact of the warming of the waters.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and I'll say that that's, that trend is reflected in the changes that we've seen over the years in some of the cold water biota, most obviously with the trout species I mentioned earlier.
Any further questions? Seeing none online. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you.
Next up, Sean Hughes, followed by Lindsay Setti.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Gresco, Ranking Member Callahan and Harding, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Sean Hughes. I'm the Assistant Director for the Connecticut Package Store Association, here to testify in opposition to 5215. Currently, as it stands right now, a town can ban, whether to sell alcohol or not, to be either a wet or a dry town. They can't vote to either have different brands, flavors, or sizes. So the two concerns really that the association has with this bill is that it kind of sets the precedent of putting the package store that is in the town that sets the ban at an economic disadvantage, especially if the towns surrounding it do allow for the sale of nips. And speaking with my members, the nip sales range from either 5 to 20% of sales of the total store. And then also it opens the door for towns, in the future to seek legislation opting to ban different sizes, flavors, and brands. I heard today that, people consume these nips and toss them out the windows. And unfortunately, that is true for some of the case, but we've seen kind of a transition with some of the drinkers. And some people prefer nips because of their size and, how convenient they are. Some of the younger drinkers seem to, instead of buying a bottle of 175 or 750, they get a sleeve of, 10 nips of gin, put it in a bottle of ice or a bowl of ice at a party. And that way they're not stuck with a bottle if they're not a gin drinker. There's been a lot talked about Massachusetts today, and I kind of did a deep dive into this as I knew it would kind of come up. But the Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission ruled in 2016 in favor of the city of Boston when they were banning the sale of nips in certain package stores because of litter. This opened the door for the interpretation that towns could ban the sale of nips. And in 2018, the town of Chelsea was the first to do so in the state. And since then, they've seen a little bit of reduction in litter, but I kind of dove a little bit more into that. And Chelsea is a densely populated city. And so they had, unfortunately, a lot of homeless individuals that were drinking nips on the main street and discarding them. So when they got rid of the sale of nips in town, the surrounding 3 towns saw an increase in Everett, Mass. of 13.8%. In Revere, they saw a 25% increase. And then in East Boston, they saw a 63% increase, all in the nip sales for the surrounding package stores for that municipality. So it really just kind of pushes the problem away, but they still saw the nips on the litter on the main street. Out of the 351 municipalities in Massachusetts, a little over 200 have considered a ban, and about 5 have instituted a ban. The 6th one, Plymouth, they recently just had a vote in January, and the town's population voted to overturn that ban. As Mr. Cafaro stated earlier, any type of litter is a problem, and unfortunately nips are, a problem out there. And we've all seen them. I do a lot of surf casting. I walk a lot of beaches at night, and I unfortunately see nip litter along as bottles and a lot of feminine hygiene care products. So, litter is litter, and there's a lot of marine debris out there. But the industry kind of came to a conclusion, and, we implemented the 5-cent fee and kind of reached out. So in conclusion, I'll just highlight 2 towns. The town of Vernon created a nip patrol, highlighting Boy Scouts and nonprofits to pick up the litter. And then Hartford implemented the neighborhood ambassador, which employs formerly incarcerated individuals to pick up litter and weeds on their streets. So happy to take any question if there is any.
Thank you. Thank you for being succinct. Any questions? Representative Callahan, followed by Representative O'Day.
Sean, thanks for coming in. And it sounds like from the testimony I've heard today, I mean, I don't really care for nips, but you eliminate it, give the town the ability to eliminate them. You're moving the profits, but not the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly. And you know what, Connecticut, to my knowledge, I mean, I know the state of New Mexico banned the sale of nips, and like Mr. Cafaro said, Maine does have them, I believe, in the bottle bill. But there's other states that are looking at us as the Connecticut model, implementing the environmental fee towards the cleanup. So,
all right, thanks, Sean.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, you were about to say something when the buzzer went off about you did a survey or you reached out personally. Were you guys going to, I want to figure out what's going on with the money. And the good chair previously said that there was a study done. The study that I saw was what each town got for money. I'm wondering if there's a different study that Representative Gresco was talking about.
I believe it was something more extensive. He said he'd be emailing that out shortly.
Okay, thank you. But what were you? Was there something else you wanted to say before you got cut off? That's, I guess, my question.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mr. Cafaro and, talking to him, I think some of the towns, apparently one of them had spent it on drapes in an office, so I think obviously, and, Vice Chair Palm had pointed out earlier, we kind of gave leeway to the towns to, how they saw fit to clean up the nips, whether it's a street sweeper, whether it's hiring people, whether it's creating those, filters on the storm drains. So, but I know some towns are using it in different ways, and I'm not here to, tell a town how to, put their money, but, that could help at least with a little bit of the cleanup going forward.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, all those years. I don't think I ever asked your father a tough question, but I got a tough question for you.
All right.
We're gonna use a hypothetical here. let's say there's a community and on one side of the community is Farmington and one side of that community, the community is Berlin. There's a community in the middle of it. And it gets a whole lot of money from NIP, this NIP program here. If Berlin and Farmington ban NIP bottles, theoretically, would people come to that central community and buy more NIP bottles and subsequently end up with more money raised for that one municipality in the middle of those two towns?
Yeah, they probably would, you know, and it'd be a cash cow for them. I'm sure those towns would still see nip litter, but they may see a reduction. You know, I don't have data to, disprove or approve that.
I got a feeling I might get a call from my mayor.
Yeah.
All right, but any further, Representative Baumgartner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Sean. Question regarding, I know Rep. Palm asked this earlier to Larry about the glass. Can you, give any data or insights as to how many of the package stores actually provide NIPS in glass form?
Yeah, I don't know too many that are, I'd say the majority are probably plastic. I know Jaeger is glass. I know some of the higher end tequilas are glass, but the majority, and I think Fireball is still king, and they're plastic, but I would say probably at least 80% are still plastic, unfortunately, so.
Okay, all right, thank you, Sean.
Any further questions? Just quick, I don't see any online. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk. Thank you very much. Lindsay Setti. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the chairs and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Setti, and I serve as an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I've submitted testimony today on a number of different bills. I just want to make a few brief comments on some of them. To start, CCM supports House Bill 5226, which would establish an EPR program for consumer batteries, and House Bill 5220, which would authorize a study to look at the viability of creating an EPR program for residential and commercial solar panels. CCM supports properly designed EPR programs, which provide environmentally responsible systems for the end-of-life management of products that take the financial and administrative burden off the back of municipalities. That is the most important part to us. On House Bill 5215, regarding the municipal authority to prohibit the sale of NIPS, while CCM appreciates the local choice option for banning the sale of NIPS, we support revising the language of this bill to allow towns and cities to follow the lawmaking process of their respective legislative bodies or their charter if they have one, instead of requiring them to first hold a public hearing before a vote by their legislative body. On both Senate Bill 11 and House Bill 5218, we have broad concerns on both of these bills regarding mandates. Senate Bill 11 mandates that municipalities amend their local POCD to require a climate change vulnerability assessment. Municipalities spend tens of thousands of dollars every 10 years to review and revise their POCD, which is a huge financial burden. There is no telling what a climate change vulnerability assessment might cost, and there are no funds allocated in this bill to help municipalities with completing this study. In House Bill 5218 regarding riparian buffers, this bill enables DEEP to develop mandatory setbacks for development. And we warn and hope that municipal planning, zoning, and development authorities are a part of this conversation before any mandates are brought down on towns and cities, as this will have major repercussions for public and private landowners, and municipalities need a seat at that table. Both of these bills, House Bill 5218 and Senate Bill 11, also require significantly expanded training requirements for municipal employees in inland wetland agencies, who are largely comprised of appointed or elected volunteers from the community. In recent years, municipalities have struggled to attain and attract and retain talent, which has been exacerbated by, among other things, increased training requirements. So we just want to raise that and make sure that this increased education requirement will be something that we consider when we consider that it is harder for towns and cities to already find the scarce employees that they need to do business. Thank you.
Any questions from Ms. Sadiq? Representative Callahan.
Thanks for hanging around, Lindsay. You know, you brought up a couple points that I didn't think about yet today, which was, and I served on a planning commission in my town, is lumping more unfunded mandates. So there are some financial repercussions of this bill that I didn't think of. So I appreciate you hanging around to testify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Your question kind of led to mine. As an unfunded mandate, you're saying it costs more to incorporate potential resiliency problems into the plans that the municipalities are already doing. Are you implying that our municipalities are not thinking about resiliency when they do their plans of conservation and development?
Not at all. Not at all. It's in sections 11 through 12 of the bill on Senate Bill 11. It does require that municipalities amend their POCD, and it requires a climate change vulnerability assessment, which is just new to that process. And what we already know about municipalities looking at their POCDs every 10 years is that, especially for small towns, this is a massive undertaking. With small towns, they already, have to contract out consultants to do this work, which is big financial burden. And so without knowing exactly what that vulnerability assessment will cost, we know that this is just going to be a big undertaking. And so it's something that they're going to have to plan for. And without knowing what it might cost, without any funds allocated in this bill to assist municipalities, we know that's something that they're going to have to be able to plan for.
Well, I got to be kind of blunt on this. It's like you're not sure what the plan is going to be or what it entails, but you're sure it's going to be a cost. And I look at it as, how can Bridgeport, Stamford, New Haven not be doing resiliency studies based on potential climate change? I mean, they have to do it. So I don't see this as something additional or mandate. They're not doing it. They're woefully ignorant of what they potentially might be facing. So, I mean, this bill is not meant to punish municipalities, and I would just caution you guys to come out against it so quickly without really knowing what it entails, because this is a bill designed to help municipalities, not hurt them. Any further questions? Thank you. Linda Carlson.
Hello.
Hello, please proceed. We can hear you.
Hello. My name is Linda Carlson, and thank you for having me today, those chairing and members of the committee. I live in Chester, and I'm speaking in support of House Bill 5215, an act permitting municipalities to prohibit the sale of nips. I believe that people buy nips to drink them in their cars and then throw them out the windows. These nips encourage drinking and driving and contribute to road trash. I believe that municipalities should be given the authority to not allow their sale. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Any questions, Ms. Carlson? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next person we have on our list is J.D. Fontanella, followed by Anna Timmel. See him? Oh, he's coming? Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
That's great. Thank you so much for letting me speak. A lot of what I wanted to say in support of 5218 has already been said. I just wanted to add, based on those comments from Ms. Setti, as well as Representative Mashitsky, Commissioner Dykes, and the wonderful attorney Janet Brooks. I've just finished the Yukon Deep training course in anticipation of applying for the IWC here in Stonington. And I thought it was easy, and I thought it was fantastic. Like Attorney Brooks said, I was starved of this information in part because our sitting Wetlands Committee really didn't know the subject matter. And some of the topics covered in this course are really germane to the issues that happen on these applications and are not widely known about. I'd recommend anybody read it, even residents and developers who are interested in knowing more about the application process. It was easy. I finished it in 2 nights. Anyway, I had some other notes. I think most of them have been covered. I'm happy to to yield my time. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fontanelle. Any questions? Seeing none online. Okay, we can proceed to Anna Timmel, followed by Nick Menapace.
I can't believe you guys are going to listen to 70 people today.
71.
As a newbie, I also want to comment on how delightful it is to see how many not-for-profits and ad hoc citizen groups there are in this state who care deeply about the environment. I'm a member of such a group. My name is Anna Timmel. I'm a retired family physician. I'm here with a colleague, Bruce Bennett, who is a certified pesticide applicator. 2 years ago, we got together with a bunch of other people to form the Housatonic Herbicide Working Group. We were extremely concerned to find out that the three herbicides the Housatonic Railroad decided to spray all along the Housatonic River all had EPA levels warning against use near water. We live in the northwest corner, and the railroad here between New Milford and the Massachusetts border passes beside the Housatonic River, as well as through adjacent wetlands, including Robbins Swamp, the largest calcareous wetland in New England, as well as passing by and over many streams, smaller rivers, public aquifers, and individual wells. This section of the river was recently given a federal designation of wild and scenic. We made a great deal of effort to meet with the Housatonic River, the Housatonic Railroad Corporation. They snubbed us repeatedly. They had nothing to do with us. And when our first selectman was going to meet with them, along with Maria Horn and Senator Stephen Harding, the railroad bluntly said, if they come, we're not coming. The railroad likes to talk about the federal statute as superseding any rules or statutes that could happen in Connecticut, but I think they're blowing smoke out of their noses. I've read that federal statute. We all understand why it requires pristine rail beds. The rail bed itself is the section that includes the metal gauges, they're called, that the railroads run on, and the ballast that holds the whole thing up. It's usually rocks and various kinds of fill. The reason it has to be pristine is for safety reasons, because the metal on the rails frequently gives off sparks that can burn vegetation and start fires. I'm not going to go into all the details of this, but I want to state that what we have a problem with is the right-of-way management. I think the Housatonic Railroad has 50 feet on either side of midline. Oh my God, already? I presented written testimony, including a great deal of detail about how this Public Act 5219 could be improved. Thank you.
Actually, I have a question. Could you elaborate more about the right of ways on either side?
Okay, so you know what the railroad does in addition to spraying the tracks and the ballast area, they also extend sidearms on their spraying cars that spray the bushes, the plants, and the trees within a 50-foot radius of the center line. And in many places, in many towns in the northwest corner, you can measure how far the river is. And sometimes it's within 10 or 20 feet of the area that's being sprayed. The herbicides they use frequently are known to enter groundwater and run off into the river. And I think Mr. Hyatt would be very interested in knowing that one of the herbicides the railroad used in 2022 is known to kill trout. So we're just advocating for best practices. The railroads are vitally important if you're an environmentalist. They carry great amounts of goods with far less pollution than a semi-tractor trailer. We need to help them, but we have to hold them accountable for the damage they do to the environment. And in Massachusetts, we've talked a lot about that state. It must be your worst enemy. They have a very robust statute. Our Housatonic Railroad drives up to the Massachusetts border, operating out of the current extremely inadequate Connecticut Vegetation Management Plan law, and then crosses into Massachusetts, where immediately they're bound by a far more robust bill that protects waterways. Connecticut seems to really have its act, Massachusetts has its act together when it comes to protecting waterways and wetlands. And I hope that our state will make a commitment to do the same.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Callahan.
Thanks for hanging around all day, both of you. And I've been speaking with Senator Harding about this. And it's not that we don't like Massachusetts, they just won't give back that little notch. That's so thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Paul.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. I just want to thank you for your very coherent and enlightening testimony. And could you just, I'm sorry, real quickly go back over the 50. My understanding is that there's 50-foot right of way, and then there's another 50.
Well,
What happens after the 50 feet?
The track itself doesn't take up, 50 feet on either side of the center line is 100 feet. And the track and the ballast area altogether, called the rail bed, might take up 20 feet. Generally, these are not standard numbers. Railroads everywhere have in different states, different numbers. But it turns out that the DOT, which has leased the right-of-way land to the railroad, I believe, set it at 50 feet from center.
Okay, so I'm just spitballing here, but it looks like there's about 20 feet between you and me.
Yeah.
So a spark would have to fly like across this room to catch on to brush outside of that?
The feds are much more concerned about the center part where the rails and the ballast are. Because when the train goes over them, they can't have obstructions in the way. They can't have fires happening there. And so they require that the rail bed be absolutely pristine.
Mhm.
However, on the sides, what the railroad needs is for their engineers and whoever else needs to see what's around the corner. But they don't need to use herbicides that kill everything in sight.
Yeah.
They have mechanical cutters, and they have used them in Cornwall, where I live.
Yeah, thank you. And I believe the bill proponent said that when she crossed over the state line, there was a dramatic difference. Have you done that yourself? Have you?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay.
But I have given you the language of the Massachusetts statute that I believe is best suited for Connecticut. So you'll see it for
Great.
yourselves if you read it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Nick Menapace, followed by George Kirchner. I don't see Nick, but George, I do see on the list. Please unmute.
Good afternoon. I'm George Kirchner. I'm the Executive Director of the PRBA, the Rechargeable Battery Association. I'm testifying here in support of Bill 5226 that deals with the collection and recycling of portable batteries. We have submitted written testimony as well, and my colleague Mark Bullish will also be testifying a little bit later than I am. But I wanted to focus on our support for the bill and briefly talk about what's happening in other states in this particular area of the EPR. So we've been around since 1991, and the issue of battery collection and recycling is one of the core principles that we've worked on over the last 30 plus years. But what has happened over the last 4 years here in the US, you've seen a wave of states and jurisdictions passing legislation very similar to what's in Bill 5226. That is, it addresses the recycling of portable batteries as standalone batteries and portable batteries that are often packed with equipment, not installed. I'll speak to the installed battery issue in just a minute, But this morning, for example, I testified before a committee in the state of Vermont because they have a very similar bill to what is being addressed by this committee. The state of Illinois, Minnesota, New York, New Jersey, all have bills pending this year to address the issue of portable battery collection and recycling. Within the last 3 years, there have been Washington, D.C., California, and the state of Washington have all adopted legislation mandating the collection of these portable batteries. So these are both rechargeable as well as non-rechargeable. And we have been at the forefront of that effort to try to get this legislation passed at the state level. And our goal here is trying to find harmonization among the states. That is, we're focused on portable batteries. We know there are other batteries of concern, hybrid electric vehicle batteries, EV batteries, batteries embedded in equipment. We know there's an issue there, and I know one of the speakers spoke to that issue earlier. But the bill, as it's currently written, I think it's a very good start for the state. It's certainly, no bill is perfect, but I think to address the fire issues that the materials recovery facilities are facing and the costs that the household hazardous waste facilities are incurring to collect and ship and get these batteries recycled, this bill goes a long way to address all those core issues. And that's why we're out in front here trying to support that bill. As far as the portable the batteries embedded in equipment, that's a wholly different animal when it comes to collection and recycling. And that's why they are currently not included in this bill. I know the state of Washington and other states are studying that issue, and that day is coming when they will be collected and recycled, and there will be an EPR program for that. But I think as a first step in the process, this bill for the state of Connecticut is the right way to go to address those standalone and those batteries packed with equipment. So that's it for me. And I'll be glad to answer any questions if anybody has about the bill or our position on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Kirchner? I don't see any. So
Great.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I see Rachel Precious. The clerk does not see her. So we will move on to Lori Brown, who I do see. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and all the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And on behalf of the League, thank you for the opportunity to comment on 2 bills on your agenda today. I've submitted written testimony on House Bill 5218 concerning river buffers and on House Bill 5217 concerning rodenticides. So regarding 5218, CTLCV supported legislation introduced last year to help protect our waterways, which did not quite make it over the finish line. So really glad to see that back this year. And as you know, maintaining a strip of natural native plants along wetlands, rivers, and watercourses, riparian buffers really filter out pollution, prevent erosion, and reduce flood damage. But they also provide food and shelter for local wildlife and migratory birds. And they shade the water to keep it hospitable for cold water fish like trout. So riparian buffers are also the most cost-effective way to reduce the nitrogen load seeping into surface water and causing harmful algal blooms in our drinking water watersheds. So we fully support the recommendations of the Rivers Alliance of Connecticut to allow the use of stormwater funds to incentivize landowners to protect the buffers and to develop state setback requirements so new construction is not too close to riverbanks and wetlands. And we also support strengthening the training requirement for local inland wetland volunteer boards and providing the resources to DEEP for this purpose. The other bill I'd like to address is House Bill 5217. That's a top priority for many of the people testifying today, as you see, who would like to see strong protections against the unintended poisoning of our state's birds of prey and other wildlife. And Nicole Rivard of Friends of Animals spoke earlier on the serious lethal effects that these poisons have on hawks, owls, eagles, foxes, and any animal actually that feeds on rodents. And the sad irony, of course, is that the poisons contained in those bait boxes actually attract rodents that may not already be there. And as Nicole and others have said, the bill as drafted now is really missing the core provision needed to prevent the widespread use of rodenticides by these pest control companies. So we urge you to use the provisions that were included in last year's bill, SB 962, that number one would prohibit the use and application of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, but it would also provide for appropriate exemptions. So without the ban on the use, licensed pest control companies will still routinely continue to overuse this lethal product, whether it's needed or not. I did not prepare a written testimony for another bill on Senate Bill 11, but in my last few moments, I'd like to declare our very strong support for SB 11, which will help local resiliency efforts as part of the larger effort to address climate change this year. Oh, and I do have one more thing to say about exemptions on the rodenticides bill, if I've just got a moment for that. I met a woman last summer at a Clean Water Action event, and she was a farmer who had been using, she had switched to using ContraPest, and she was having problems with rats digging up into her storage, sheds. And she said within like 6 months or a year of the ContraPest, she had completely eliminated the problem. So I know, and it seems like ContraPest might be the actual best solution for many farmers. So I would really seriously consider trying to promote that effort with the farmers. But that's it. That's what I have for tonight.
Thank you, Lori. Looking around the room, any questions? Virtually, I don't see any hands raised either. So Lori, thank you for your patience and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Karen Stewart, followed by Diane Lauricella.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you, esteemed chairs and the members of the Environment Committee. I'm here to speak today on HB 5226, which is an act that would establish an EPR program for consumer batteries. So I'm Karen Stewart, and I'm the Steward Relations Manager with Calder Recycle. We are the leading nonprofit battery stewardship organization. We were founded in 1994 to ensure the proper end-of-life disposal of batteries throughout the U.S. We have successfully operated a voluntary portable rechargeable battery collection program in the state of Connecticut since 1996. This has been supported by over 200 plus battery and battery-powered containing product manufacturers who finance this work. The program has also been supported by over 150 retailers, businesses, and municipalities across the state who voluntarily serve as collection locations where consumers can drop off their rechargeable batteries at no cost. Additionally, we've recently been applying the lessons we've learned from the last few decades to grow our collections program to include what we call high energy batteries. These are those that power e-bikes and outdoor power equipment. We are expanding our battery collection and recycling offerings to meet this increased need of battery-powered device market, consumers, and municipalities. While Calder Recycle as a nonprofit does not support nor oppose legislation, nor do we lobby, we do advocate solely on our mission, which is to optimize battery collections in the United States. We believe this bill will achieve several positive outcomes in the state, such as increasing all battery collections for collection and recycling and removing them from the waste stream. It will also remove costs associated with battery collection, sorting, and shipping from HHWs and municipal sites, as this bill provides for free collection boxes across all battery types and at all collection sites. Any entity that would like to serve as a collection site and meet safety criteria can serve as a collection vehicle in our program. And lastly, as mentioned before, it would harmonize with other state laws across the United States, allowing Calder Recycle to optimize and running a harmonized program in the state of Connecticut. Based on our extensive experience and expertise in collecting batteries, we are confident that our current voluntary portable rechargeable only collection program can and will expand to meet the requirements of this bill. We believe this bill will further enhance our ability to successfully collect more batteries in the state of Connecticut, keeping them safely out of the waste stream and successfully recycling batteries, returning the valuable minerals to the market. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Karen, and it's been a pleasure working on the bill with you so far. I had a question. This bill, if it becomes law in the state of Connecticut, what's in it for Call to Recycle?
So again, our mission as a nonprofit is to increase battery collections across the United States. So this will essentially allow us to run what I call an elevated program by ensuring that we have the proper funding to run the education and outreach and extend and improve upon our collection site footprint and really increase those battery collections in the United States.
Do you see that funding collection being a charge on customers? Or do you feel that the industry is at a point where, since this is functioning in other states across the country, they're in a position to kind of do it internally?
This bill requires internal funding. So this would be an industry funded bill, not a consumer funded bill.
Yeah, that was important. Also, I don't know if you had a chance to monitor any of the testimony, but there was testimony from Housatonic Resources Recovery stressing having an option to opt into the program. Were you able to hear that?
I was. And so right now, the way the bill is written is any pro would have to meet the minimum accessibility requirements. However, there's also a requirement to propose and then meet a collection rate percentage and a collection pound percentage. So it would behoove any pro to accept as many recycling sites or collection sites that want to be a participant to be part of the program. And that has been Call to Recycle's position, is if you meet our safety criteria in terms of training, that you would be part of our program.
Thank you, Karen. Anyone in the room with any questions? I don't see any online either or virtually. So thank you for your testimony and for your patience today.
Thank you.
Next is Diane Loricella, followed by Alicia Sharma.
Good afternoon or early evening. Thank you, Representative Gresco and Senator Lopes and the esteemed members of this fine committee. Over the years, I've weighed in or listened. My name is Diane Loricella. I live in Norwalk, Connecticut, have done so for several decades, and I appreciate the menu of service to all of today's topics. I have listened to some of the comments, and so I've been moving around my testimony. I wanted to let you know that I'm a former past founding president of the Norwalk River Watershed Association and has conducted dozens and dozens of beach and river cleanups. So the first topic I wanted to discuss was my support for the ability for a town in House Bill 5215. While I was entertained by the silver-tongued abilities of former Representative Cafaro, who was a member of my town. And I do appreciate his candor to a point. I also appreciate what Representative Mushinski said. I have been either a leader of or have actually led people to conduct these cleanups, and NIPS are indeed the bane of all of our existence in many ways. What I want, the challenge I would like to put before you is this. I think if we can put a man on the moon, we can find a way for returnable technology to include, to retool the machines. And I think we should focus on that. That would get rid of the issues related to, it would incentivize people to bring them to a machine to get some money back. I think that is the way we should be focusing. But in the interim, until that can be done, and I do believe it is there's probably a blueprint for it, we should consider allowing certain towns to ban them. I will say the money has been welcomed by cities, including Norwalk. And I do agree with former Representative Cafaro and others on your committee that there needs to be a review of where that money is spent. That is definitely something that is needed. I also wanted to lend my support to Senate Bill 1111. I do believe there's a great need for Connecticut resiliency planning, for broadening municipals' options, use schools as microgrids, which many people, and storage in the summer. Line 151 talks about resiliency improvement districts. I've been a member of my town, and when we've done multiple, every 10 years, I've been there over 30 years, sat in and weighed in on our POCD as well as the state's POCD. And one cannot assume, I agree with Senator Lopes wholeheartedly, that because the towns do hire, most of them now hire consultants. Any consulting firm worth the choice would include resiliency planning and all of the things mentioned in SB 11. I wanted to lift up.
Can you summarize for us, please?
Sure. I wanted to lift up House Bill 5218, and I'd love to talk with you about the education if someone would be interested in my thoughts on it. But riparian buffers, I'll just echo what Rivers Alliance, Denise Savageau, Janet Brooks, League of Conservation Voters, and others have said about the importance of having riparian buffers. It's not a given that a town will appreciate that, nor the landowners. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Diane. Any questions from anyone here in 2B? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Diane. Nice to see you today. Why do you feel that a change is needed like now in regards to NIPS management?
The thing is the reason it's needed now is because we all know the dangers of the leaching of plastics into rivers, into our soils. We already know that this is a horrible litter problem. We don't need even one more minute, yet alone another year or another session, to understand the enormity of this problem, and we can do something about it. But the thing is, I've always thought about this when I have conducted these river cleanups, and I'm not going to do it anymore. I'd rather teach people about how not to litter and also go to the source of the issue. And that's where we should take a look at finding a way to retool the now acceptable, I forget the terminology, but the machines where you can insert your cans and bottles and then receive some kind of a receipt, and then you go to and get reimbursed. And I think we shall and we could, if this legislature would press the industry, as well as what Representative Mushinski mentioned, which is great intel. Let's listen to her on this, and that is, let's work on a compact with our surrounding states so that it's worth the while of the industry to do so, instead of going it alone yet once again. We don't want to see NIPS going the way of the bottle bill, where it takes decades to get and I applaud all of you for updating the bottle bill, but all of us are getting older, at least I am, and we can't wait another 10 years for NIPS to be nipped in the bud.
Thank you, Diane. And indeed, we should all listen to Representative Mushinski. She is the Dean of the House. On House Bill 5218, just a quick question. Just can you, like, the importance, why is it so important to have additional training on inland wetland commissioners, for the commissioners, sorry?
Yes, I listened to CCM, Ms. Setti, speaking about the burden that this would place upon people that are volunteers. I myself have been a volunteer on a land use related committee. It actually, I know many of the laymen volunteers struggle when they're confronted with an applicant's experts to try to do the right thing, but feel frustrated that they don't have the ability to discern between whether that alleged expert is telling the truth or not. And so I do believe additional training is needed. And I am a big fan of Yukon Clear, which is who I believe DEEP works with and has contracted with to put together very easy to understand in layman's terms with lots of graphics, the fact that inland wetlands and riparian buffers and native plants are things that finally are coming into their own. And I believe most people willing to serve on land use boards and other related boards want to try to learn the material. Some of it's very complicated, zoning commissioners as well. I think that the previous mandate of at least only one person on a commission was kind of ridiculous, but at least we got our foot in the door as far as having someone that has higher knowledge. Besides, the fact is that I've seen some staff that need more training as well. And because of budget cuts, they're not allowed to do so. So I think that this particular bill is a very good effort, and pulling it together with riparian buffers was a stroke of brilliance. But training and materials could not be more important. And I wanted just to leave you with this. I rarely agree with all of what James Madison was about, but I do like some of his quotes about knowledge about government. He said years ago, "Knowledge will forever govern ignorance. And a people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power which knowledge gives."
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have Alicia Sharamut, followed by Frank DeFelice.
Hey, folks. It's been a long day. My name is Alicia Sharamut. I am the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut. While I submitted testimony on several bills, I am here to talk about 5218, which is the riparian buffers bill and the training for inland wetlands commissioners. So incorporating riparian buffers into our regulatory and statutory framework is the priority issue for Rivers Alliance. And so I cannot thank this committee and the leadership enough for raising this bill. There is a lot of stuff in here that we've needed for many years. And I'm not going to go through my entire testimony because I provided 6 pages for your perusal. We've got some data in here. And like I said, we've been working on this for a while. And earlier when Commissioner Dykes was testifying, she was asked a question, and I don't remember exactly how it was asked, was if there is one thing we can do to sort of, address climate change in the next 5 years. I can't remember how it was asked. I would say, in my opinion, no. What we need is cumulative action on about, I don't know, 1,000 different things that we need to take action on now. And what's in this bill is a few of them. And just to highlight a couple of things, I know DEP had, in their testimony, had said they would like to see a study of the efficacy of development of setbacks for different purposes. DEP should have that information in their back pocket. And DEP does not have to do this alone. Rivers Alliance, WestCog, there are several organizations, and CCM absolutely should be at the table. Home builders should be at the table. We need to do this right, because when we come back to this body, we need to make sure we have some sort of consensus, but we can't just let it get rejected again at this point. And as far as the training goes, and I'd like to follow up on what Diane had said and JD had said earlier, you know, CCM says this is a mandate, and I've heard people say that folks have a hard time getting volunteer commissioners. Maybe it's not because of the training. Maybe it's because of all of the people that don't know what they're doing, and people get frustrated and leave. Because I know Diane had said, you know, she often has talked to people that feel frustrated because they don't know. But what's really frustrating is when you know what the commission's supposed to be doing, but no one else on the commission does, and yet you're outvoted. So consider that, please. And I encourage you to ask questions. I might cry if you don't. And I already cried once when the Cub Scouts were testifying earlier, so.
That set us on a good note this morning. So let me ask you, do you feel that the training aspect of the inland wetlands should or should not invalidate that inland wetlands commission action? I mean, that's my first question.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. And I am somewhat responsible for that deletion. It was something that we had proposed last year because we really felt there needed to be some sort of accountability. However, I will tell you, I have a very different opinion about that now. And that language should be maintained in the statute, that current language. It should not be deleted. It's just going to cause too many issues. And I do understand there are challenges to having every single person trained, and DEP right now has some challenges with the capacity of the platform that they have. So I think it's important that while we set that bar high, we also don't introduce any consequences that are going to just completely make the process impossible, right?
No, thank you. The way I look at it is if you're asking me to be an inland wetlands commissioner and I have no clue, I'm going to turn you down. But if you ask me to be the inland wetlands commissioner and you say, and it comes with a tutorial that you can take to kind of update yourself so that you know what you're doing, yeah, maybe I'll think twice about it and take a shot at it to take the tutorial. But to your point, I think a lot of people are afraid to say that they don't know the criteria of which they're asked to be voting on. I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you if I don't know something, I let somebody know, and well, if they look like an idiot, I look like an idiot. But then I know. So thank you for making that change and your opinion. And I'm sure I did read your testimony about your willingness to assist DEEP with the setback assignment that we are going to be hopefully sending to them. So anyone else with a question? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I was just reading through yours a little bit, and I believe on page 2, you go into describing what is a riparian buffer, and you state it can be either in a natural state or artificially planted. Also note, we have heard today a bill regarding invasive species, of course. And so I was wondering if you have any specific suggestions as to kind of what that should look like to ensure that our riparian buffers do maintain, a fauna of native,
I do have to admit that is definitely a challenge at times, right? Because sometimes riparian areas are pretty much choked with invasive species. We've seen that a lot. But what I will say is that the Connecticut River Coastal Conservation District has a really good step-by-step how to plant a riparian buffer. So that information is out there. I would encourage people, if they're having an issue with invasives along a river or stream, to contact the Yukon Extension and talk to a master gardener and find out what can be done. I have a black thumb, so I am not the person to give advice on that. There was a good reason why I was really good with removing aquatic invasives, because I'm better at killing plants than keeping them alive. But what I will say, I know Attorney Brooks earlier, who I agree on everything else. I don't necessarily agree that lawn and grass is a good riparian buffer. Grass just does not. It doesn't do enough for the soil. The roots aren't deep enough to really give all of the ecosystem services that other vegetation would, as far as filtration and slowing down stormwater. And, perhaps there could be carve outs for, one thing or another, but I would not encourage lawns as considered a vegetated buffer. They just do not provide the ecosystem services that other vegetation does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alicia. Oh, I see a hand somewhere. Representative D'Amico. I saw it on the camera, but
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alicia, for coming and testifying. So you might have spoken to this already. I might have missed it, but I'm looking at the Deep Commissioner's testimony, specifically where the section where she talks about development setbacks. And she states that Deep generally supports the concept of development setbacks, but there are, and I'm just quoting from her testimony, there are location-specific factors that may not be suited to the application of one statewide standard, which could result in overprotection in some areas and lack of protection for other areas. So did you talk about that already?
No, but she's absolutely right. And I am not saying this is going to be easy. And if you look at the very back of my testimony, it shows what other states have done, and other states have variations of setbacks, right? It isn't one, at least I don't think there may be a few states that have one, but yeah, there are times absolutely when 100-foot setback is going to be overkill. There are going to be times when 100-foot setback is not going to be protective of enough, especially if it's an area with cold water habitat and headwaters that need to be kept. It's been a long day, pristine. And so that's why it's extremely important for stakeholders to come together. DEP, they did it for the stormwater manual, right? They brought together a whole bunch of stakeholders to go through and revamp the stormwater manual. They didn't do it on their own, and they shouldn't do it on their own. Like I said, everyone should be at the table. Small communities, COGS, NGOs, and any subject matter experts that can lend a hand. It doesn't all have to come from DEP.
thank you, Alicia. Appreciate your patience and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frank DeFelice, followed by Lou Dubuque.
Yes, good evening, honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Frank DeFelice, and I currently serve as the chair of the Regional Planning Commission for the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments, which represents 17 of Connecticut municipalities, as well as I am the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency for the town of Durham, Connecticut. As a longtime inland wetlands and watercourses official, I stand in opposition to the establishment of mandatory setbacks near streams, rivers, and inland wetlands put forth in Section 1B of the bill HB 5218. Now, that might be surprising, so let me explain why. First of all, it's critical that you recognize that in Connecticut, inland wetlands are determined by soil types, and approximately 25% of the state's soils are wetland soils. So this buffering requirement would impact an enormous amount of Connecticut's land. Some of these areas already contain homes, outbuildings, driveways, farmland, and the like. The impact of this regulation on property owners across the state would be incredibly burdensome. Having a one-size-fits-all solution that seems to be excessive and municipalities are already able to enact these measures if they desire, or on a case-by-case basis. Our inland wetlands and watercourse agencies can certainly do this. And think just what this would do to folks that have real estate that has waterfront views, or that they have waterfront access. This would compromise those views and those accesses unfairly if it's a one-size-fits-all solution. So I think it's critical that it isn't. Next, I would like to say that I stand in strong support of the language in Section 1A of HB 5218, which allows stormwater infrastructure funding to be used to acquire conservation easements along streams and rivers. However, your committee needs to address the far bigger problem, which is that the price for these easements is limited to the assessed value of the land. Most owners simply will not sell waterfront conservation easements at low prices like that. If the Environment Committee truly believes in the acquisition of these conservation easements, the bill's language should be revised to include allowances for the payment of amounts that exceed the assessed value of the land where it's appropriate. That decision may be made by the Commissioner of DEP, but there should be some measure to do that, because quite frankly, the prices for land, even whether it butts water or it doesn't, if it's raw land, people are just not gonna sell unless there's some kind of incentive to make them do that. So I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Frank, for the testimony. And did I hear you volunteer to be on the deep committee to investigate setbacks? Did I hear that?
You did, Mr. Chairman. You did indeed.
Well, you bring a unique perspective, and it's appreciated. Anyone with any questions? Representative O'Day, followed by Representative D'Amico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, sir, did you submit written testimony? I'm looking through it. I don't see it if you did.
I did not.
I would love it if you could, only because I want to reach out to you. I don't want to take up the time of the committee, but I appreciate your testimony. I would love to talk to you offline. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I will be happy to, sir.
Thank you. Representative D'Amico, followed by Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, Mr. DeFelice, did you hear the speaker previous to you? I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the discussion back and forth with her. She suggested that DEEP would be able to work with the individual municipalities with regards to this issue of setbacks. Does that sound like a good plan?
Well, I don't know that they could actually do that. It's one of these things that you would like to think could happen. And it's like very often people will say, well, they're going to have all the stakeholders at the table, but it ends up being, more or less unbalanced. And that's kind of the problem. For me, it's all about being balanced. So you have to have the home builders there. You have to have the municipalities there. You have to have all of these differing. It can't just be the people that want to protect the rivers and streams. And I'm one of those people, but I also recognize that, there's a lot to this. And I think maybe having a multi-tiered system where in some cases there's no requirement for a buffer, because quite frankly, if you have waterfront access, why not maintain that? If there's already a home built and say it's on the side of the Connecticut River, should they be required to have a buffer when the fact of the matter is they purchased that home and they expect to have that view? On the other hand, there are certainly other areas where it is appropriate to have a bigger buffer. The great thing is that the towns currently, right now, and there's 5 towns that do it, have imposed what they feel are the right numbers. So for the state to come in, maybe the town says 50 feet, the state says 100. The town may not feel comfortable with that. I think that's why it's important to really have all of the stakeholders at the table.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Representative Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Frank, for being here tonight and for your service to Durham and to the region, to the state. Yeah, I think I was going to follow up similarly on what Representative D'Amico was asking about. I appreciate what you shared in that given the way that the wetlands are defined, this might create something that's broader than maybe is intended. So do you have any ideas on how we might come up with legislation that would get to the outcomes of protecting these waterways while not having some of the negative consequences that you've referenced? We just talked a little bit about the idea of maybe allowing DEEP to work directly with towns, or maybe empowering towns or encouraging them, incentivizing them to create their own regulations. Just want to see if you have any other ideas from all your great experience to share with us on that point.
Absolutely, and thank you for asking. So yes, incentivizing, yes, working with the towns to encourage them to do this, because there are towns that are maybe a little bit resistant, but on the other hand, there are towns that, you know, they go the other way. Those are very positive steps. But I also think that the training measures that are in the bill, right? I mean, I have my training. I went through the field training and the digging the hole training and the classroom training, and also with the computer-based training for the wetlands DEP training. That's going to be valuable. It doesn't need to be as extensive as what I went through, but you know, certainly, you know, wetland commissioners getting additional training, if it's done responsibly, it's done where they can do that in their own time, maybe, and maybe it takes no more than a couple hours. Sure, I think that's another valuable tool. As far as the towns are concerned, I think the towns really have a good handle. And I've worked in several different towns, not just Killingly, not just Durham, I'm sorry, but I work in different towns, and I see how they do things. And I know that they have really put some time and effort into what they feel is the best. If there's a setback, they've looked at this. They know what works for them. If there's other issues, and there are often other issues. I mean, there's one thing I learned in my decades of being on inland wetlands is that no two applications are the same. None. So that's why having like a one-size-fits-all solution makes it really, really cumbersome. And don't forget, very difficult to enforce, because when you determine what is an inland wetland, somebody's got to go out and do a soil test. It's got to be a soil scientist. It's normally plotted on some kind of a survey. And we don't have that in every case. We have a lot of it wherever there's been development. We may have required people to go out and do surveys. And as part of that, if they're going to do anything near a wetland, or if there's a wetland on the property, sometimes we do make sure that we get a survey that has those points so we know where they are, but we don't have that for most parcels. So, you know, it's very difficult to implement something. So the bottom line, my solution would be, at least if you want to protect the rivers and the brooks and the streams, then do that. But take the inland wetland component out of this, because that's where it gets really broad and cumbersome. Because there are so much, you know, like I said, there's 25% is the approximation of what wetland soils are in Connecticut. If you take inland wetlands out of that and you just concentrate on the riparian areas, you know, maybe you have something that's workable.
Frank, thank you for your testimony and for your expertise in this matter, and your patience, of course.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Frank.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next is Lou Dubuque, followed by Carolyn Janis.
Good afternoon. I'm Lou Dubuque, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association's Connecticut chapter. On behalf of NWRA and our members, I express appreciation to the Environment Committee for raising HB 5226 because it brings much needed consideration to an issue that has not garnered much attention outside of the industry in which my members work: the proper disposal of lithium-ion batteries. Although we appreciate this attention that is focused on the issue of battery disposal, we respectfully share some concerns with the committee and request that these concerns be given serious consideration as the committee deliberates the bill's future. We submit that given the exponential growth and utilization of lithium-ion batteries and the expectation that this growth will continue, a quick response to this issue is required. The provisions of the bill do not go into effect before 2026, and in some cases not till 2028. This is far too far down the road. Our members and the residents of the state need a solution now. As opposed to an EPR program, we are requesting that the General Assembly work with battery producers and distributors in the state, as well as the solid waste industry, to develop an immediate voluntary program to educate the public about these products, particularly lithium-ion batteries, and provide residents with a safe place to dispose these items. With regard to lithium-ion batteries, we respectfully suggest that the committee direct DEEP to add these batteries to the list of toxic, flammable, corrosive, or reactive items that constitute household hazardous waste, such as gasoline, paint thinner, or pool chemicals, just to name a few. With this administrative action and a coordinated campaign to educate the public, most of the dangerous products would not enter the waste or recycling stream, and collection could be coordinated by local municipalities, just as it is today for other items that are included in this HHW category. In addition, we expressed concerns that the development of an EPR program and the associated infrastructure will distract from the important issues at hand and naturally lend itself to delays in bringing solutions to the problems that we experience. Before government steps in and mandates outcomes, battery manufacturers, distributors in the state working with the solid waste industry should be provided the opportunity to develop their own collection program. We presume that the programs can be more efficient while avoiding the additional costs that are being incurred by consumers in supporting the EPR program. Finally, we submit that the scope of the bill is so broad that it may lend itself to an unintended breakdown. There are countless numbers of batteries that are captured by this bill. We believe that the scope should be reduced to those types of batteries that require immediate attention and the appropriate level of concentration be applied accordingly. Again, we appreciate the committee's effort to bring much needed attention to this important issue and look forward to working with the General Assembly, battery producers, and distributors in the state to develop an immediate voluntary program to provide residents with a safe place to dispose of these items. Thank you for your attention and consideration to these important issues.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you for your testimony and for your patience today. Looking around the room, do we have any hands up? I don't see any virtually either, Lou. So thank you for your testimony. You did file electronically as well?
Correct. Yeah, our testimony is a lot more extensive in the filed version. So yes.
Beautiful. Thank you. Next is Carolyn Janis, followed by Emilio Polce.
Thank you so much. Good day. My name is Carolyn Janis. I reside in Middlefield. I'm speaking on behalf of the 4th and 5th graders of Cub Scout Pack 33 in support of the ban of rodenticides with HB 5217. As an American, I will be clean in my outdoor manner, be careful with fire, be considerate in the outdoors, be conservation minded. As stated in the Cub Scout Outdoor Code, we are called to think about how our actions have an impact on the world around us, whether this is on a hike, on a camp out, in the backcountry, or even in our own backyards. We are called to have these ideals into our practice. Members of Pack 33 of Middlefield and Durham, through the generosity of the Coginchaug Valley Educational Fund, received a grant to spend the last year in studying about the plight of owls. Our project, entitled Who Gives a Hoot, has opened up for nearly 50 scouts, 2 of which you met earlier today, to learn about owls from interactions with a place called Hope, visits to the Institute of Native American Studies, hikes with everybody outside, meetings with Senator Christine Cohen, visits with Meg's Point Nature Center, and then a Connecticut Audubon Society. Shortly, our 3rd graders will partner up with Middlesex Land Preserve to place owl boxes within open spaces. All of these interactions have called on one thing: for our scouts to remain diligent voices for our environment, including owls. This project stemmed from the work of a place called Hope, as well as to put our outdoor code into action. Our scouts have learned that rodenticides are injuring and killing nearly every raptor brought into the care of a place called Hope. During a recent investigation called the Vancouver Study, nearly 90% of bald eagles had rodenticides present in their bloodstreams. That was back in 2018. The study suggested changes such as appropriate food storage and cleanliness as alternatives to the current rodenticides or even second generations being used today. Similar data has been collected in our own communities, impacting species of hawks, owls, ravens, and crows, just to name a few. Though effective in attempting to control rodent populations, the greater concern is the impact of the unintended victims of the use of rodenticides. Members of the Environmental Committee, I ask you, do you know how widespread the rodenticides will impact our environment? Do we know how it will make its way into our water or contaminate our land? Do we know how to cure unintended injuries like that of the owls or raptors found at a place called Hope? The answer is no. Due to the unknown, the disruption of food chains, the impact of local ecosystems, you must be conservation-minded and vote down this dangerous poison. Every day, our scouts are called to do a good turn daily. Today, I ask you not just to make one, but many good turns. Please vote on behalf of the many animals that are impacted by the use of rodenticides. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Anyone with questions here in the room or virtually? I don't see any. So again, appreciate your patience today.
Thank you.
Next is Emilio Polse, followed by Henry McNulty.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hear you. Go ahead.
Members of the Environment Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I did submit a written testimony earlier. I just wanted to point out in section 2, we would love to see verbiage to the effect of any person shall engage in the sale or distribution in the state of any second generation anticoagulant rodenticide to anyone other than a certified applicator. We would like to see that sentence inserted, or we would like to see section 2 totally omitted. As an association, we offer 6 hours of free training to all our technicians. We have 85 member companies, which turns into about 2,300 employees. We have 2 separate trainings, 3 hours each. We have one big fall seminar every September. Every September, we also, at our seminar, we have a member of DEEP come in and do a session for us. So we're constantly trying to re-educate our members. And the use of pesticides and rodenticides is obviously high on our list. We definitely spend time on teaching proper inspections of property and surrounding area, mechanical changes, rodent proofing, monitoring, trapping, and proper use of SCARs. Couple things that were brought up earlier I wanted to touch on. There was a woman that spoke on switching to first gen versus second gen. The problem that first generation rodenticides have is the palatability, and there's no antidote. So if there was an accidental ingestion by a pet, dog or a cat, it would be fatal. There's no antidote at all for any first generation anticoagulant. Live trapping was brought up. While live trapping can be very effective, it's very time consuming, labor intensive, and you would definitely have to take the mice that you catch off property. Otherwise, they'll just keep coming right back in. It'll be an endless cycle. Someone brought up how easy it was to control mice 10, 12 years ago at his property. The population of mice has, quadrupled, if not more, in the last 10, 12 years. 12 years ago, most of the houses didn't have exterior rodent base stations. And it was strictly more of a commercial application. As time goes on, milder winters, global warming. We don't get that kill off of mice from the winter anymore like we used to. The rodent population is constantly growing, which is putting a strain, especially when you get into the inner city. It's pretty tough to control mice in 8-family homes, 12-family homes, 6-family homes without the use of some SCARs, especially since first gens, they're not as palatable and they pose too much of a risk around pet and children.
Emilio, thank you for the testimony and your perspective on this. Any questions? Anyone here in 2B? I don't see any virtually either. So again, thank you for your patience today and your testimony. Next up is Henry McNulty, followed by Nick Menapace.
Thank you, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Henry McNulty. I am retired mostly. I live and vote in Cheshire, and for the summer season, I live in Old Saybrook. I'm here to support Bill 5215. My wife and I are among many people who pick up roadside litter. One time last year, we spent 40 minutes on one street not far from our home and picked up 214 nip bottles, and there was not one energy drink nip among them. The reason these bottles were at the roadside is simply because they were thrown out of car windows. I am not exaggerating by much to say that 50 milliliter bottles are made to be thrown out of car windows. They are almost completely related to people who are trying to hide their drinking, whether they are those with a secret alcohol problem or are underage. If I may quote Larry Cafaro, as reported in the Hartford Courant last December, banning nips would involve, quote, alcohols that teenagers favor, unquote. His words, not mine. There is a litter problem. There is a drunken driving problem. The big environmental problem is that these bottles slip through the grates of storm sewers and quickly make their way into state waterways and then into Long Island Sound, where they disintegrate into microplastics. As to whether a town-by-town ban would work, simply look north. The Massachusetts towns, based on what I have read, that have banned the sale of nips have not seen people switching to 100 milliliter bottles or experiencing out-of-towners coming in to drop off nips on their streets. What they have seen is a lot fewer problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNulty. Appreciate the testimony. Any questions from any of my colleagues here in 2B? Representative Palm.
Henry, just a quick thank you for appearing today, for waiting, and for doing all that volunteer picking up, and for your concise and accurate depiction of the issue.
Thank you, Representative Palm. It's my Hartford Courant training.
I could hear it, buddy. I could hear it.
Thank you, Mr. McNulty. I don't see any hands raised virtually either. So again, we appreciate your testimony and your patience. Next, we're going to go to Nick Menapace, followed by Dustin Nelson.
Hello, members of the Committee on Environment. I just want to thank also Mr. McNulty and all of the Cub Scouts we've had speak on here. As someone who's an Eagle Scout, I spent a lot of time picking up doing roadside cleanup. So I definitely appreciate that. Nips are definitely the most common thing that I've seen out there. But to speak about what I'm here for, I am actually here to express my support for Senate Bill 11, and coordinating Connecticut's resilience planning and broadening municipal options for climate resiliency. I'm a member of the East Lyme Planning Commission, although I will say that I'm here just as myself. I'm not here as a representative of the Planning Commission. I'm deeply committed, though, to advancing initiatives that promote sustainable development and enhancing community resilience. Like many shoreline communities, East Lyme has faced significant challenges from climate change. Recent storms have underscored the need for proactive measures to protect our coastal areas and infrastructure. Senate Bill 11, as the members of the committee know, presents a vital opportunity to coordinate resiliency planning efforts statewide, empowering municipalities to implement effective climate adaptation strategies through their plans of conservation and development, or POCDs. Moreover, I wholeheartedly endorse the promotion of mixed-use housing as a critical component in environmentally conscious developments. Encouraging mixed-use developments fosters vibrant, walkable communities, reduces reliance on automobiles, and promotes more sustainable transportation options. In addition to supporting mixed-use housing, I urge the committee to emphasize the importance of investing in public transportation infrastructure as an environmental necessity. Strengthening our current train and bus system and expanding their reach is essential for providing viable alternatives to driving and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as driving and automobiles often account for almost 50% of emissions in the United States. By prioritizing public transportation, we can emphasize mobility, reduce traffic congestion, and mitigate the environmental impacts of transportation. Furthermore, infilling for more housing and mixed-use developments presents a tremendous opportunity to impact our communities and our environment positively. We can create more vibrant neighborhoods where minimizing our carbon footprint by revitalizing underutilized spaces and promoting compact, transit-accessible development patterns. Investing in climate resiliency measures and adopting sustainable development practice can stimulate job creation, protect property values, and realize cost savings from avoiding damages. In addition to those direct economic benefits, prioritizing climate resiliency and sustainable development can also enhance our long-term economic competitiveness by positioning Connecticut as a leader in sustainable and resiliency. We can attract businesses, entrepreneurs, and talent-seeking and environmentally friendly communities to live, work, and invest in. I want to thank you all for having me speak here today. I urge you all to support Senate Bill 11 and advocate for its passage. By working together, we can make a more resilient and sustainable policies in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for the testimony. Do I have any hands raised in 2B? I do not see any virtually either. Appreciate the testimony you filed electronically as well, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Dustin Nelson, who I don't see in the room or virtually. I don't see that person. So after that would be Marcus Bulish.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I appreciate the invitation from the committee. My name is Mark Bulish. I'm director of the of PRBA, the Rechargeable Battery Association. I know Mr. Kirchner testified a little bit earlier. I'll cover a little bit more about PRBA and a lot of the efforts that we're doing right now, and certainly appreciate Chairman Gresko for doing the work to get this in front of all of us today. PRBA represents a vast array of different manufacturers, specifically battery manufacturers as well as others. Our members produce greater than 50% of all rechargeable batteries that are sold in the world today, and greater than 25% of the primary or non-rechargeable batteries that are sold today. So we obviously represent battery producers, but we also represent the users of those products as well. There's a good chance that if you look around your home, your office, your car, that device that uses a battery has a very good chance of being manufactured by a PRBA member. We also represent recyclers of batteries and electronics, third-party testing laboratories around the world, as well as automakers. So the vast majority of North American automaker products that are sold are PRBA members. So I'm here to express my support for HB 5226, the battery collection and recycling bill. One thing with this bill, it is, the best part about this is that it's free. It's easy for consumers. It's easy for municipalities. I know Ms. Stewart from Call to Recycle testified a little while ago talking about how these programs, anybody that can meet the safety requirements is more than encouraged to be part of the program. We welcome that, and we would never turn anybody down as long as they can meet the minimum requirements. Another thing too here is, one of the beauties of the program is that, yes, I understand that it collects a lot of different battery types, but what we've seen in other jurisdictions around the world is that when you collect all battery types, you reduce the confusion for the consumer. You know, consumers, they know what batteries are, but they don't always know what the chemistry of the battery is. So what we've seen in other jurisdictions is that when you collect all battery types, what you actually do is you raise the sea level, if you will, and you end up getting more collections of all the different chemistries of batteries that are on the market. There was some discussion too about the fires in the MRFs, the municipal recovery facilities. This program definitely provides an outlet for those batteries so that they don't end up in the MRFs, and can hopefully prevent most, if not all, of the fires that we're seeing.
Marcus, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Based on the language in this bill, what do you say to the opinion that the way the language is crafted, you're just manipulating the market in your favor?
Well, the program would be for any manufacturer. We don't distinguish, you know, as long as you join the collection program, there's no exclusion. It's just those players that don't choose to participate would be the ones that would would be prohibited from sale.
And how would that happen if I was a manufacturer and I don't elect to participate? What's the next step there for you, for the organization?
So first and foremost, we would work with the obviously with DEEP and the regulators in Connecticut to send a note, if you will, to the manufacturer to try to get them to participate in the program and say, you know, you're in violation of whatever the law says because you're not part of a collection and recycling program. There also is a portion of the bill that talks about the right of private action. And what that does is it allows participants in a collection and recycling program to have the ability to go after those entities or those companies that choose not to participate, to force them to obey the law.
Thank you, Marcus. Any questions from anyone here in 2B? I don't see any virtually either. Marcus, thank you for your assistance in trying to address this issue here in the state of Connecticut.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next up, we have Heather Millette, followed by Susan Linker. Heather, you're in the room. There you go.
There we go. I am unmuted. I apologize. I think my mouse battery died waiting here all day.
We have rodenticides for that.
Yeah, there we go. No pun intended. Hi, I'm Heather Millette. I thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm not going to say everyone's name because it's getting late, but I'm here to oppose HB 5217. I represent Millette Pest Control as well as Connecticut Pest Control Association. We applaud the committee's efforts to protect wildlife in Connecticut. I did submit written testimony as well. I'm going to give you a quick summary. I'm going to remind everyone that our job is to protect public health and property. We do this on a daily basis, and rodents do spread a lot of disease. We were essential during COVID because that is a very important thing to maintain. We do like the balance between wildlife and critters we do not want in our homes, residences, food services, etc., schools. Basically, as written, we do oppose the bill, but if Section 2 were to be removed on line 10, I believe it goes through line 10 through 15, we would, pretty much be null on the bill and move forward with it as restricted use. It kind of is not clear that it could be sold to anyone that is a certified applicator in the state of Connecticut. So that would kind of defeat the idea of making it restricted use. It should be restricted use. It shouldn't be sold to anyone without a license. And if we could make it either remove Section 2 or add to anyone other than a certified applicator being sold, it would also help the Connecticut Farm Bureau and As you may see, as you read through testimony, even the commissioner of the DEP, Katie Dykes, disagrees that this is the solution to just ban them completely. So I'm hoping everyone keeps an open mind on this and, makes some good choices here. And if anyone has questions, I'm here for them. If anyone
Nope, pardon
wants to-
me, I had a little coughing fit when that happened, but I'm looking for questions. I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. If you have any questions afterwards, please feel free to reach out. All my contact information is on the written testimony.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Pardon, I'm still coughing. Susan Linker, followed by Chris Phelps.
Hi, thank you for having me. Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, members of the Environment Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm Susan Linker. I'm a board member of Connecticut Votes for Animals, which is a grassroots animal advocacy organization. We have about 8,000 supporters across the state. I'm also the CEO and executive director of Our Companions Animal Rescue. We have 2 facilities, a 47-acre sanctuary in Ashford, Connecticut, and a facility in Manchester, Connecticut. I'm here today to talk about 3 bills. First is the rodenticide bill, which we support in hopes that there will be an amendment to have a full ban on the sale and use of these SGARs in Connecticut. The second bill is to oppose the HB 5223 bill, which was the minor revisions in the agriculture-related statute, specifically Section 1, which redefines the definition of animal. And third, we really support the bill HB 5224, the protection of spiny dogfish. So I'll speak first about the rodenticide bill. I'm really grateful that this committee is bringing this up again. This is obviously a very important issue for the community, for wildlife, for animals, and for the environment. These SGARs are obviously extremely toxic and they're having a profound effect on the food chain. But I see that there's a lot of people that are testifying on this that are better experts than I am about the impact that it's having on wildlife, and especially birds. So I'll leave that to them, and my testimony has more, written testimony has more information. But I just wanted to take this moment to let you know that there are lots of alternatives to using these kind of toxic poisons. Our 47-acre sanctuary and our 6,000 square foot facility in Manchester had mice issues. I mean, we're in the middle of the woods in Ashford, and we were able to control the issue through means that didn't involve poisons or toxins. And it was something that was embraced by our staff, by our volunteers, and by the community. So I'm happy to explore and explain more about our strategies, but a lot of these things that you've heard through testimony before about dealing with exclusion, being sanitary, making sure that the food isn't accessible so that you're not attracting animals into where you are. With respect to the animal control officer bill, basically, when you redefine the word animal in this statute, it has a profound impact on not only the cruelty statute, but animal control officers' ability to do some very, very important work. The protections provided to animals under this chapter affect the cruelty statute, basically. And under this definition, lots of animals, including wildlife, community cats, would be excluded from the protection of these animal control officers. And I think we all know how
Time is up if you want to summarize a little bit.
Okay, thank you. So I hope that you'll remove that language in Section 1. And then for 5224, as far as the shark finning bill, I don't think that anyone could find much that's more barbaric than this practice, and I really hope the committee will support the ban for sale, trade, and distribution of shark fins. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Millette? I'm double checking online. Rep. Michelle is online. Feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Linder and CVA for all the good work that you guys do in the state of Connecticut. I had been under the impression that CVA was actually agreeing with the animal definition change, so I'm glad to hear your testimony that it's not. That was information I'd gotten just earlier today. But I really appreciate your comments on this. It's very important, and I like the fact that you said profound implications. You mentioned the rodenticides bill. Thank you for that, and I think I'll stop because I'm. Thank you, Mr. Chair, but thank you, Ms. Linder, for coming and testifying today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. I don't see anyone else with their hand up, so thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next person, which is Susan Linker.
Oh, that was just me.
Oh, look at that. That was fast. It might be getting late. Chris Phelps is up next. He is not in the waiting room, so we will move on to Karen Lasky, who I think was on the list earlier, correct?
Mr. Chair, I know that she was changed for Annie Hornish, so you should be able to see Annie Hornish online.
Okay, so we're getting Annie or we're getting Karen? Annie. Okay, Annie, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Co-Chair Lopes, Co-Chair Gresco, and honorable members of the Environment Committee, on behalf of the Connecticut-based supporters of the Humane Society of the United States, the largest animal protection organization in the country, I'm Connecticut State Director Annie Hornish, and I'm here to testify on 3 bills. First, we support House Bill 5217, which would ban second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. My written testimony will be filed soon, and in it, I've included suggestions for an amendment that would strengthen the bill by making use of these products illegal, in addition to sales and distribution, and by removing exemptions for pest management companies, because they are the ones who are using these toxins. I thank the leadership of this committee for addressing this very important matter. We support HB 5224, an act concerning protection of spiny dogfish, which helps to stop the barbaric practice of shark finning by helping to close the markets for shark fins. Finally, we oppose Section 1, lines 4 to 10 of House Bill 5223, minor revisions to the agriculture-related statutes. I respectfully ask that this committee reject this portion of the bill because it would create confusion and inconsistencies in the law by defining animal differently when relating to cruelty prevention in Connecticut General Statutes 22-329 versus cruelty itself, which is in Section 53-247. Lines 9 to 11 ignores the glaring fact that the overwhelming majority of people acquire pet cats, dogs, and other species from family and friends, not pet shops. All those animals, plus wildlife and community cats, will lose the protections of intervention by an ACO to prevent cruelty. With respect to wildlife, many of our state's ACOs handle wildlife on a routine basis, working regularly with our state's licensed wildlife rehabilitators to assist wildlife in distress. This good public service should be applauded and enhanced, not restricted. Okay, one sentence finally. This redefinition could significantly weaken Connecticut's innovative cross-reporting law, which provides a mechanism to address the known link between violence against animals and domestic violence by not allowing the knowledge sharing that would allow DCF and DOAG to intervene and prevent violence. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Rep Michelle has your hand up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Annie, and for all the work of the Connecticut branch for the HSUS. A couple of questions. Did Commissioner Hurlbert reach out to you about the redefinition of animal or DOAG or anyone?
No, he did not this year. And to my knowledge, he has not reached out to any welfare groups, animal welfare groups, or any of the many nonprofits who help community cats. And I can say no reputable animal welfare organization is going to support this redefinition.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And to go a little bit more in depth, why is moving these wildlife matters to deep problematic?
Oh, right. That's what's happening when for wildlife in distress, ACOs often work managing wildlife issues locally. And it's important because the proximity of first responders is vital, since time is often of the essence. DEEP lacks the staff to be in every town every day. And that's why we have many great animal control officers who respond to cases involving wildlife in distress and who also collaborate with wildlife rehabilitators to help wildlife. So it's something that we need to be promoting more. And if I may, I just have one comment about something else the commissioner said. Brute creatures, he said the definition is unknown. To that, I'd reply that that's commonly the term brute creatures. It's commonly understood to mean all non-human animal species, and it's appropriate because in the context of administering statute 22-329, which is intervention to prevent cruelty. It should be all brute creatures because cruelty is possible to any being that can experience suffering. So even though the term is extremely broad, it's perfectly appropriate.
Okay. And then the last question on the shark fins ban. You heard I think maybe you heard my questioning of somebody who worked with the fisheries, the Connecticut fisheries, who seemed to really not have any objection on adding the smooth dogfish to the shark fins ban. Do you have any, does the HSUS or you have any position on it?
We have no objection to not including the smooth, you're saying? Don't include
Yes.
that? Yeah, we would have no objection to that. We actually feel that could strengthen the bill. We're grateful for the bill being filed, though. It's going to afford great protections for sharks.
Yep, thank you. I was contemplating the fact that I was agreeing with somebody from the fisheries. It's always nice once in a while. But thank you very much for all you do, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Let me check online. I don't see any hands raised. So thank you very much. We're going to move on to Lori Malucci, followed by Christine Cummings. No Lori. I see Christine. So Christine, if you're up, unmute and you can start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I am Christine Cummings, so thank you for that, Director of A Place Called Hope. I feel my testimony regarding why HB 5217 needs to be strengthened is important due to my firsthand experience in dealing with the deadly consequences caused by second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. A Place Called Hope has submitted 79 dead animals for anticoagulant rodenticide panel testing, which isolates which anticoagulant ingredients are found within their dead bodies. That includes first and second generation anticoagulants. The results prove 68 have needlessly died from second generation anticoagulant rodenticides. These tests include 3 American bald eagles, our national symbol, 3 mammals, a variety of hawks, falcons, owls, ravens, and crows. Since second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides are concocted to be more potent and will deliver their lethal dose after only 1 feeding, and since it typically takes 2 to 10 days before the victim hemorrhages to death, the target can return to the bait station to continue to eat more of that poison. After the victim starts to succumb to the anticoagulant overdose, which causes internal or external bleeding, they become easy prey. This super toxic lethal dose, which each victim is then delivered to any predator who simply ingests their natural diet. Our wildlife does not stand a chance. Second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides are far too toxic and dangerous, and making them registered use products does nothing to prevent this onslaught to our non-targeted wildlife. Poisons can't be streamlined to affect only the nuisance target. Keep in mind, it does not matter who applies the poisons. It's the poisons themselves that are the problem. 1 dose is deadly, so blaming homeowners who aren't licensed by suggesting they apply them incorrectly is just not logical. The public is a tiny fraction of the problem. All you really have to do is look around at every commercial or high-density housing property and count the bait boxes lining the perimeters to understand who is responsible. Pest management providers are quick to downplay the potential dangers regarding secondary poisoning, but just look at what happened at the Connecticut Beardsley Zoo last July. The pest company likely reassured zoo officials that the chances were slim, yet 2 monkeys have died from eating poisoned rodents. Is it worth taking that risk? I don't think so, nor should anyone else after reviewing our data. And so let me say this again, 68 out of 79 non-targeted victims have died from second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. This is truly our loss. So please don't let them die in vain. Connecticut Environmental Committee, we must put an end to this overkill by adding stronger language to HB 5217 to ban the use and the sale of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides statewide. I really appreciate the speaking opportunity. And I also wanted to just say thank you to PAC 33 for all they did and their testimony today. That was wonderful.
Well, thank you, Christine, and thank you for all of the work you do, Ed. A Place Called Hope. It was a very eye-opening tour that I was able to take, and some of our other members probably have also taken the tour. We have a question from Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cummings, as always, for your very informative and testimonies, and also for your amazing work. I wanted to go back to why we need to change the language back to last year. Currently, the bill, as we've heard earlier from other testifiers, covers the sales, like banning sales. So why is that not enough? Banning sales. Why? Like, I know we can ban the use, but why ban the use? And if you could elaborate on that, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, let me see what I can say about that. So the use of these anticoagulants are what is the problem. That's what's actually out there killing all of these birds and other animals, of course. Since we're a bird rehabilitation center, that's what we're primarily seeing coming in. And it was about 5 years ago that we started to really notice more cases coming in that we were not having success in treating. And the reason for that is clear in our scientific evidence, because it's the second generation, which is designed to be more potent and more deadly and more toxic than the first generation. Now, the first generation, somebody before me had tried to say that there's no antidote for first generation anticoagulant rodenticides. And I do believe that was a pest management professional who was speaking about that. I just wanted to fix that statement. That is not true. There's an antidote for both first and second generation anticoagulant rodenticides if caught early enough. If it's not caught early enough, then of course the damage is done and there's nothing we can do. And that's where it gets confusing, because with first generation, when that was more popular, it was something that we were seeing more success in treating. We were having birds come in with clear symptoms of anticoagulant poisoning, but we were able to actually nurse them back to health with vitamin K therapy and see them off back into the wild, like Senator Duff's Cooper's hawk. That bird likely was suffering from a first generation product. First generation products are on the store shelves, second generation products are not. The use, putting them out there, is the problem, because poison has never been the answer or the solution. Poison is poison. There's no way to streamline it to one targeted animal. And unfortunately, when poison is chosen, it's going to kill way more than the target. And that's why we're here today.
Right. And I imagine that typically or mostly the setting up of this poison is not done by the general public, right?
Oh, absolutely not.
Right. Okay. Well, I appreciate all this, and really appreciate your work again. I have still to visit, and maybe we could organize a visit with the members of our Animal Advocacy Caucus, and have a nice visit of a place called Hope. Looking forward to doing that. And thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's think this spring when the weather's good.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. In the room, any other questions for Christine? I don't see any virtually either. Thank you again for your testimony. You filed electronically as well, Christine?
Yes, I did.
All right, great. So we can all have copies of that. Next is Irene Scribello, followed by Nathan Froling.
Hi, my name's Irene Scribilo. I live in New Milford, and I'm here to support 5217, an act concerning the use of rodenticides. If you've ever been on Plavix or Coumadin, you know the drugs in these rodenticides aren't actually blood thinners. They interrupt the formation of blood clots. In rodents and in other animals, this causes hemorrhaging and severe internal bleeding over days, resulting in a painful death. This affects not only rodents, but all the animals up the food chain, as we've all heard, including raptors, snakes, birds, even chickens and ducks that people will eat. So tell a duck hunter about this. Once it gets up the food chain, there's no turning back. And of course, there's the monkeys, as Christine just mentioned. I work in a garden with some acreage with no immediate neighbors. I stopped using rat poison a few years back. We used to have a big problem with vole damage. Over time, I saw more and more black rat snakes like this little guy back here, and less plant damage. The vole population is now kept in check naturally. This is just one personal example of how removing poisons from the environment allows nature and the black rat snakes to keep the balance. rodenticides don't always solve the problem in the long term. It's been shown that rodent populations increase over time, even with the use of the poisons. Rats are very adaptive. Brown rats, or Norway rats, have built up a resistance to warfarin and difesamone, which are two commonly used anticoagulants. This was first observed as far back as 1958. These are the rats you see on the subway tracks, and also Pizza Rat, the 2015 internet sensation, was a Norway rat. So what does work in an urban environment that doesn't necessarily have rat snakes? Common sense, as mentioned before. Sealing of properties, reducing attractants will reduce the population in the long run. To be successful, this ban needs to be supported with dialogue with the pest control industry and with the public to ensure it's working. Many times businesses are a little hesitant to embrace change, and legislation is needed. I also just want to quickly testify for HB 5218, an act concerning the establishment of riparian buffers. Riparian buffers are nature's Brita filters. In this time of destruction of wetlands, out of control development, climate change, and increased wet weather in the Northeast, they're more important now more than ever. Thank you.
Irene, thank you for your testimony. Don't go anywhere. You have a question from Representative Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment, and I think we've explored most of everything about rodenticides, but I wanted to thank you because you brought some memories back to me on the horror behind the blood coagulant, because my wife and I often reached out for wildlife that is in trouble. And I could say I've seen, and I keep hearing description of, birds or raptors blooding from where the feathers are. And it sounds like it's extremely painful. And so I just wanted to thank you for raising that up, because I don't think we might not have emphasized on that part enough. Extremely cruel. So thank you very much.
Just on a personal note, I was actually on blood thinners for a month, and it's horrible. It's just horrible. So also one more thing, if you ever see a black snake in Connecticut, it's probably a rat snake, and there are no poisonous or venomous black snakes in Connecticut. So you should welcome them into your yard.
Always. We welcome all wildlife in our yard, I assure you.
Okay,
thank you, Irene, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Thank you, Irene, and appreciate your testimony. Next is Nathan Froelich, followed by Jonah Lepar.
Well, thank you, Chair Lopes and Chair Gresco. It's good to be with you tonight, and also ranking members Harding and Callahan and Vice Chairs Huckadell and Palm, and all the good members of the Environment Committee for this opportunity to testify in strong support of two bills, House Bill 5218, we've heard a lot about, and also Governor's Bill 11. I am Nathan Froelich, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy, and I will speak first about HB 5218. As you know, this bill will enable DEEP to utilize stormwater funds to incentivize conservation of stream buffers, to develop mandatory setbacks for development near streams, and to develop and require comprehensive training for municipal inland wetlands officials. And as you also know, stream buffers provide multiple benefits for people and a healthy environment. They reduce pollution entering waterways by slowing the flow of stormwater runoff and capturing sediment. The riparian areas of stream buffers are at the heart of healthy and diverse aquatic ecosystems. Maintaining stream buffers along Connecticut's waterways is also critical to the health of Long Island Sound. And there are many, many other benefits to nature and people which we could talk about. I want to say that we can do buffers. We did them in the towns of the 8 Mile River watershed when I was doing with many of the good folk there, our wild scenic designation of that really important area. But firsthand learned we could do it. And as we heard from some folks today, we also need to do it thoughtfully, inclusively, and with appropriate flexibility. And I believe we can do that. There are few things more important than stream buffers in terms of conservation and protecting our natural world. I'll switch now to the Governor's Bill 11. We are pleased that the legislature and governor have taken steps in the last couple of years to advance support for climate resiliency, and that cause has been furthered with the new federal funding that we're all excited about. The proposed bill helps assure that Connecticut is proactive and attentive to these and other opportunities to enhance climate resiliency and support the climate resiliency work of the municipalities, nowhere more important than in our local communities. This bill will improve the way we prepare and respond to the impacts of climate change, account for extreme events, update materials and resources, and add methods for municipalities to plan for greater resiliency. We want to call out our strong support for sections 1 through 10. These create an infrastructure financing tool and add resiliency improvement districts as an option for municipalities to construct and improve infrastructure to reduce or avoid climate change impacts. These sections also permit multiple municipalities to create more comprehensive resiliency plans and to enter into agreements to address shared vulnerabilities. Increased coordination and cooperation across towns and agencies will become increasingly key for climate resiliency. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of 11 and 5218.
Nathan, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for the patience and sticking it out to the end with us here. I don't see any hands raised in the room here, neither virtually. So again, thanks for your testimony and your patience.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Next is Jonah Lipar, followed by Laura McMillan.
Good evening. My name is Jonah Leeper, and I'm a student at Simsbury High School and a volunteer at the Simsbury Land Trust. I'd like to quickly support 3 bills: HB 5217, the rodenticide bill, HB 5225, the an act concerning the recommendations of the Invasive Plants Council, and HB 5218, the riparian buffers bill. I support Bill 5217 because preserving the populations of large raptors such as hawks and eagles that prey on rodents is extremely important to the ecosystem. These birds are keystone species that keep the populations of small prey animals, including rodents, in check. If their populations are reduced, dependence on these chemicals could increase, which would create a feedback loop. These birds, especially bald eagles and red-tailed hawks, are very popular and can increase the interest in conservation. I also support Bill 5225 because as a volunteer with the Land Trust and a hiker, I know many preserves and trails that have been overrun by invasive plants, many of which are on the list that would be banned by this bill. At the Land Trust, we have work days and projects to control invasive plants, but preventing the sale of them would be a big help. Finally, I support Bill 5218 because it would provide greater protection for the rivers and streams in our state by encouraging riparian buffers that would be able to filter runoff as well as provide additional habitat. I live in the Farmington Valley, and the Farmington River is nationally recognized as a wild and scenic river. It supports wildlife such as bald eagles and trout and provides many recreation opportunities. Unfortunately, there have been many developments in recent years next to the river that destroy habitat and reduce water quality. Any additional protections such as those this bill would provide would be another way to protect the rivers and streams in our state, such as the Farmington River. Thank you.
Jonah, how tall are you now?
Yep.
How tall are you now?
Oh, how tall? Like
Yeah.
5'10"?
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Thank you for the testimony, Jonah, and hopefully it wasn't too late. We altered your position here so you can testify. You don't have to worry about school. Any questions for Jonah here in the room? I don't see any virtually either, Jonah, but thank you for the testimony. And you did submit it electronically as well, correct?
I don't think so, but I can.
Yeah, please do.
All right.
Please do, because we're going to have some reading to do over the upcoming weekend.
All right.
Next on our list is Laura McMillan, followed by Lisa Wall.
I'm 5'7", if it matters.
Now we're talking.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, Senator Lopes, all the members of the committee. Appreciate your time this evening. I am an employee of Save the Sound, but I am for policy details, I'd refer you to the earlier testimony of my colleague Bill Lucy. I really just want to talk to you for a moment today in strong support of HB 5128, an act concerning the establishment of riparian buffers. As someone who has seen the benefits of riparian buffers firsthand. I have lived in Connecticut for several decades now, but I grew up in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. Our biggest industries there are farming and tourism. So we need to keep the land functional and beautiful at the same time. My hometown is in the watershed of the Shenandoah River, which flows to the Potomac, then to the Chesapeake Bay. And those water bodies, both the bay and the rivers, suffer many of the same challenges as our rivers here in Connecticut and as Long Island Sound does, including, rapid development, low oxygen zones, high bacteria levels, vegetated buffers and setbacks as well are very effective in responding to those issues, as you've heard from others. They act as first line of defense against pollution. They can prevent erosion. They provide wildlife habitat, etc. They're just undeniably effective tools for stormwater management. And so I strongly support this bill's proposal to make riparian easements eligible for stormwater funding. When I was growing up in Virginia, the concept of riparian buffers and of easements in general was relatively new to the area. Some family friends who still operate a small cattle farm were early adopters of it, however. And over the course of just a few years, I got to see the benefit there. What had been like truly out of control erosion conditions, just streams absolutely running red with clay mud, almost no vegetation aside from sort of grazing grasses. As soon as they created corridors along those streams to exclude the cattle and exclude people and paved areas, the property transformed. Wildflowers came in, shrubs took root, trees took root. The cows still have strategic access to the water in ways that don't involve sort of trampling the stream banks and dropping their waste directly in. I still visit that property when I'm home now. There are herons, there are owls, there are turtles, frogs, just unbelievable amounts of wildlife there. The streams are running clear and the farm itself is still extremely functional. And I've also
Laura, if you can summarize for us, please.
Yes, absolutely. I've also gotten to see the economic benefit to the landowners. I used to visit properties for a job that were under easement and heard from those farmers how the easement structure reduced their financial burdens and allowed them to plan for passing their land down to their children. So I thank the committee for your time, and I strongly urge support for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions here in 2B? I don't see any virtually either. Again, Laura, thank you for your patience and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Lisa Wall, followed by Ann Godwa.
Good evening. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Lisa, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for staying with all this too, honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Lisa Wally. I live in Chester, Connecticut. I'm speaking as a citizen. I didn't represent anybody officially. I do want to say I do chair our Conservation Commission and co-chair our Sustainability Committee. I've served on our Inland Wetlands Committee and chaired that as well. And I worked for 25 plus years, either for or at the pleasure of the Connecticut DEP or DEEP in water quality education, analysis, reporting, and then in wildlife habitat management for the last 12 years. And I only say that because I have some background in environmental issues and wildlife policy. I'm here to ask you to support HB 5217 in its limitations for second generation anticoagulant rodenticides or SCARs. But I also encourage you to move toward an eventual ban on these products and to pursue limitations on first generation and the neurotoxin chemicals as well that are used in rat poisons. The reason why I'm here as a citizen, and this is the first time I've ever testified before the legislature, the issue hits home to our family. We've had 2 incidents in the last year of uninvited and unwelcome contact with these rodent bait traps in our yard. Apparently they were dragged into our yard by another animal. The first time our dog brought it to us, and we discarded it immediately the second time. The second time I found it when I was working at the edge of our property in the woods. I have a glove here, but I'm just gonna, I don't know if you can see this, how it's been, this is a bait trap. It's been chewed through, clearly gnawed through by a larger animal. It was intended for mice that would go in through a small hole. It is not contained. It was chewed, it was brought here and chewed through by another animal that was likely killed or severely impaired by this product. I did a little research on this particular issue, and it is available readily online, and the block rodenticide used with it does contain an eschar, bromadiolone. So it, my point is that these lethal poisons shouldn't be released into the environment. There is no way to ensure that they won't hit unintended victims, including raptors, other predators, and pets, and clearly, as with the neighbors I've asked about this, there's no accountability for their use or misuse. As if they're outside, they may travel. There are alternatives, as have been discussed.
Can you summarize for us, Lisa?
Sure. That's it. I urge you to support this bill and move further with it.
Thank you very much for your testimony, first timer. Representative Palm has a question.
Lisa, just wanted to say thank you for representing Chester so well. I hope to be on the road soon, and maybe I'll wave when I go by your house.
Okay. and we did kill, get rid of the mice in our house through some basic tactics. I'll share with you.
Thank you again, Lisa. Any other questions from anyone here in 2B? I don't see any virtually either. Again, thank you for your patience and for your testimony, Lisa. Next is Ann Godwa, followed by Jim Lumbella.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs and all the distinguished members of the Environment Committee for the opportunity to testify on 3 bills here today on behalf of the Sierra Club. My name is Ann Gadwa, and I'm the Advocacy and Outreach Organizer at our local Connecticut chapter. So I'm going to start in reverse order for my written testimony. So I'm going to start with HB 5225 regarding the recommendations of the Invasive Plants Council. We are in support of banning the sale and cultivation of the added plants listed in the bill. We would also recommend that you add winged Euonymus, I think I'm saying that right. If not, I'm sorry, to that list. And it's also known as burning bush. It's that highly invasive and pervasive plant you see everywhere. We'd also recommend, requiring that state agencies only plant native species on state properties to help restore some of our native wildlife and the ecosystems that have been destroyed and disrupted by invasives. Next, I'd like to talk about HB 5218, which we strongly support as well. Riparian buffers are our best and most effective defense against polluting storm water runoff and flooding. I'm sure you heard a lot today about what they are. I refer to Alicia. But I won't get into that too much, but we really strongly believe that we should follow the examples of our neighbors in New England and pass legislation that could help promote the construction, maintenance, and protection of these essential tools against pollution of our waterways and of flooding. Nature-based solutions are a win-win for everyone, and requiring training for all members of inland wetland commissions is a no-brainer. The more you know, right? And last but certainly not least, I'd like to address House Bill 5217 concerning the use of certain rodenticides. As you'll see in our testimony, we'd like to see the bill amended to ban the use, application, sale, and distribution of the listed second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides with the exemptions from last year's original raised bill language. I have a link to it in my written testimony. As you heard from numerous folks today, these poisons affect the entire food chain and ecosystem. Hawks, owls, coyotes, foxes, possums, bald eagles. I had a front row view to this last year when a sick bald eagle was found on the road from my house in New Hartford by local residents and taken to a place called Hope. I followed the sad journey of this bird who quickly succumbed to the poisoning and died. I saw the pictures and the videos and was absolutely devastated to see an animal suffer like that. We can do something about this right now to prevent these horrific deaths. I remember growing up in the 80s. There were no bald eagles here in the Northeast like there are now. In fact, I didn't even see a bald eagle in real life till I was in Alaska in 2009. The numbers have recovered in our area, and now we see them every year. I see them fly down the Farmington River. It's amazing. We cannot go back. I cannot abide another bald eagle death in my backyard. Anne does not abide. I'm not the only one either. Folks are concerned about this issue. Folks in all your districts all over the state are concerned about this issue. We hear from them. I'm sure you all have too, and will continue to do so. We
Thank
all
you,
love our
Ann.
raptors, our wildlife, our household pets. One more second. And even our household pets can be affected by them if they ingest them. So I ask you to give this bill a little more teeth and amend it with the suggestions for my written testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, and I want in on that visit to a place called Hope in the spring.
Thank you, Ann. Any questions from any of our members here? Brad? No questions for, Representative Michelle has a question for you, Ann.
Sorry about that. I know we have one more speaker. I know. Quick question. And did Commissioner Herbert reach out to the Sierra Club Wildlife Division on the definition of animals? Did they reach out to your organization?
Not that I know of. Not that
Okay.
I know of. They didn't, nobody reached out to me. You can connect with Tanya, who's our wildlife chair, but I hadn't heard from her that anybody had reached out.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for everything Sierra Club does in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Ann, appreciate your patience and your perseverance to hang with us through the evening.
Hey, am I the last one? No, there's one more. Okay. I was going to say, I get the last word.
In the hallways. Next
All right,
up is Jim Lumbella, and don't all hate me, but we're gonna go one more to number 56 came back. So the last person will be Dustin Nelson. Jim, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Lopez and Representative Gresco, vice chairs, ranking members, and honorable members of the Environment Committee, thank you for the time to talk with you today. My name is Dr. James Lumbella, and I'm the president and executive director of Connecticut Votes for Animals. I joined the organization 4 months ago with the mission of educating our residents and animals on animal issues and how our very own actions impact the lives of wildlife and our companion animals. CVA is a grassroots advocacy organization dedicated to improving the lives of Connecticut's animals with 8,000 supporters across the state. As an educator and president emeritus of one of our community colleges here in Connecticut, I embrace research, data, and evidence. I've submitted testimony on 3 different bills on the agenda today, which you have received and can review for more details. For a brief summary, we support HB 5217 with the needed amendment to ban the use and sale of SGARs statewide, and in support of HB 5224, which prohibits the possession, sale, trade, or distribution of shark fins. And lastly, we oppose HB 5223 and ask that Section 1 be removed, which redefines the definition of animal. This would impact many pets, excluding them from protection, along with thousands of animals across Connecticut. I'd like to spend my few minutes with you today to underscore and put emphasis on HB 5217, which needs an amendment to ban the use and sale of SGR statewide. You've heard today from many individuals who have been closely connected to this issue for several years now. I want to highlight the ongoing work we heard by Christine Cummings at a place called Hope and the undisputable data that she has accumulated and recently shared. The latest test results she just explained to us, coordinated through her agency, shows staggering statistics on animal deaths by SGARs. Of 79 completed tests, we heard that 68 of those tests resulted positive for one or more ingredients of SGARs. This equates to an 86% positivity rate, confirming that SGARs are causing unintentional deaths to our wildlife here in Connecticut. The current use of SGARs is counterproductive to rodent control by poisoning, harming, and killing the natural predators that regulate rodent populations throughout Connecticut. We need stronger measures to protect wildlife and pets from unintentional rodenticide poisoning. Alternatives to these poisons exist, as we've heard about. As stated in an article written also by Christine Cummings, director of a place called Hope, fertility control products lessen rodent fertility. It does not render them sterile, but it inhibits reproductive ability, keeping populations more manageable to apply safe, non-toxic alternatives. These products don't utilize hormones and have no bioaccumulation, biomagnification, and no secondary effect on predatory wildlife. Since it must be continuously applied to remain effective, it is a great alternative for pest management professionals to replace poisons to continue their service-based business with clients. It really is a win-win for all, especially our wildlife. I want to thank the committee and strongly urge you to look at the data, evidence, and facts demonstrated that these poisons are getting into the food stream and unintentionally killing many animals here in Connecticut. I just want to end by underscoring that CVA is putting on an educational webinar on the 7th, March 7th at 6 p.m. We're going to host Christine Cummings, and she's going to go into in-depth. You heard a brief overview of what she had to say today. She's going to go into an hour-long seminar if you really want to understand the ins and outs of the SGARs and all the things that she has encountered over several years with her birds and so forth. So with that, I know my time is up. I want to thank the committee for your time and your very long day here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, for your time. Representative Michelle has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, and that will be my last for the night. But thank you for testifying. I did not ask Susan earlier. Did the DUAG's commissioner reach out to your office about the section on the redefining the word animals?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you very much. I rest my case. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jim, and thank you, CVA again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I don't see any other questions in the room or virtually. And our last person of the evening will be Dustin Nelson, who was number 56, and now he's number 72.
I am Dustin Nelson of Vernon, Connecticut, and I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 5225, an act concerning the recommendations of the Invasive Plant Council. I appreciate you taking up my testimony this evening. When I was originally called, I was teaching a class at one of our local universities. So in addition to that, I also serve as the immediate past president of the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, a collaboration of over 300 businesses. I also serve as the Invasive Plant Council representative for a nonprofit association concerned with growers and retailers of plants and flowers as required by state statute. CNLA is one of the founding members of the Invasive Plant Council, and CNLA members support the recommendations put forth by the IPC contained within this bill. One item that the IPC and the CNLA request be changed in this bill is in section 1E, which is lines 90 and 92 in this bill. Strike the phrase until October 1st, 2014, so that it can read from July 1st, 2009, no municipality shall adopt any ordinance regarding the retail sale or purchase of any invasive plants. This municipal preemption will keep the responsibility with the IPC for evaluating the plants against the criteria for listing as defined by the state statute, rather than allowing municipalities to impose additional restrictions that would hinder businesses within our state. I know that on today's testimony, there have been several requests for additional plants to be added to the invasive plants list. And there is a process which the IPC has, which is well defined to evaluate those plants to be listed as invasive or potentially invasive and to be banned by statute. Members of the public can use the form found on the IPC website to submit plants that should be taken under consideration, and the Connecticut Invasive Plants Working Group will then research the plants to see if it fulfills the 9 criteria listed within statute. And when a plant fulfills the minimum number of criteria, it is presented to and voted on by the IPC membership, and plants that receive a majority vote to be listed as invasive are included in the annual report and supported to this committee. Thank you again for all your hard work and dedication to the residents of Connecticut, and I will take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Dustin. So you guys would lose your minds if we added Japanese barberry and burning bush?
That it would definitely be something that is taken under consideration and reviewed by the working group. There are some, what we caution against is there are, yes, some varieties out there that are invasive and have invasive tendencies, and those have been gone through a self-ban within our industry. There are some varieties that have been developed here at the University of Connecticut that are sterile and do have an economic value to them. So it's you have to be very careful when wording, which varieties, and then it becomes a problem of selecting, have we included all of the invasive varieties in this ban versus have we made sure that we haven't included any that are sterile and still have a value to the market.
Thank you, Dustin. Any
Thank you.
other? Representative Mushinski has a question for you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went to see your council a few times on this issue, and as you know, New York State does ban the fertile plants, but allows the sale of the sterile cultivars. Why can't we simply use the New York language?
So the Invasive Plant Council is looking at the language in our statute currently. We were not prepared enough to come to this session with that adjusted language, but you can anticipate that within the next year before the start of next session that we're going to have revised language for all of the invasive plant statute. So then that way it becomes a little more cleaner, clear cut, and understandable for not only those in the industry, but also the public, and that we can start to address some of these more complex issues when it comes to different varieties that are becoming more and more popular within the industry.
Okay, thank you. I know the fertile ones are still for sale. You can find them, and that worries me that we're just continuing to spread a dangerous plant around. And the Japanese barberry is also a tick magnet. It's got 16 times more ticks under it than native plants, and that's of concern too, that we're just helping them spread. So
there is a lot of research that's been done by the University of Connecticut, as well as the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, in terms of fertility of those barberry, as well as the relationship between tick-borne diseases and barberry. And I'd be more than happy to share that information with you after this session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. I don't see any other. Oh, Representative Baumgartner.
My one short one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the recommendations, did you speak to anything regarding grasses? I know, for example, a lot of landscapers use Chinese silvergrass as an ornamental tall grass, when in reality, blue stem, switchgrass, those types of native grass species are obviously better for our local environment. So did the council speak to those issues?
I am not sure if that Chinese silvergrass is on our research list. I will check in with that, and if not, I will add that to be looked at. It's because we do a quite extensive research into these different plants to make sure that we are not doing anything that is going to be devastating to the environment or the economy. We take each plant under careful consideration as things continue to evolve with the environment and the climate. Things do change as well. Something that may have not been invasive in the past may start to become invasive, or maybe it was more recently introduced. So we start to see those invasive tendencies maybe as we reach, a particular mark on the timeline. So it is something that the council is continuing to always evaluate and look at different plants and make those changes and additions to the invasive plants list as needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dustin, and we appreciate your testimony, and I believe you are the last individual for
Thank
our
you for your
public
time.
hearing today, and appreciate everybody with us. And I'm sorry. Oh, Wait a minute.
Just kidding.
Five-hour energy infused pizza. Thanks, everybody.